Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh no, there's no boys and girls here. You have to be over the age of whatever legal age you are in your city, province, country, whatever. Welcome to Booze Chatter. We are going to talk about a few things here. Now, what are we going to talk about tonight? Well, as you see by the title, we've got the Alberta government did what now? Well, we've got a few things that we need to discuss. Again, with the discussion of the Alberta government. Thanks, guys. You're keeping me busy, bastards. First of all, I do not have a beer in my hand. I need to have a beer in my hand. So we are going to pour a beer into a bottle. No, wait, the bottle into the glass. I've had a couple tonight already, but for tonight we have, and this came out of the Canada Craft Club package for Father's Day, and I've really wanted to try this, and I was going to do a proper review of this, but I thought I'd do a review here because, well, I needed something a little spicy to get me going because we're going to talk about some boring shit like the government. We've got from Scuttlebutt Brewing Company the Jalapeno 777. It's a Belgian style ale. Limited release, brewed and bottled in Scuttlebutt Brewing Company in Everett, Washington. And this comes in at a hot 9%. Yeah, hot 9%. So apparently this is made with jalapenos and I think some chipotle peppers and a couple of other types of peppers. Last time I had a spicy beer, and what the hell? Huh. Looks like I got a little bit of something like wax on the bottom of this. Huh. Well, that should not be going into that glass whatsoever. That was different. All right. So let's see what we got here. So as we see, it's a nice clear, little bit of a haze on it, a touch of head on there, and the smell. Wow. Oh, you get the jalapeno smell. You get that spicy smell with it. Oh my God. Oh, let's make my mouth water. Oh, yeah. This is gonna be something else. All right, folks. Cheers to many more years of brews like this. You gonna kick me yet? You gonna do something here? All right. So it's a Belgian style ale, but there is no Belgian style with it. Um, it does have a jalapeno flavor to it, but it doesn't kick in for at least 20 seconds after you drink it. Like it's just starting to tingle my throat, the back of my throat now. But you have like a small jalapeno taste. I was expecting a burn on the tongue. I was expecting something else. I'm kind of glad there isn't because I know that with Crime and Punishment, that shit just is gross. You cannot tell it's a 9%. Honestly, you cannot tell it's a 9% whatsoever. It is actually not that bad. Yeah, there's the burn there. Excuse me. Um, Easy drinking. You can kind of chug it. I don't chug. When I chug, I hiccup a lot, and when I hiccup a lot, it hurts. But you could chug this. It's not that bad. Like I can't even tell it's a 9%. I wouldn't even guess it's a 5%. Like the spices are there. It doesn't taste like a triple though. Doesn't taste like a triple. Doesn't taste like a Belgian style ale. got a fruity note to it too. So you have a spicy but a sweet sort of note to it. That's different. I'm not looking forward to what I'm doing after this tonight with this because I've got something beside it, but we're not going to get into that yet. For now, I'm going to give this about a 3.5 out of 5. It is making my tongue sort of a little spicy, but that's about it. Not bad. Expecting a little bit more. Still, it's going to be a nice one to drink with our topic that we have tonight, which is the Alberta government going back on what they said in regards to their tax. Now, back in October, you saw me rant, rave, jump up and down, scream and yell about this new tax, this graduated tax system, and everything else like that. Well, I feel bad about that because, in a sense, it did help out. There's a lot of things that didn't help out, like I couldn't afford beers from basically. Oh, we got people in the chat. All right. Okay, so by the way, hi Brew Games, hi Brewing Under the Influence, cheers, welcome, and let's have some fun tonight. But yeah, anyways, I ranted and raved, and I was pissed off with this new tiered system about the brewing taxes, the Great West Brewing, and I'm still a little bit upset about it because of the fact that they kind of pretty much said East versus West, or West versus East, and the states can go fuck themselves. Bringing up a Sculpton 6-pack right now is $28 or $24, and pretty much it raised the price on a lot of things, except for things from BC and Saskatchewan. If you notice, BC actually had brought in stuff that was cheaper than pretty much what some of the Alberta stuff was putting out. So they were underselling. And they were actually selling it lower than cost in Alberta because they could and because they can actually sell more. Apparently, some places in BC were actually looking at this going, well, you're charging this much here, but you're charging this much in Alberta. Why is that? They can get away with it. It's just like how a lot of places ask people to spend a lot more money. This graduated tax thing kind of helped out BC and Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan didn't jump on board. They don't have enough breweries to jump on board, and they didn't have the breweries that have the supply and demand to actually jump on board. Paddockwood is one of them that would have jumped on board for sure. There's a couple of new breweries that would have actually enjoyed jumping on board with this. But at the same point in time, there's a lot of things that just it happened and I didn't, and it was good and it was bad. For the brewers, it was good because of the nano brewers and the micro brewers could actually afford to start a business. So we actually had a jump on a lot of things because there's also the other parts of this tax that actually help the small brewers get inside of Alberta. We went from 10 breweries up to about 40 breweries in the matter of a year. And it actually helped us out. Great. That's awesome. That helped us out. It's actually helped the fact that I could buy BC beers for a cheaper price here. Being from BC, I love my beers. I absolutely love my beers. But having that happen was actually really good because I actually turned around and said, hey, I can get this stuff. Still couldn't get the one-ofs because they just kept them locally. But it was actually really pretty cool. Now, as of last week, the Alberta government decided to change that. And I'm going to read what they have on their site, and we'll go from there. And let me just pull it up here. Stand by. Got it right over here. In ongoing efforts to promote local jobs, economic development, and trade consistency, the government of Alberta is updating the markup for beer products sold throughout the province. The presidents of the Treasury Board and Minister of Finance, Joe Ceci, has directed the Alberta Gaming and Liquor Commission Board to set the beer markup to $1.25 per liter, regardless of the size of the company or location of its production. The markup takes effect August 5th, so it hasn't taken effect yet. So for the people that are going to buy BC beers in Alberta, do it now. The change applies to beer only, not spirits, not wine, not anything else, because the major contributor and people that are buying right now is beer. In the coming weeks, a grant for Alberta-based small brewers will be provided to support the development of the industry while supporting local entrepreneurship and investment. In other words, we're not going to fuck you over if you're a small brewer. However, for the rest of the people that were part of this GWB, sorry guys, we got to make this right. More information on this grant will be available soon. So they dropped this bomb on everybody. I have actually asked and sent an email for more information about this, and my reply has not come through. In fact, they did not send anything back to me in regards to, we've got your email, thank you very much, we would like to talk to you about this. So, that is a good question. Now, I just got a question in chat asking if they'll be taxing hard root beer. It's technically a beer. They do if actually yes and no, because the fact if it probably contains beer or any beer substance in there whatsoever, they will probably be taxing it. However, I don't know how Boxer gets away with shipping beers up from the States to us and still selling it for cheap, aside from it being a cheap-ass product. Sticking by that. But places like Dusty Boots, for example, or is it Crazy Uncle? One of the two does not use beer. They actually use vodka. So a hard root beer with vodka, that would not be taxed. That would actually stay the same price. So there might be a price difference in everything that comes up. Probably not. That's how they get away with it, because it's not technically a beer. There we go. Are they going to tax Minhas? Yeah, no, I don't think they will. Somehow they're, like I said, they've got two breweries, one in the States, one in Canada, and they're shipping back and forth, and it's still cheap shit. Actually, I'm going to say no, Minhas is not behind the tax. I'm actually going to say, and this has been a lot of rumors and speculation, that it is the bigger brewers like Labatt's and Molson and InBev that actually put a bitch out about this tax. Probably because that they're losing out on a lot of things, because this GWB brought 3 provinces together, and now they've got these cheap beers all together because they got microbreweries, and this macro is supposedly getting charged $1.25 for their stuff. But they might not be, because they came up with a deal, but it was a hidden deal. That's what the rumors were back in October. However, I think they were probably pretty pissed off because they were losing a lot of their beer sales in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and BC. So they probably jumped on this going, you know what? You're not playing fair. We've been here a lot longer. We're going to whine and cry about it. And we're trying to fight these guys. And you, here's some money, are going to change that. However, that's just speculation. But there's also people out there that are happy about this, because there's grants coming in to the Alberta breweries, because they're now getting this grant, but they haven't said how much the grant is, they haven't said what it's for, and they haven't really specified anything else like that. But people are happy because there's a grant coming into the Alberta government, or coming into the Alberta breweries, and BC and Saskatchewan now have to pay $1.25, as well as Alberta. The small breweries, like the nano ones that are just picking up, now have to pay $1.25 as well per liter. And then on top of that, if it's over 12 or 11.9% ABV, they have a higher tax bracket as well that they have to pay, because it's a higher tax bracket, or a higher percentage of beer that's in there, or ABV that's in there. So that's still in effect as well. Now, there's been some lashing back about this, and I don't blame them. Personally, for me, I'm a little upset because now, as a consumer, this is going to reflect on us. It can be between 5 cents, could be between $1.25. And we have a wonderful person that hates the NDP. In all honesty, I'm kind of starting to agree with them. So we have between 5 cents and $1.20, depending on the size of the brewery, that we have to pay extra, or they have to pay extra, which is going to trickle down to us. How, when, and where, I don't know. Price, I'm not sure. But you have the importers that are screaming foul because of the fact that they were now making a shit ton of money to bring the stuff in at under the cost. And then you have the consumer that was actually enjoying beers from different areas at a cheaper price because they couldn't afford the international ones. So they can afford BC ones, they can afford Saskatchewan ones, they can kind of afford the Ontario ones if they were the nano breweries, but they couldn't afford the States ones because they were taxed to shit. Like I can't even afford the States one. I hate that because I really like some of the States beers. Like there's a good stuff. And this is why beer trading can be good if there's a way to find out to trade in between borders at some point in time. That might be something to look into a little bit later on. But I got to enjoy the BC beers, and we saw an influx of BC beers come in. We saw Fuggles and Warlock come in. We saw Hoyne possibly coming in, but that has now been put on hold by the looks of things. We saw more Phillips products and one-ofs come in. We saw a lot of different breweries come in from BC and show us what they have, which is a great thing because you have over 100 breweries in BC, and they were doing it at under the cost, which was nice. It was nice to get a 6-pack of beer for $10.99 from BC, and you can get a 6-pack of beer from Alberta for $11.99. It was a little bit confusing, but I liked it. I also have a feeling that the breweries in Alberta did not like the system that was going on either. And yes, I mean, ooh, that's expensive. Yukon Brewing as well. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things that's happening that it helped the consumer out. It hindered the consumer at the same point in time. Like it wasn't helping. It helped the brewers out, but it also hindered them because BC found a loophole, and the Alberta brewers are going, whoa, hang on us. You're doing what? I mean, for example, Big Rock. Big Rock supplies a huge amount of beer to people between co-op, between their own line, between their Big Rock Urban and soon to be Big Rock Toronto. They've got a lot of beer brewing. What the government did was, well, you own that brewery over in BC, you own this one here. That is still the same name, so we're going to combine them all together and charge you the tax for both breweries, even though you're brewing over there. And again, Minhas doesn't have that, obviously, because they're still pumping out cheap shit. And so it becomes this whole thing. So as you start to see, and yeah, we have another, like, we've got another person. Jim from Village is not happy about it either, apparently. I'm not getting his direct quote. I'm getting this through a second source. But yeah, it's not a good thing at all because, I mean, God, BC was about ready, like as I said, Big Rock was about ready to start shipping over beers from Vancouver to ship into our market, and they started this already. I mean, they experimented with the Citradelic, but they brewed it in Alberta, so they still had it in there. But they were going to start shipping out other things, like I do believe the Hollow Tree was looking to possibly come out. But if you also look at their website, you'll notice that the beers have now all come together. So if you look at Big Rock Urban, you'll see that when you click on beers, it goes to Big Rock Calgary site. At least it did. I don't know if they fixed that, but it went to Big Rock Calgary. And there's some beers in there that were not Calgary, but they're in Vancouver. But they were hoping to have things starting to ship over from BC. So they probably could have charged a cheaper price. I've also found Whistler Brewing, for example. They had a sale on a crowler, or I guess it was almost a growler. It was a 1 liter bottle of their white IPA, and it was for $9, and it was a 6.2% thing for $9, but the original price is $13. So they're able to sell it when it entered the market, and then bring up the price afterwards, so people would buy it right there, and they were still making a profit off that. That is good, actually. I'm really enjoying that one. But I mean, this is just now it's horseshit. It's absolute horseshit. And the BC Brewers, I posted a link in the chat there, or in the description there. There's a thing from Global BC that are saying that, and I quote, there will be some breweries pulling out of Alberta because of this new tax. And this was from not just a minor brewery. This was from the bigger guys. They got quotes from Central City Brewing. They got quotes from Parallel 49, Yellow Dog, who's an up-and-coming and good brewery, all saying different things. And they really are not happy with this, because they were actually caught on this little loophole that Alberta had. They were actually caught on it, and now they're having to pay an extra bunch of money because the Alberta government went, wait, no, there's something not right here. We're still losing money. Why are we losing money here? So it's been said. Give me a second here. It's been said that basically Alberta's starting to screw up again. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. BC was really happy because they actually got stuff in cheaper. I was really happy because I got Driftwood in for a good price. We got some good, excellent Driftwood beers in, and it was for a decent price. We got some great Crannog. Well, not Crannog, sorry. Crannog's not quite there yet. I wish they would, and I wish they would hurry up. They got some good cannery beers in for a great price. I got a beer that was an oatmeal stout from Cannery, and I was talking to the marketing lady from Cannery, and I told her I got it for $5.86. She went, excuse me? I went, I got it for that price. She goes, that's cheaper than what BC is selling it for. So they found this wonderful loophole. It was great for the consumers. We were actually buying different beers, including our local beers, because we can get local beers in the tap houses for a good price, unless you're at Brewster's. I'm kind of, yeah, $32 for a 12-pack of their fruit beers. That is a little expensive. However, it's one of those things where I don't like what's going on here, but it's one of those things where some of the brewers are actually happy. There's a few people that are actually happy about what's going on. They're just like, well, you're only going to spend a couple more cents for beers from Alberta, so what's the problem? The problem is I'm spending that extra few cents for those beers from BC and Alberta. The markup's going to be a little bit higher than what people are thinking. It's only $1.20 per liter. Yeah, it's okay. That's all right. That's $1.20 a growler. That's almost $60 for a keg, which reflects in some of the brew houses out there. They're gonna, like Craft Beer Market, for example, they're gonna have to up their prices about $2 to $2.50 per pint in order to try and recover their losses, because they have to pay the extra coin for this. So it's going to come down to the consumer again. The breweries don't, well, some of the breweries aren't happy. Some are the breweries are happy. I was going to try and talk to Graham from Toolshed, and I didn't get a chance to. He wanted me to call. And Graham, I'm really sorry. I really want your opinion on this. He said he spoke to CTV Calgary, and I've been looking for that interview. I have not found it whatsoever. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it at press time, live time, whatever. So he seems like he's on board with this. I think for the fact that a lot of the BC beers are starting to back off now, he's pretty much on board because now we can focus on the Alberta market. He was happy with the other stuff too. Don't get me wrong. He was actually happy about the other tax too. And I can understand why, because that was a cheaper way of doing this. He's also happy that there's grants coming, but no one has said what the grant prices are. Everyone's like, oh yes, we get free money. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You get a grant based on what the price of the new tax is, $1.25. You're still paying tax. That grant isn't free. You're basically getting that grant plus a grant or plus a tax. And if you're not making enough, or you're making your micro, you might gain some of that back, or you might gain all of it back. But if you're doing up the higher numbers, it's gonna be a little different, I feel, because I don't think that the grants are going to be elevated, or they're going to be on that whole scale as well that they used to have. I think it's going to be a solid number, a solid medium number, that where the micros are going to make some money off of it. The people in the middle are going to break even, and the people on top are going to lose money even though the grant is there. That is the way the government works. I mean, come on, let's look at our income tax. You have different elevated income taxes at different levels. You are making between this much and this much, you get taxed 16%. This much to this much, you get taxed 22%. This much, you get taxed 25% and up. If you're making this much, if you make this much and you're getting taxed 22%, you're going to owe money down at the bottom. You're going to owe money down up at the top. You're going to owe money, or you're going to get money down the bottom, and in the middle, you'll break even. That's just the way some of these taxes work. Grants are going to work the same way. It's the Alberta government. And if it changes, I will be absolutely shocked if they have a graded system for their grants. Absolutely shocked. But that's just me. I mean, come on, we've all paid our taxes. We all know what it's about. We all have these grants, and we all know that the grants don't cover everything. I've had grants for my schooling. It didn't cover everything. I still had to pay back some of my money for student loans. Some of the grants I got because I was in a family situation, but I still had to pay money back. And they didn't cover everything because the grant wasn't there. That's why scholarships and everything else are there too. So there's going to be some people that are going to be screwed, and there's going to be some people that are going to be happy, and there's going to be some people that are like, we broke even. It's going to be one of those things that oh, okay. All right, hang on a second here. Sorry, I just got a link here because I've been looking at some of the other stuff, and thank you, Brew Games, for pointing this out. Let's have a look at this, shall we? Damn it. When you give me a link, give it to me fully. You don't have to, or I think I've got it where it doesn't take away the links. You might be okay, but I'll do it this way anyways. Let's see. All right, so this is from the CalgarySun.com. Alberta drinkers could be crying in their suds. Look at this. Alberta's smarter beer makers say a big jump in the government tax take could leave a bitter taste in the mouths of consumers and breweries. On Tuesday, the NDP government announced, so we've got that taking effect August 5th. We already know this. Eliminates the sliding markup scale, as we've discussed. that last fall had some small players like Calgary's Village Brewery paying 10 cents a liter. Okay. Calgary Village Brewery is paying 10 cents a liter. Now they're going to have to go up $1.15 per liter for their taxes. Theoretically, that could translate to a $2 hike in cost of a six-pack beer produced by smaller breweries though brewers say that is unlikely, depending on what they get. Because government said that change will be followed by as a yet announced grant for Alberta's smaller brewers meant to offset the markup hike, which we've discussed. What the change does not bring consistency to the beer products sold throughout Alberta, said Leah Holiday, spokeswoman for the Treasury Board and Finance. There'll be a grant available allowing us to support small brewers, giving them an option to invest across Alberta. Let's read this again here, okay? Let's read this again. I'm going to move this over here so I can see. Okay. So, there'll be a grant available allowing us to support small brewers, giving them an option to invest across Alberta. This grant sounds a little bit fishy, folks. Little bit. We're going to give you a minimal amount of information about this grant because we don't even know what we're going to give you. Tell you what, this grant's going to give you free access to that wheat field over there, that wheat field over there, and that wheat field over there. Your choice of which wheat field you want. We will not charge you anything for that wheat, but you still have to pay $1.25 per liter. The wheat field A has its own independent people in there. It's not bad. It's not bad. Wheat field B might not be bad. Wheat field C might not be bad. These guys get money because we're bringing them to you. That could be what could be the grant is. They don't say it's going to be money. It's just a grant. Grants can be anything. So can property taxes. Details of that grant will be rolled out in the coming weeks, she said. Because they don't have it. They just said it's going to be a grant. Let's offer them money and then they'll just fall over. Sorry. This is the Alberta government. This is the Canadian government. This pisses me off. Smaller to medium-sized beer makers will be hoping that grant is sufficient to compensate a steeper tax take, said Terry Rock, executive director of the Alberta Small Brewers Association. Terry Rock is actually taken over for Greg, who just stepped down. So Terry Rock is the new guy there. We're hoping that grant program will recognize the need for smaller manufacturers to be treated differently than larger ones, said Rock, a group of 30 who represents 30 brewers. Used to be 15, now it's 30. Our hope is that we're no worse off. Well, yeah. It goes on from there. I will put this link in the bottom with all the other links. Now they said something about, here we go, Jim Button. The government does not seem genuine in wanting to help smaller businesses, but the size of the markup hike for his company will jump up nearly 1,200%. 1,200%, said Village Brewery President Jim Button. This could be a $1 in a million conversation for me, said Button, whose Southeast Brewery produces about 10,000 hectoliters a year. They're not that big. It all comes down to steep number two. All comes down steep number two. Wow. All comes down to step number 2, which they haven't told us. Exactly. That's the big one right there. If his brewery has to pay a much steeper markup before there's a grant in hand, or if that grant's too small, I don't have that amount of money to invest in growth. So they're pretty much screwed if that's the case. Village, a well-known brewery in Alberta, will be screwed. These guys have helped other breweries out like Dandy. Dandy is going to be screwed. And they put out a great deal of great beer. New breweries like possibly Bench Creek could be screwed depending on what they do. Um, Other ones like Treble Monk, they could be screwed. A lot of these could be screwed. The other thing I would love to know is if this markup is a $1.25 across the board, what about these startup breweries that are investing in other places? This is the thing that I would love to know. For example, Goat Locker is not open yet, but they're brewing out of Dead Frog Brewery in BC. Will all of a sudden Dead Frog go, okay, guys, you're from Alberta and like you're getting this grant. Can we get some of this grant because you're brewing the beers for us, or we're brewing the beers for you? Sorry, can we get some of that money too? Because yeah, we're BC, we don't get to see this grant. You're Alberta, you get to see this grant. If that's not the case, go find another brewery to deal with in Alberta because we're not touching you. This is going to start a lot of different wars too. And the same's going to go with basically, crap. Now I can't remember who that is. Six Corners, who's still building their place, which should be finished hopefully September, probably longer now. But they're brewing out of Paddock Wood in Saskatchewan. Now would Paddock Wood turn to them and say, guys, love you and all, but we want money. We want more money. You're getting a grant. We want a cut of that grant because we're brewing for you. How about you give us that money? There's no laws stating that these breweries cannot ask for a portion of that grant because they are pretty much gypsy brewing until they can get everything in there. That is a big loophole right there, and the Alberta government has not said shit about that either. And if I gave those breweries ideas, and I'm very sorry, but it is one of those things that is a big concern as well. It's also a big concern for as I said, for the consumers who drink the beer. We are going to look at an increase of $2 to $3 or more per six pack, possibly a 75 cents per liter. So basically 750 milliliters, we're looking at about a buck tax on that, plus whatever the brewers want to charge on top of that, because they have to make up the costs. A lot of these brewers are saying that there will not be a very big deal in the change of prices. I, as a reviewer, spend approximately $200 a fucking month on beer. That sounds like I'm an alcoholic. Possibly could be. But that's a different story altogether. $200 is a lot of money out of my pocket to review beers for people that I don't really talk to. I may have to start going to these breweries and saying, look, I want to stay a reviewer, but I can't afford to review your product. And they'll turn to me and say, well, we can't afford to give you free product because of the government. So they're now screwing a reviewer out of his stuff because he can't afford it. They're screwing a consumer out of his product because they can't afford it. And they're costing the breweries extra money because the consumers can't afford it. So there's going to be more stale products on the shelves, as it'll be sitting beside the US products that have been sitting on the shelves for over 6 months, the Ontario products that have been sitting on the shelves for over 6 months, and everything else, because this tax has now literally screwed everybody. It's now screwing everyone except for the people that are getting the grants, which we don't know what the cost is for that yet. It may not screw them yet. I'm sorry, folks, but this is a horrible, horrible idea at the consumer level. A horrible idea at the BC and Saskatchewan level, because that actually was coming together quite nicely. You saw more collaborations between BC and Alberta. Why? Because they could afford it. Now you're not going to see as many collaborations. Now you're going to see pretty much a battle of our beer's better over yours. This is going to happen because there's no graduated system. BC apparently still has a graduated system and it's working well for them. Yeah, over 100 fucking breweries in BC is working well. Graduated system came in within 6 months, where breweries pretty much tripled in Alberta. Graduated system in Saskatchewan because of the taxes in Alberta. There was a lot more breweries that were starting up in Saskatchewan that a lot of people don't know about because they were still home based and they were trying to make a name. That's going to change as well. It's coming up to be doing a lot of stuff. Yep, see, Brew Games. First time he went up to Sherbrooke Liquor, $300. And the guy reviews beers and he also sits there and he drinks them as well. I mean, that's a lot of money. It is absolutely. Yeah, reviewing under the influence spends a good $400. No wonder he's broke all the time. But the guy puts out the guy's got all. No, you got over 700 reviews right now, plus the ones that were on your old channel. He's pretty much up to at least 900 beers that he's tried. 900 different styles of beers that he's tried in the past little bit. I've now gone with my shorties. I am now up to 400 different videos. And I've spent some money on six packs because I can't find them in singles. I've got these other ones. I'm now working on a second albino rhino. Huh. What? Is that number correct, sir? $3,805? That correct? That deserves a bitch please right there. Yeah, you win. You fucking win. That is insane. And that's the thing. We spend this money on reviewing beers, and now we're going to have to spend more money because the governments are telling us we're taxing the shit. We are taxing the shit out of people, but we're giving people grants. I don't like this. I really don't like this. Breweries are going to be wonderfully compensated for this stuff. And if they're compensated, then I actually will go to the Alberta breweries and say, hey, look, guys, I want some of your beers. I want them to review. I will fully review them in a shorty or a long one or whatever else, but I would like to have some review copies. I do this with some of the other breweries already, and they're very gracious about it, and they're very nice, and I do review them. But now I've got to go to BC and say, okay, well, I've got to spend this kind of money for this beer that's just come in, and it's going to cost more. It's going to be about 13, 14. Well, it's going to be up there. Okay. Like I said, it's going to be really, it's going to be, it's going to be just absolutely brutal. I mean, Albino Rhino, who's in chat right now, we talked about this a little bit in private, and we looked at the numbers. Taxes are heavy on our alcohol. Taxes are absolutely heavy on our alcohol. Not kidding here. They're absolutely brutal. They're like paying for gas for your vehicle. 15 cents of your gas goes towards the company. The rest of it goes into the government's pocket because they want to tax it for different things. I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden we get taxed a carbon tax on our beer because they fucking can. Like, seriously. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to correct it because I'm looking in chat here. Sorry, it's going to take me a bit. 3,805 unique beers, not what he spends a month. I was going to say that's a lot of fucking money. But over 3,800 unique beers for Albino Rhino, and he's one of the guys that does spend money on his beers. He also has a great a great system where he does it. He does a lot of reviews. He also, he's very well known in Ontario. If you haven't seen the Albino, do check his channel out. Do check out Brew Games. Do check out Reviewing Under the Influence. All these guys are amazing. And all these guys understand that we're going to be feeling this pain of what it's going to be like to actually drink these fucking beers. It's not going to get any better. Speaking of which, I'm moving on to my second one, even though the first one's not done. We have got from Root Cellars, it is the Row Hard Root Beer. It comes at 6.7% alcohol by volume. And this actually wasn't that expensive, even though it comes out of Memphis, Tennessee. It's a jolly good day for a boat flight. Wait, what? Well, it's a boat that flies. All right. So let's give this a shot. I've been wanting to try this, but I haven't had the time. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of this new tax hike. I know that there's breweries out there that are. I know there's people out there that have been jumping in it on chats going, "Well, I like it. So what? You like it. How much beer do you drink compared to how much beer we drink? It's a lot. It's a different thing. Oh, you drink a lot of beer? Awesome, awesome. What kind of beer do you drink? Molson Canadian. Get back to me a little bit later on, shall you? Anyways, that smells like what my father used to make. God, these beers, these root beers. You got the caramel smell. You got to have a spice in there, but the head dissipated quickly. It disappeared quicker than the boxer one. This might be a little bit scary. Cheers, folks. Let's see how this one is. That's smooth. Oh, that's delicious. Wow. That actually does not taste like a 6.7% whatsoever. Might be the fact that I was drinking a jalapeno beer beforehand, but that actually tastes really good. That's really quite delightful. I'm actually enjoying this. Um, that's smooth. It's almost creamy, but it's like a diet root beer. You kind of taste like see what's in here. We have water, Melanese. Oh, fuck! You put the sticker over. Really? No wheat, no barley, no gluten. You're welcome. Well, how is this? Root beer is quintessentially American beverage, first brewed by colonists during or making domestic roots, herbs, and spices. These historic small beers did not contain much alcohol. Root Cellars has created a big root beer with an alcohol content that pays homage to its roots. Yes, it's great with ice cream. Yeah, this would be great with ice cream. Um, Sweet. Thank you for the package. Awesome. I get some new beers coming out. Thank you, Albino. This isn't actually bad. It kind of tastes flat because it does go down really quickly. However, it doesn't taste manufactured like Boxer. It doesn't have like a very caramelly taste. It actually has a nice even balance of everything. I think this is the best one that I've had so far. And for 6.7%, this is actually really fucking good. Mm, that's really good. Jesus. Yes, fuck it, Minhas. Um, I always say that Minhas is now the epitome of my dirty, backhanded, just disgusting jokes of beer. Um, yeah, no, they're awful. I will hate Minhas for the rest of my life now. I've third strike, they're out, literally. But you also said, Albino, that you actually enjoyed the watermelon boxer because it tastes like a Jolly Rancher. I didn't taste the beer in it, but again, people have different tastes. So from there, I think what I would like to do is learn more about this tax. I want to find out what I want to see what the coming weeks come out of this. I really do. I really want to find out what kind of stuff comes out of it. I want to find out what the grants are going to be. They may not tell the public what the grants are going to be, because that's the thing. A lot of the times, if you're a brewer, they don't have to tell you this kind of stuff. Excuse me. Just like if you're doing a pretty much crap, and I forgot it, lost my. If you're doing pretty much what it's just different things, they don't have to tell you the costs. I tried to find out the cost from Minhas for what their booth was at the beer fest, and they didn't want to tell me. The Calgary Beer Fest or the Alberta Beer Fest didn't want to tell me, because that's between the relationship of the beer fest and the brewers themselves. It's just like how the government, between the government and the brewers, probably won't tell the public what their costs are for the grants. They're going to try and keep everybody happy, but the consumer is going to suffer on this. Really is. Um, oh, wow! This chat's blowing up. I like this actually. This is the first time I actually seen this chat actually go this wild. Thank you guys. I'm gonna try and keep going live while you guys are chatting here. So if I don't get back to any of your questions, I'm sorry. I'll try and get and approach them later on. But actually they don't have it listed anywhere. As I said earlier in my broadcast, they do not have it listed anywhere. It's not publicized of what the grants are going to be yet. Nobody knows what the grants are. They just announced this, so they're going to try and bring it out in the coming weeks before the April 5th deadline of what the grants are going to be. And like I said, Toolshed's happy about this. Graham is happy about this because he now can keep. He now thinks that the Alberta market will keep a very tight grasp on their own province. BC is probably going to pull out a few of their breweries, by what Global has shown by talking to some of the BC breweries. And some of those, like I said, are going to be pretty much like Parallel 49. We're not going to see a lot of one-ofs anymore. We might see some six-packs of the of Ruby Red, and it's going to be costing us a lot. Central City, we might not see a lot of one-offs anymore, because, well, they won't be able to afford it. Their sour number one costs what, $30 here? It's probably going to cost more, 40 to 45 now, because they have to have the import price, they have to pay the taxes and everything else like that, because they're now a bigger brewery. That's going to jump up in the public's eye. It's going to be just pretty nasty. We're not going to find. See, and I'm learning all this stuff. Albino's in here and he's helping me out because he's done festivals before. And she's telling me that it varies on the cost. I know the Edmonton Beer Fest that's hosted by Liquor Depot, for example. Minhas told me that they take half the ticket costs, or the prices that they spend, to and the other half goes to the company. But they also only charge 50 cents a ticket, whereas the Alberta Beer Fest charges $1 per ticket. So Minhas was charging 4 tickets at both festivals. So it was $2 for one and $4 for the other. But they didn't realize they were charging $4 for the other. So they claim. It's quite there's a lot of different things that I personally don't know. I personally don't have the knowledge of, and I will admit that. But as a consumer, this is what I'm seeing as a trend. I mean, I don't have a lot of U.S. beers here anymore. I don't have a lot of international ones. I got Nugne O's beers from Nugne for pretty much me to review, because they want to help keep the stuff going in our province and in our country, because it's costing them a little bit more and it's costing the consumer an arm and a leg because it's so costly, which I can see and I can understand that. And I love Nugne stuff. I really do. But I'm just a geek like that. I honestly love Nugne stuff. Yeah. But I mean, you have like the Quebec breweries, we're going to see less of. We already started to. Muskoka pulled out of Alberta because they were upset with the tax costs. They were upset about the East versus West. The other thing I didn't get into, oh, okay, here we go. The other thing I kind of missed out on, because of this tax increase, a lot of people are speculating that it is the steam whistles injunction that they put on Alberta that has caused this. This can be true. Um, oh, two different free. Okay. Well, at least they're interesting to try. I mean, there's. I was gonna tell you that they're kind of older. But yeah, the steam whistle. Um, they walked out. They walked out of Alberta and they said no, no more. Kind of glad they did. Steam Whistle, well, sorry, Steam Whistle didn't walk out. Muskoka walked out. Steam Whistle has put an injunction on, and they're the first to do it. And the Alberta government sort of went, okay, hold on, we might have an issue here, because there's also something going on in, I want to say Newfoundland, and I think it's Newfoundland, where there is a lawsuit coming out, and it's gone to the grand jury in regards to someone being charged because he brought in beers from another province. There's also the law of the free trade agreement between provinces that includes the whole alcohol thing. Now, again, things have changed a lot now with the Great West Agreement, or the West Coast Agreement. That's not only killed the law that was supposed to be free trade, it also divided the country together, or divided the country. And now a steam whistle's injunction and that other lawsuit, Alberta had to really backtrack because they pretty much fucked up on this whole graduated system. They could still do the graduated system. BC does the graduated system. Alberta could still do the graduated system within Alberta, but they just have to charge everyone outside a certain price. $1.25 per liter is a huge jump if they did it, and it's not the first jump either. This is the third, well, second, now third, I guess, because they're backtracked. Third jump of taxes in 2 years for the sin tax, but now just beer. They dropped it on. They did it on beer. Before it was cigarettes and beer and alcohol. Now it's just beer because beer is a major producer. The thing is, they haven't done pop. They haven't done junk food. They haven't done anything else that is classed as a sin tax. They've just done it to two items: beer and smokes. People smoke, people drink beer. We're in a shitty economy right now where both of those go hand in hand when you're in a depression state. So they are pretty much taxing the shit out of someone who may have just lost a job because they want to sit down and have a drink and think about what just fucking happened. Sorry, we have to tax you for your depression. And then afterwards, they go to the doctors and get medication for depression as well. I know it's not a joking matter. It really isn't, because this is huge in Alberta, but in a sense, the government is also exploiting that too. But again, just my thoughts. Only my thoughts on this. I could talk about this for hours. I really could, and it kind of upsets me. And I know I want to get Graham's thoughts on it because I talked to him. I wanted to talk to him. He said, call me. I never did. I'm sorry, Graham. Got busy. Went on vacation. But it's going to be an interesting few weeks. We've got, what, 3 more weeks until this comes to light. And there's going to be some more changes, some more revisions because they have to do this stuff. And I thought they would have to pass a bill for taxes, but obviously I'm wrong on that because they didn't last time. I love the fact, the hard part about this is I don't see, like, they're talking about flying monkeys in the chat here. I'm sad because I don't get to see as many flying monkeys one-ups anymore in Alberta because of this. You saw a significant drop. Their paranormal, which blew me away the year before this tax came in, sold out instantly. The year after, they were having a tough time selling it in Alberta. And it is a fine, fine pumpkin beer. But now they had trouble selling it. There's I don't know. There's going to be a decline. There is seriously going to be a decline in a lot of these beers that come in. There's going to be a decline in everything else that comes in, and it's going to suck. It really is going to suck. But I've got to still do reviews. That's who I am. I still have to review because I want to explain these beers to you guys. I mean, hell, collaboration number two, $2.58 for a can, a tall can, right there. But of course, it was a average beer. Um, oh, hang on. Whoa, seriously? Okay, I just got a report here that Innocent Gun is pulling out of Alberta. That's gonna make my brother-in-law pissed. He is a big Innocent Gun fan. Um, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt badly because Innocent Gun is big. It is awesome. It was wow, wow. Yeah, that's a big one. If I would love to see where you found about Innocent Gun pulling out, but I'm sure, honestly, Albino, right, I trust your thing when you say something. It does ring true because you know your shit. Um, yeah, Innocent Gun pulling out that's huge. That's gonna be a big fuck. Oh, okay, I'm moving. Fuck it, I'm done. I'm done. I'm moving to BC. That's it. Oh God. Wow. Wow. Innocent Gun. But yeah, I can see Central City moving out. I can see Parallel 49 moving out. I can see Yellow Dog moving out. Those collaborations, those we had a thing that we went to, Brew Games and I went to, where they were introducing these guys coming into Alberta, welcoming them in with open arms. Now that's not happening. They're probably going to pull out because they can't afford it. Seriously, the Alberta government really needs to get their head out of their fucking ass. And I'm probably going to get a knock on my door by Secret Service somewhere. Um, oh. Yep. Okay. All right. All right. Nope. That's good to know. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like it's coming true to life. There's been some good things. So yeah. It's yeah, that's a big one if Innocent Gun pulls out. Jesus. Wow. That's gonna leave a big hole on Alberta shelves. We have a lot of the ING brands. Dude, serious, this is huge. This is absolutely huge. Yeah. And now he's probably pulling out badly. Yeah, okay. See, that's oh God. Well, you know what? If honestly, I've got to say, if Innocent Gun pulls out, that means there's going to be a bunch of other guys pulling out. And if a bunch of other guys pull out, the Alberta government and the brewers of Alberta are going to have to start to listen because there'll be people going, well, you know what? Maybe it's time to go on the wagon. However, Calgary Stampede, we have Budweiser. We have Budweiser. We've got anything that's from InBev. We have nothing local. There is no local breweries at the Calgary Stampede because the Calgary Stampede wants the major markets, because they want the guys to come in and spend $8, $9, $10 per beer just at the Calgary Stampede. Yet this year they actually dropped the price once for 2 hours so that people would come, and they made it free today between 2 and 4 so that people would come. The weather's been shitty. We've had rain all week, but at the same point in time, they say that the attendance is up by 30%. No, it's not. It's not at all. It's not up. There's no way it could be up by 30%. We've had so much shitty weather, but it could very well be because of the Canadian dollar with Alberta or with the Americans coming up and going to the Stampede. That could be a good cause, and that's why Budweiser and everybody else is sticking around there, because everything is relied on the American dollar right now for the Calgary Stampede. I would love to see them change this next year where we have some local breweries. The other thing we're not going to see because of this is we're not going to see a lot of collaborations between BC and Alberta anymore. There's going to be a lot of hate between the two. And so we're probably not going to see a lot of collaborations come through. So you're going to see less beers that way. I would love to say that this is going to be a good thing, but it's not. To the breweries, it's going to be a good thing because they get grants. To us, it's going to fucking suck. Yes, we might be paying an extra $2 to $3, but when you buy 30 beers to review in 30 days or anything else like that, or you go to craft beer market and spend $7 a beer, $1,600, $7 for a local beer, for a pint of beer of Brewery Far, $7 a pint. So that's a lot of money too for a local beer. Now you pay an extra $1.25. So now that's going to be up to $9 at least for that beer, because they have to compensate for that cost, because the Brewery Far is still brewing out of Tool Shed until they get their stuff going. So they're going to have to eat that cost somewhere, and it's going to have to cost Tool Shed, Brewery Far, the distributor, and everybody else. And he doesn't have bottles yet. No bottles in there yet. So it's going to be a lot of money going into it. It's going to be a lot of money coming out of it to the government, not to us. It's going to suck. It really is going to suck. I would love to see more. I'd love to see something come out of this, but it's not going to. There's going to be some shitty things. So I think I've said my piece on that. When I talk to Graham, I'll let you know what his thoughts on it are. I know he's not too bad. We had some Twitter chats back and forth. Some people were happy, some were upset. Other people were like, you know what? Why don't you guys just shut the fuck up until everything comes through? I would love to shut the fuck up, but I'm not happy about this because they've changed it with no notice, at least to the consumer. The breweries might have known, but we didn't till now. So it's going to be more expensive and it's going to suck. But that's part and parcel of living in Alberta under an NDP government right now. So what do I have coming up? Well, I'm doing more beer shorties. I'm doing a lot more. I've kind of got some stuff that I'm going to start pulling out of my cellar because they're hitting the 3-year mark. So I'm going to try and start looking at that. I've got an Imperial IPA, which I've been cellaring, and it's going to be good or it's going to be bad because it's from Granville Island. So we're going to experiment with that one. I do have a Nugne O, the Tokyo Horizon Black, which I've been cellaring for a year. I may pull that out, I may not. I've got the 2nd and 3rd editions, which Albino Rhino I sent to him. He said it was different. I don't know if he reviewed them or not, and if he has, he hasn't posted them yet, but if he hasn't. So that's going to be interesting. I also have a few other ones. I really have to get a hold of everybody. So for my 100th anniversary, we are going to try and schedule it for August. I have got 3 weeks where there's going to be no family, no kids, nobody else, and I'm going to schedule the 100th episode, which is going to contain a beer out of Amsterdam Brewing, which I have been holding on to and I've been wanting so badly, as well as another beer from Stanley Park Brewing, which I have not wanted to have so badly. I really would like to get those done August 18th through 26th. No problem. I'll be making it early August is what I'm looking at. So we'll be doing it hopefully early August. I will try and get Johnny Old School, who's been working at Trolley 5, and he says it's awesome. I actually went to, actually come to think of it, I went down to Trolley 5. Wow. Holy crap, that place is amazing. They've got some good beers out of there. Trolley 5 has got some amazing beers out of their stuff. And they're on the main strip of 17th Avenue, which is huge over the summer. So they've got the patio. Used to be the old Melrose place. These guys are one of the breweries that are going to be up and coming and amazing. As long as they keep their product really just above par. Yes, actually, it's the Double Tempest. It's the Double Tempest that I have from, yeah. So, 200 videos in backlog. Holy shit. God, I didn't have that many. I don't like backlog, but that's just me. Oktoberfest planning and, oh, okay. All right. So we got a 1,000th review coming up. Wow, we got a lot of things. So I might be doing something with reviewing under the influence in October. But yes, I do have to do my 100th. It's not 1,000, obviously, but I do have to do that. And as I said, it's going to be good. Script's done. I've already got one thing. I've just got everybody else to get on board. And yeah, this is going to be the ones where I actually do a little bit of a fun thing in the beginning, like I've done with the Cold Cock Whiskey, the oh shit, a few other things, the Halloween episodes. Yes, they'll be involving getting dressed up, and I will be suffering for it, and you guys will be suffering for it too, because what I'm getting dressed up in, your eyes may be burning, not gonna lie. So we've got those coming up. So August, keep your guys' schedules open. I'll be getting hold of you. Ooh, God, great things. That's there's I would love to go back to BC over the summer, but I can't, because that would be one I would love to get some more beers from them. I felt so bad because I'm almost out of my BC beers. I've got a lot of the 6-packs left, but other ones I'm almost done. I've got more reviews that I have to do from reviewing under the influences set he gave to me. I've got a few of them that I should have done earlier because they're IPAs, but they're in cans, so they may hold longer. I've got a couple of nice ones that I really want to do, but I want to make them special ones. I'm going to be finishing off that 12-pack of the Brew Brothers that I've been fighting through. Plus, I want to do a couple of growlers of ones that are not in bottles. The Brewery Far, I want to do the Far and Away, and I want to do a proper review of that one too. However, for now, I've got 2 beers on my table. For the people who have not seen this before, this is where I torture and suffer myself for just you guys. This is what the segment I would like to call is the Franken Brew. Now, I've chosen 2 different styles of beers on purpose. Absolutely on purpose. Yes, I still have to go out to the 2-year beer fest in May. I just about came out this year, but my funds got low. I'm hoping to do and come out to your beer fest, the Albino Rhinos Beer Fest in May. It's all for Ronald McDonald House, and I'm all about charities. I want to come out there in the next year or 2 if you're still holding it. It all comes down to affordability and making it out, obviously. Ontario is not cheap to fly out to, and it's not cheap to stay in. So it'll cost a little bit more. But. So, Frankenbrew. For the people who saw what the first one was, it is the Jalapeno 777 from Scuttlebutt. It is a nice spicy beer. Got a little bit of flavor to it, but I don't deem it as an actual Belgian style ale because it doesn't have a lot of flavors you would find in a Belgian style ale because of that jalapeno spice in there. It kind of takes away from it. And I have the root beer from Root Cellars. Two different styles right here. Welcome to the Frankenbrew, folks. This is where I either get sick or enjoy it. So, as you see, we have got a murky, muddy, ugly color. The head's staying on here. It didn't stay in the root beer, but the head's staying in here because of the beer. That's different. That's quite different. The smell. Plastic. Fucking root beer plastic. With a hint of jalapenos in there. Ah, yeah. Well, this is going to be something else. Oh. Well, it doesn't smell too bad. It's got like a root beer spice. It's got an extra spicy root beer. All right, fine, guys. Cheers. Oh, that's wild. Okay, so it does kill the taste a little bit. It does kind of kill it a little bit. You get the sweetness of the root beer, and then afterwards the jalapeno hits the back of your throat and tries to come through. But then you get sort of like an artificial taste on top of that. That's kind of disgusting. Wow, I'm gonna be drinking the rest of that from the bottle and not touching that anymore. That was a bad thing. I should not have done. This is my week summed up. A two different style beer that tastes like shit. That's my week right there. However, Stampede's over and done with. It's done with as of 11:30 tonight. We don't have Stampede here anymore. Thank God for that. All you tourists, get the fuck out. Go home. Sober up somewhere else. We had fun. They had fun there, but we're done. Go to Edmonton. Go for Klondike Days. Go up there. Enjoy that. Oh, Boxer is liquid hate. I'm going to fully admit Boxer is liquid hate. Wow, guys, this has been awesome. Like, I'm sorry, you guys have been amazing in this chat. I don't want to end this broadcast because then the chat stops. You guys have got a great thing going on here. For the people that are watching right now, I've got great people in this chat that have been chatting back and forth, and I've missed a lot of their stuff, and I'm really sorry for that. But you guys have been going back and forth, and it's been awesome to see. I'm not leaving quite yet. I'll stick around if you want. Tell you what, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. You guys have been so awesome here. Let's see. What am I looking for? Oh, weak sauce. You guys have been really awesome in that. You really have. Like, you guys are fucking rocking it. This is the first time I've had a lot of people sitting here chatting. And again, don't want to fucking spoil this because this is fucking awesome. It really is. What am I looking for here, guys? Yeah, give me a second. I'm looking here for stuff. Oh my god. So no, we've got a lot of things going on in chat and I don't want to hang up. In fact, I really don't want to hang up. You guys have been I'm pantless. There's things you don't want to know, Albino. There's things that you don't I would like to say I'm pantless too, but I'm not. Um Dude, you don't want Albino that sorry. I'll be good here. Um yeah, no, you guys have been pretty fucking awesome here. You really have. I've actually enjoyed seeing you guys been in chat, and it's been absolutely wonderful. It's been amazing to see you guys there. It's been absolutely brilliant. So I would love to get you on here, and I'm trying to find the link to get you on here. Invite people. There we go. You know, who wants to come on chat? I should have done this earlier. Who wants to come on and chat? Tell you guys what. Dude, you got some amazing shit. Albino, you got some amazing shit. Yeah, your pool reviews, your shower reviews kind of scare me a little bit, but I'm glad that the camera's all steamed up for the most part. Uh, well, I'm just looking in chat, but yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna say this. If you guys want, let's hear you weigh in on a basis here. Um, oh yeah, the bathroom reviews. Jesus Christ, guys. Albino Rhino does a lot of reviews for the people who are watching later on. He does a lot of great reviews of different things, from pretty much bathroom reviews, shower reviews, pool reviews. He also does video game streams as well, and he does beer reviews. So it's good to see. So wow, like I said, I'm watching the chat for everyone that's watching. It's great. Um, if you want to join me live, by all means, let's talk, let's chat, whatever. I can stay on for a little bit longer. I think. I don't think there's anything else going on. I'm not sure. Um, but if you want, let me know, and I'll shoot you a line, and I'll let you know. Yes, hot sauce and weird food reviews too. Huh. So, tell you what, for everyone in chat, there, Merry Christmas. It's an open invitation to come join me. You're probably going to see this 30 seconds later after I posted that, but it's an open invitation. If you want to come on in, by all means. I have no problems with that. But if I don't know you, I might kick you out, depending on what you say. If you say that I'm going to give you free beer, PK, then by all means, stick around. If you don't give me that free beer, then I'll come after you. Probably not, but you know. So, yes, I want to do more Twitch stuff. I do. I want to do more Twitch stuff. Yeah, since I've been branching out doing games like brew games here, he wants to do more Twitch stuff, and he actually joined me on a live one as well, which is actually quite nice. But I pretty much I've kind of run out of things to say. Oh, there's a new brewery coming into Alberta as well. That seems like it's going to be interesting. Albino Rhino covered it a little while ago. Hey, we have got one person showing up. Jordan.
How's it going, bud?
Good, yourself. Your camera. Hey, there. Holy shit. The Rhino's in.
Oh, with the camera on my laptop. I put tape over it because lately I've been paranoid about the NSA.
Dude, the NSA is fucking. The NSA. So we've
I
got.
know it's irrational. I know it's an irrational fear, but you know what?
A lot of people have it. It's all good. Albino, how you doing, buddy?
Free beer over here.
Oh, look at you! You've actually come and joined us. My God, I've got a guest. That's all awesome. Oh, what we got
Free
drinking?
beer over here.
Free beer over there. Is it in a dark van too?
Actually, we do own a dark van. Just to be serious about it. Yeah, our van is dark.
I've got a black SUV. Does that count?
No, not as much.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't have sliding doors. So how you guys doing tonight? You guys were rocking it in the channel there. I was like, fuck, I can't keep up with you guys.
That's okay. When I do video game streams, I can't keep up with anybody. But that's because I'm blind and all.
Well, yeah, there's that too. Well, I'm kind of blind here. I don't have my glasses on. And Joe joined in too. Joy, you just had to join in, didn't you?
I just had to join in, yeah.
So I've been watching you guys talk back and forth. I know I've talked with Albino about this, and I know Jordan's pissed off about this. The whole Alberta government seems to be fucking us pretty hard. And I personally don't like it. I don't know what. I know from someone from the East Coast, it really doesn't really make too much of a difference to you, does it?
I'll be 100% honest with your changes there, and we talked about it in private messages. It's a funny thing because the only reason it changed was the injunction and what's going on over in New Brunswick, and fear of the Supreme Court coming and saying what the fuck after the New Brunswick shit is over and done with. But at the same time, you have to be careful what you wish for because everybody wanted it to change, but nobody thought it would change to being the highest tax bracket of them all.
Yeah, this is also the government, though. They want the most fucking money out of us.
Well, when
Go ahead, Jordan.
When the NDP came into power, I was kind of cringing a bit, but I figured they'll probably do good for local beer, you know? And they have, but they also fucked everyone else out of everything, you know? The fact that I have to pay $15 for a bomber of Stone's beers just pisses me off.
Oh yeah, and you're a big Stone fan. I mean, I'm a big Nikazi fan. Granted, the latest one they have out, their I would like to say their Run beer. I can't remember the full name of it. Only costs $10 here right now.
The Deer Run IPA?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's only 10.
Ninkasi's products are pretty well priced out here.
They are, and I mean, the hard part is like now back getting stuff like, for example, from East. You guys were talking about Flying Monkeys. They've dropped a lot of their products coming out here. They're one-ofs. I don't see as many of anymore after the tax came in.
The only ones I can find now are the Smash Bomb IPA, or Atomic Smash Bomb IPA, and the 12 Minutes to Destiny Hibiscus Pale Lager.
Oh, which one did you get there?
They're not the greatest.
What you drinking there? I can't quite see it. You'll
I'm
have to
drinking Brickworks Queen Street 501 semi-sweet cider.
Ooh, that actually doesn't sound too bad.
This is actually the very last brewing before they were bought by Labatt. Well, bought by Mill Street, which was bought by Labatt.
Oh, Chad, I saw you reviewed Central City's Hopping Mad grapefruit cider.
The cider Radler.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Didn't like it?
No.
Well, I thought it was pretty decent, but
Fuck that shit. Fuck it. I got to remember that the camera's on. I got to turn this back off until I want it on. Because literally, I am wearing nothing other than this shirt.
That works. Are you drinking anything there, Jordan?
Falco IPA. Nearly done.
Nice. Okay, that's right. You kind of showed that. And Joe's
Did I
disappeared. Oh,
Sorry, is that a beer? Had to grab another one.
and which
So
one are you
all
drinking?
three of you from Alberta?
Yes.
All three of us are.
I've actually worked with Joe on a few of the things. He's actually in Calgary with me. Oh, you're doing the original 16. Very
I am.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Joe and I have worked on a couple of crossovers. He's got a co-host, Adam, that works up in Edmonton, or past Edmonton, so he comes down every now and then. And as he was saying in chat there, he does a lot of games and beer reviews. Jordan, obviously, you know, he does like beers fucking faster than any. Well, both you and Joe do beer reviews so goddamn quickly. I don't know how you guys do it. But I mean, yeah, three of us are in Alberta, so we're all going to be paying this year price of this tax going up, and it's going to be interesting. I don't like it.
I'm still gonna buy the brewery's beer. No, I absolutely love the brewery, so I don't think there's a price high enough that I wouldn't pay for their stuff.
Which is understandable. And like the brewery is they're one of the high class ones. I mean, I don't know. Like, do you guys in Ontario? Do you guys get a lot of different beers from the west at all, or is it a lot just Eastern beers?
It all matters, and things will come in at different times of year. Like we've had Fat Tug twice, but again, you're getting them at least 10 weeks old. It's funny because you'll get a beer from BC that has been sitting in a warehouse as long as a beer from England, and they'll both hit the shelf at the same age, and it's a really intriguing thing. The LCBO practices an aging process that I call neglect. And that's what you get to deal with.
It's not much
Well,
better
who-
in Alberta, though, considering.
Who was it who found a pack of Soda City that was dated back to November just recently?
Sorry, which?
Lone Tree IPA from Soda.
That was what's his face? Winter is Coming. So Brandon.
Yeah.
And
that's-
I mean that one though doesn't come down to the LCBO as much as that comes down to the salesperson from Sawdust City. Part of your job as a salesperson, if you have a certain territory, is to go into the beer stores and the LCBOs that sell your product and the bars that sell your product and make sure they're not selling really old product and to get it off the shelf if it is. That's part of your job. There's neglect from the LCBO, and then there's neglect from the brewery, and the brewery does have a portion to do in this as well.
Yeah, we have an issue with that with Alberta as well. Everything goes through Liquor Connect, and there's been a lot of recently. There's been some reps who have been like not following up on what's in the warehouse, and so there's a lot of stuff that's been just sitting there for months and months and months, and then when a store wants to like order some of that and sell it, such as like craft sellers, they can't tell how old it is when they go to order it. It just says, hey, we have this, order it. It doesn't say the age or anything. So by the time they put the order in and it arrives into their store, they realize it could be like, they had an instance recently actually with, of course I'm going to forget the name of this brewery from Japan.
Is it
but
Hitachino Nest?
not Hitachino, it's, what was that, Jordan?
Baird's.
Yeah, Baird. So Baird beer.
Yeah.
Their stuff was like dated back almost 2 years ago.
Yeah,
And They just
They
couldn't
have
sell
that
it,
problem.
right? People wouldn't buy it because they see the date label on it, and they're like, I'm not going to touch that. And
They have that
Steve actually
problem
gave
with
me a couple bottles to try, and they tasted just fine, but they're just not sellable because someone's going to see the date label and be like, "There's no way I'm going to buy a 2-year-old beer."
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
one of the things I want the dating label on the beer, but I understand why breweries don't want to put it because of just that. I mean, a
Yeah.
beer can last 5, 20, 50, 30, 40. I have 60-year-old beer in a box over on the other side, and when I stand up, I'll go and grab a couple of them. But a beer
Oh,
can
this-
last. Beer can last forever, but people have this tendency that if it's not fresh, it's not good, and that's only true in certain styles. I mean, there are styles that are meant to sit.
Yeah.
There are, and there's also styles that aren't meant to sit, like the IPAs, for example. A lot of people like them fresh. I know Jordan loves his fresh IPAs. A lot of people like them, and because they have to have it fresh, you don't get that ghosting, as a lot of people say.
It pissed me off at the end. I was camping and I decided, hey, I'm going to get a 6-pack of a nice IPA, go out camping. And I found out Phillips Bottle Rocket ISO. It was dated back to November 19th. And
See,
not a fan.
I get what's going on with IPAs. I mean, I'm personally like a New Zealand hop fan, so you need to have those within the first 4 to 6 weeks, or else you might as well not drink it because then you're just eating a caffeine pill. But at the same time, the idea
Same
that
with
an IPA needs to be fresh is a complete and utter creation of the modern day. I mean, what was an IPA? An IPA was a barrel-aged beer with copious amounts of hops. It sat for 7 months before you drank it. And I actually want to get a brewery that will actually do that. I want to find a brewery that will actually do a true to historic documents IPA, but every single brewery I've talked to will not do it.
Well, that was for preservation, not flavor.
Yes, I know, but
most
I
lambic,
want that. I want to try that, especially because it sat in a barrel for 7 months.
the Belgian lambic brewers in Lambic, Belgium, out there, they used, I think it was 4 times the amounts of hops, but they aged them so all the alpha acids got out of it, and it was just left with the preservatives. It came down to like 2 IBUs so it could get sour. But they use like 4 times as much hops as any other beer. Pretty cool. Uh, just aging hops, I guess.
That's pretty decent. I mean, like, for me, I'm a barrel person myself. IPAs, I can't taste the ghosting. I can't taste if it's been sitting there for a long period of time. I'll be honest, I don't have the palates that a lot of you guys have. I know what I taste on an average person's palate, pretty much. But I love my stouts. I love my barrel aged stouts, and that's why I love. When I move, I'm going to have a cellar full of fucking stouts everywhere. It's just gonna be the way it's gonna be because I like to age that kind of stuff.
Oh, dude, speaking of, I can't wait to try that Even More Jesus, man.
That is an amazing beer. We did a review on that a while ago, and that is actually really cool.
Yeah.
But I mean, like for me, if I got something that's an IPA, I'll throw it in the fridge, and I'll let it sit there for a while so it slows the process of it aging down. Um, there's a lot of different there's a lot of different styles that I still have to learn about, and I know that there's a lot of styles that I enjoy. But now these people are doing sours, and they're becoming so repetitive. There's people. Oh, what's that one?
That's a 40-year-old bottle of Tenpenny.
Oh my god, that's
Wow.
an actual English beer, isn't it?
And unfortunately, I don't have my flashlight on me, so you can't see the lava lamp going on.
That's awesome.
Apparently, you get the shits for like 3 days from drinking those, or what?
I have from some of them, but I've learned not to really swallow all that much anymore when I do these. How about an original Labatt's Blue?
Holy shit.
Dude, that's awesome. That's before there was
The
such
cap
thing
is
as
the cap's a little rusty, but hey, we're okay with that.
that is awesome. I actually I wish I grabbed my grandfather's one. He had a can of Old Milwaukee, and it was from at least the 70s. The way the can looked.
I have a bunch
Uh,
of cans from the 70s too, but I won't drink a can from the 70s.
there's a local convenience store that has this old German beer mug, like stone beer mug for their pens and stuff. And it's from a brewery that closed down like 20 years ago. And every time I see it, I'm just like, I gotta buy this off you guys. Like, that is awesome.
Nice. Guys, talk amongst yourselves for a minute. My bladder is full, and I need to relieve it. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Do you pee in the sink like I do, or are you a real man? Go to the toilet.
Unfortunately, there is no sinks downstairs, so I've got to climb up to the window and pee out that. I'll be right back.
So
Yeah,
I'll wait till he comes back and talk about that. I actually, out of curiosity, have you guys ever had any breweries in Alberta that's put out a beer that you drank and you were like, "Why the fuck was this put out?" Like, I have a brewery that I just reviewed 11 beers from. 11 beers from. 4 of them were good, and the other 7 were diacetyl fucking butter bombs, and it just enraged me to a point that I had a 15-minute tirade in a video I just recorded tonight.
Well, we have Minhas, so.
Well, yeah, well, you know what? Minhas
honestly,
beers are horrible. Like, they're bad beers,
Yeah.
but they're not. They don't have brewing defects in them. They're just gross.
Yeah.
they're just
Um,
cheap ingredients. That's the main
like
thing.
they're just bad. They're bad tasting beers, but they don't have any defects in them. Like, this pissed me off. Like, these guys are a brew pub, so they have a restaurant. Their prices are expensive to begin with. They're in Simcoe, and their slogan is "Fresh is better." Well, sorry, not fresh. Local just tastes better. Local doesn't taste better when local beer is fucking shit. When you're putting out shit that's just filled with diacetyl, it's garbage. You know what? I understand you don't want to toss out an entire batch of beer, but don't can it and sell it to me. You know what you can do with it? Because you have a brew pub? Make beer battered wings, beer cookies, beer bread, beer everything. You can use
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Yeah, speaking of shit that just shouldn't exist, I figure, well, I love Big Rock and what they've been doing lately, but I had one beer from them, their Rhinestone Cowboy Coast, and
Oh, that's a
probably the
shit
worst
beer.
I've had.
Dan sent me that.
I don't know
beer.
why it exists.
No, he sent me the Cowboy Session Ale, the Cowboy Ride.
The Cowboy Crusher? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Parallel 49 and Charlie 5.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that
it.
was pretty decent. But I find Big Rock's flavor profile is good with big ass stouts, nice Scotch ales, stuff like that, big heavy stuff. But their session beers are just fucking awesome.
Yeah.
See, I remember one of my first craft beers was years ago was the Grasshopper, and I didn't mind it back then, and now I can't drink it myself.
Yeah, I used to love Grasshopper as well, but now I just can't do it.
I like their traditional ale.
The
But
Warthog,
again, that's a heavier one.
I enjoyed Warthog. I could drink Gopher if I had to, but when it comes to craft lagers, I get agitated because you're looking at a beer that has this big price tag because it's a craft beer, and they're trying to be a macro beer, but they just hop it to all hell. When I want a lager, I don't want to be drinking a bit like hop water. I want to just something that I can just put down forever. So I mean, in all honesty,
Yeah, if I'm planning on drinking lots of beer, what I like to do is drink a big ass IPA or Imperial Stout, take out a 6-pack of coconut, you know?
yeah,
Just
like
to-
I would rather, if I'm going for a lager, I'd actually rather a macro beer, which pisses off a lot of people. You're supposed to be a craft beer guy. Well, I am, but I
No,
don't
I'm
want.
a beer guy. I'm a good beer guy. No, lots of craft breweries are complete bullshit. Well, not lots. A few of them are. There was one from Louisiana or someplace, or Shipyard, I think it was called.
Oh, Shipyard is Maryland.
Oh, wasn't a fan.
The Shipyard is a very special beer, special to my heart. Mr. Pugsley can fuck himself. Sorry, Dan, you invited me in. I swear a lot.
Oh, fuck, whatever. You see this
Fuck
metal
whatever.
fucking head?
I'm Alan Pugsley, and I make the best beer ever, even though it's fucking horrible.
Dan, fuck whatever is the #1 rule in a horse playbook.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
because you talked about loving barrels, I reviewed this beer tonight, which is Bo's The Big Sleepy. It's part of their Phase 3 of their Greener Futures project. And I really love Bo's, but this beer pissed me off. So it's, and you probably can't even read it, but it's 5 different beers in different barrels. Well, sorry, it's 5 different barrels. It's 4 different Matt Sleepy Time Belgian IPAs, and then just for shits and giggles, a bourbon barrel-aged lug tread. So there's Matt Sleepy Time in red wine barrels, in white wine barrels, in rum barrels, in whiskey barrels, and then Bo's Lug Tread, which is their Kolsch in bourbon barrels. Why the fuck did you send me this all mixed together to be a fucking mess, instead of sending me all 5 of these separately? I would have loved to have seen what the different barrels did to the beer.
So they basically just shit in a bucket and send it to you.
Well, that's what they do with the Greener Future stuff. When Greener Futures first came out, the first year, it was like, here's our Screaming Beaver double IPA in a bourbon barrel. Have this. It's really good. And then as time went on, it's like they had no ideas anymore. And they're like, hey, we have like 15 bottles of 15 different barrels of this. Let's just mix it with this and this and this. And this is what it's become. And it's just saddening.
That's a little too extensive for barrel aging, if you ask me.
Well, you lose all the intricacy, right? Like,
Exactly.
all those nuances get lost if you're putting them all together into one little bottle. Like,
And I mean-
you're doing a different barrel for each style. You want to see what each one does to that beer. You don't want to just throw it all into one bottle.
You have 4 different variants of Matt Sleepy Time Stout in 4 different barrels. Send me those 4 different barrels so I can see what each barrel did to the beer. And then I really want to see what the bourbon barrel did to Lug Tread, because I mean, the bourbon barrel, like a Lug Tread's just a Kolsch, an easy drinking Kolsch. Innocent Gun Original, which is a beer I love, is just a fucking ESB in an oak barrel. So a Kolsch in a bourbon barrel makes me think I would love it just as much.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, see, this is what I'm looking forward to for our 100th review. And I'm spoiling it, but whatever. I am really looking forward to seeing what that is all about. The Double Tempest from Amsterdam.
You should have told me you had the 2015, because I could have sent you a 14, 13, 12, 11, and 10.
Oh, Jesus, that would have been awesome. Hey, you still can. I'm not going to stop you.
It's true, I could. You got to remember how many concussions I've had, though, and how easily I remember things.
That's okay. We have it on video now, so we're all good.
Yeah, I was off topic, but I was out camping this weekend with my family. We always get together every year. I have like 50 cousins, 50 or 60. And yeah, I gotta say the high point of the weekend, or one of the high points, was I found a bottle of Goose Island's Matilda 2014 vintage. Belgian style Brett ale, or with Brett and shit. That was fantastic. Tasted like cherries.
That would be actually pretty damn good. So, I would actually enjoy that.
Uh-oh.
I enjoy Goose Island's non-shitty beers.
There's an uh-oh over there. What'd you do?
I'm holding one of the antennas for my wireless internet right now.
Oh, you done fucked it up.
Speaking of Brett's, has anyone had the Enjoy After yet from Stone?
I have. I bought it fresh from their brewery last year, and it was fantastic.
Yeah.
I say enjoy before rather than enjoy after. I love it fresh, so you can
Okay.
still put it in the box.
'Cause I've got 2 bottles of it that I got last year, and I'm still holding on to them. They're supposed to be, probably as of right now, I think they're ready to go. I think they're at
Yeah.
7/14, 2016. So I haven't tried them yet.
Review one now, and then in like 2 years, review it again with a fresh bottle side by side.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Okay, Chad, I have
Um,
to ask you. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Ground Control 2.0 came out, the barrel-aged one.
Yes, 30
So
bucks
I've
a
got
bottle.
that, and I have the one from last year. So I'm planning to do a vertical tasting of last year's Ground Control and the one that just came out. And Steve from Craft Sellers is actually wanting to cook me dinner to like do that with him.
Nice.
Be right
So-
back. I'm gonna grab a beer.
All right.
I'm drinking New Belgium's Heavy Melon Watermelon Lime Ale.
I reviewed that
Ooh,
one.
a lime ale.
It wasn't bad. I actually enjoyed that.
It's
Is it a
okay.
wheat beer though? Is there wheat in it?
Let's see here.
I feel like there would be.
Yeah, it does seem like a wheat beer concept, eh?
To be able to
It was
capture
clear,
those
so I'm gonna
flavors.
say no.
I have no idea. No, I don't think so. I think it's just extract and shit, but it tastes decent.
I'll have to
It
look
is-
it up.
It's a good summer beer for what it has. They've also got a cookie dough one coming out soon too. That one-
New Belgium sour beers are out of this world in my opinion. They're Napoli and Espoir, I think they're called, and oh fuck, I love them. That's my kind of stuff. Anything that damages my enamel, I'm down with.
Totally understand. I'm almost out of beer. I don't know what I'm gonna have. God
You're
damn
almost
it.
out of beer. I'm not.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually not a wheat beer. That's amazing. I have to pick that up and try it out.
Don't get collaboration number 2, Joe.
No?
No,
You know what
that's
you really should go and get? Blind Man's, what is it? Their Kettle Sour number 3?
Oh,
Experimental
that's
hop. You should go and get that.
Oh, you want me to go get that? Fine, fuck you then.
you hated it, I loved it, man. I thought it was just awesome. But
I'm gonna drink, 4th Ontario's own Half Hours on Earth, Train Island.
Nice.
I have to trade for some of those sometime. I have a few buddies who are interested in picking them up, so
Until he sets up his new fermenters, it's a really hard brewery to get anything from because he only gets 50 to 70 beers, like 50 to 70 bottles out of each batch. And because he does online pre-sales, most of his batches are sold out before you even get to the brewery.
yeah.
Jesus. Okay, well I was gonna do the sour, but no, I'm not. I can't. I can't do sours. So we're gonna go with Bench Creek's White Raven.
See, I
fucking
only have
good.
one glass near me, and it's dirty from BDU on Wednesday because I forgot to bring it upstairs, so I have to drink out of the bottle. I have 500 glasses about 10 feet that way, and 7 glasses on the review table about 20 feet that way, but both of those are too much walking.
I'm putting this in the glass that I actually had the root beer in, so I feel your pain.
What are you doing?
I've closed my door so my fucking cat doesn't come in.
He won't leave me alone because it's just me and him. The family and the dogs are gone.
Yes. See, I come downstairs and my cat likes to come into my room, and that's why I have to close the door, and she meows and scratches at it till she gets tired and goes to sleep on the couch.
I've been trying to. I was just yelled at by my wife today because she heard from my neighbor that I left the door open all day yesterday. And she's like, "Why did you leave the door open?" I'm like, hoping the cat would run outside and get hit by a car. And he didn't. He stayed.
Yeah, that's usually the case, isn't it?
Yeah. If you don't want him outside, the second the door opens, he charges.
Of course. Hey, look, there's a mailman. I'm after it.
Well, he's 14 years old. He's been an indoor cat for 14 years. He got outside once 2 weeks ago. He has a bell around his neck, and he still caught and killed a bird. And yeah, now he wants out every single time the door opens. And I hate
That's
cats.
impressive.
I hate cats, and I've been stuck with this guy for 14 years. Now they're all gone. I'm like, please, just leave.
No,
Just
I'm definitely a dog person. Love dogs. Once in a while, there's a good.
I've had my cat for 12 years, and she's been an absolute gem. I'm not a dog person because I hate cleaning up. Oh wait, I still have to clean up the cat shit, but at least I know where it is. It's not hidden anywhere in the field somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. Imagine the life of a dog just shitting wherever. That'd be.
Eating,
Awesome.
pissing, licking your balls, and then licking your master's face, and then shitting everywhere you want.
don't forget eating the crotch out of your master's underwear.
Yes, there's that too.
Or if you have a cat, eating the cat shit.
Yeah, that's why we had to put the cat litter in a. You know what I did? I got a 50-liter tote that I bought at Walmart, and I cut a hole out in the top so he can jump in, and that's how the dogs no longer eat the cat shit.
I swear, if aliens coming down to Earth, they'll think the dogs are in charge because we're literally cleaning up their shit.
Ah, yes.
One of my dogs thinks she's in charge, and the other one knows he's not. The way
Well,
of the household.
My fiance was nice enough and brought two cats in with her, and they're sisters, and they really hate my cat. They're about 6 years younger than her, and they go after her a lot. And she's like, "Really, guys, just fuck off. I'm old." Like, I am the only male in this house.
Well, that, sir, is your own fault.
Did you drink this?
Yeah, that's true because. What was that, Jordan?
How warm did you drink this one?
I drank it cold.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a vegetable taste off of it.
Yeah, I pounded it back cold. I didn't think it was going to be good warm.
Have any of you had a lot of things with Equinox hops?
Lagunitas Equinox Pale Ale was fan-fucking-tastic.
Yeah, I drink so much of that fucking beer.
Oh, it's so good.
Is that the only thing you've had with Equinox, though?
I think so. For me, anyways.
I've had a few from Stone, I believe, that had Equinox, and a couple local breweries have used them.
Okay, have you ever gotten a green pepper taste from any of those beers?
Oh yeah.
Yeah? Okay. I've only had a couple. I've had like 4 or 5 Equinox beers, and I've never gotten the green pepper taste. Because if you actually read the hop producer's tasting notes, it's lemon, lime, and green pepper, which is a fairly different taste profile. But okay.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a different taste profile, but who else? Sorry. Like, whereabouts can you pick up the Equinox hops? Because it's not local to Canada, is it?
No, it's not local to Canada at all. It's bought through distributors.
I buy all of my hops off of beergrain.ca or .com. Recently scored myself 2 pounds of Cascade and a pound of Citra. So brewed a hop down.
I'm gonna drink this next.
Oh, you've been enjoying Black Swan stuff, haven't you?
Yeah, this is the last howler I have. This is their IPA.
So the aroma-specific descriptors include lemon, lime, papaya, apple, and green pepper.
That's actually interesting. Like, that's an interesting style of hop.
Yeah.
What do you think of that homebrew I sent you, Albino Rano.
I never posted that.
Yeah, you did, but I totally forgot.
I liked it.
Yeah, forgot what you said about it. Yeah.
I forgot to do Hughes, to be honest with you. I was just going through the fridge and I found fucking Berserker's homebrew sitting in the back of the kegerator.
Whatever happened to Berserker? He's dropped off the face of the earth.
I think he's just focusing on family and stuff like that. I haven't talked to him much. I should give him a message, but he's doing lots of homebrews lately as well, just to save money and stuff, you know.
Yeah, because he pretty much dropped off the face of the earth, and he's removed his videos off YouTube, and
Yeah.
like is he our latest casualty of people that just don't want to review anymore?
Yeah, I think he's just done with it. Yeah. Speaking of, Paul from PA Boonies is back on my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Paul was trying to get internet out to the forest, so I guess he's paying the big money for it.
All of his chickens are blocking the reception out there, or what?
Nice. I'll be right back. It sounds like one of my kids are up. I gotta find out what's going on. Sorry, guys.
I'm curious if he ever wiped my ball sack off the handle of his door.
That sounds like a story I'd love to hear in a second.
When he came to pick up his car that was sitting in my garage for months, there was a very apparent albino nutsack print on the door, and a few other places, and yeah.
We getting a house tour now?
Just putting a beer in the freezer.
Okay. Just don't forget about it.
Yeah.
He's gonna
The other
forget about it.
day, I left one of these in the freezer and woke up in the morning and I'm like, hey, at least I got a cold beer, you know? Beer slushy. What are you drinking from Black Swan, Chad?
Their IPA.
Oh, nice. Drinking it classy, eh?
Oh yeah.
How about you, Joe, right?
Yep.
I've just been putting these guys back. Original 16s.
I bought their next pack of their pale and copper.
Pale and copper, yeah, so I just picked up tonight.
I didn't mind the copper at all. Actually enjoyed it. But
I find
Very
that copper is
easy.
better on draft than it is in the can. I'm not sure what it is
Yeah.
about it. Maybe I'm just having an odd night tonight, I'm not sure.
I found it was a decent getting drunk beer. You know, just drinking for the sake of drinking.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's everything from Great Western that time. Is just
This here-
counting that.
This here's the beer that both Greg and Joe ruined Nick's review on, and he refused to post online because they kept saying he was drinking semen. It's the Collective Arts Goza. Nice little salty treat.
I like Gozas lately.
So do I, but this isn't a very normal Goza. What are we at? 5.2% alcohol. So a little higher alcohol than normal. And there's a lot more salt to this than you would expect.
Also, how does Joe know what semen tastes like?
Well, Joe was also being made fun of the entire beer festival that he was eating semen. He kept going to the Crazy Canuck food truck and getting their garlic pulled pork poutine, which had a huge amount of white garlic sauce on it. And Brandon, Winter's Coming, his fiance kept telling Joe he was eating semen. So that's things that were going on at the festival.
Well, this will be a nice conversation for Dan to walk in on once he's looking the fucking video.
Hey, you never know what you get when you invite the rhino in. Especially a rhino that's been drinking for the past 7 hours. Oh, excuse me.
I'm actually surprised you're still awake at this point.
Oh, well, I usually... Tonight I'm usually at work. I got the night off.
Okay.
I was the floater, so I was the extra guy. And I had by good information that I was going to be carts, because there was a cart guy that was going to fall in and take my spot, because I had no spot. So as soon as I found out that I was going to be carts, I canceled a vacation day and took the night off. So I'm usually still at work until 3 a.m. So I'm wide awake right now.
Fair enough.
And then I don't have kids or a wife or dogs here, so I'll be up until probably 7 or 8 in the morning before I go to bed. And then Colgate, one of my past cast members who now works a job that was offered to me at Innocente Brewing Company in Kitchener, he'll be here around noon to drop off a whole box of beer for me. He has a bunch of stuff from his brewery and the breweries around him. So I have to be up and clothed, at least semi-clothed, by the time he gets here in case his mom or his girlfriend's with him.
Right.
If it's just him, I can open the door naked, but if his girlfriend or his mom are with him, they don't want to see that.
Got my
wants to see that.
got my 900th review plan. These TVs.
Nice. I've had the one on the right, the Even More Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Apparently
quite
that
good.
one's pretty bitter.
I don't remember it being very bitter.
Oh. I forget who I was talking to, and they said it was very coffee forward. Maybe
It is very
they're-
coffee forward, yeah. But not
Yeah.
coffee in the bitter sense. Like, just it is got that coffee to it. But it's
I'm
not
looking-
like bitter acidic.
I'm
or
looking
anything like that.
forward to it for sure. It sounds really good. They got them in 4-pack cans recently, both the Even More Jesus and Imperial Biscotti Grey.
Oh, okay.
Sorry
That'd be
about
fun.
Oh, I heard
Hey, Dan,
Hey, yeah.
gonna do side by side soon.
Oh my god. See, I like the Scotty break. That was actually really good.
Yeah, yeah.
You didn't like the Jesus one?
I didn't actually try the Even More Jesus. That was actually Johnny Old School that tried it.
Oh, okay.
Because he tried it. Where did he try it? When we got a bunch of beers from the distributor for Evil Twin, he dropped us a Christian. If you remember Christian from, oh crap, I want to say the Canada Craft, or the Canadian Craft distributors.
I remember the name, yeah.
They're the ones that do the calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're just called craft importers.
That's right, craft importers. Sorry. I don't know. I remember all their craft beer advent calendar. That I remember off by heart.
I
So,
enjoyed it a lot this year.
I did
I
too.
didn't.
And
I thought it was absolute crap, but then I had a different version of it.
you had the fucking German one, dude.
Ugh.
Don't ever have that one again. That's a
Oh my god,
Costco
it was fucking a
special.
disaster. I was so disappointed by that fucking case.
That was a Costco special for sure.
24 European specialties, 22 German beers, and 2 Austrian beers.
You didn't
Yeah.
read the fine print, did you?
No, I didn't.
They were all macro exports, weren't they?
It was like day 15 or something, and I was like, wait a minute, there's something weird about this case.
Oh well, they're all German beers except for 2 Austrians. Oh, shit. And they all abide by the purity law too.
And it's true.
Germany
What's
does have a
the-
very abundant craft brewing scene too, though. And apparently they follow the purity law, yet they will import their stuff from other countries, and they can make some special beers still, even with just different hops and malts.
Yeah.
They do it where they don't call it an actual German beer, so they get around with that. Like the guy from here, Brewer Far, and I hate pronouncing that first name. It's Brewery Far is what I'm going to call it. It pretty much, he's going by the German purity law when he's brewing beers in Alberta here, and it's awesome. I was sitting with him in one of the local restaurants here at 1600, and the owner comes up and goes, "You know, you have some amazing talent. Your Hefeweizen is amazing," which it is. It's the best Hefeweizen I've ever had. But he turned around and said, "You'd be awesome if you went and did a IPA, a white IPA." And he looked him dead in the face and went, "No." I was like, "What?" He's like, "No, I won't do it." He goes, "Why not?" "It's not a German beer. I'm not gonna fucking brew it. You find someone else to do it." I'm like,
Well,
Good
tell
for
him to brew it with German hops, Mandarin Bavaria.
he's gonna try and do a milk stout. A German style milk stout is what he's gonna try and do.
Well, then
That-
he's not following the purity law at all.
Well, that's the thing is, I want to see how he's gonna do it. If he's gonna actually be able to pull off a milk stout that way.
I want
Well,
to see
because you have to have lactose to be a milk stout, and lactose does not follow the purity law.
This is true.
Yeah,
I
it's interesting
wanna
that he would
see
go for a milk stout, but then he's like totally against the IPA.
I want to see him do Gozas and Doppelbox and Icebox.
Well, Gozas are not really like they're German, but they're not Bavarian. Yeah, I mean, and Berliner Weisses again, you're using wheat, which isn't fully a normal malt, which is why they don't fully fall into the purity law. And Rogan beers are awesome. They're a German beer, but they're not part of the purity law because they're using rye. I mean, a lot of Germany's best beers don't follow the purity law.
A Dunkel, for example, I can't remember if that's following the purity law or not.
Oh wait, I got to turn off the camera if I want to stand up. Sorry, 1 second.
A Dunkel
That's
shouldn't be
what
following
I-
purity law because this is wheat.
That's true. No, that's true. See, this is the thing is that you have this 500-year-old law that you're trying to follow. It's almost like trying to follow the Bible. After so many times, you're going to have different variations of it. But they've been following it for 500 years, and I have a good respect for that. But they want to try and get out of that too. There's brewers that actually want to leave the purity law, but they can't. Ah. I don't know. It's one of those ones like I applaud his dedication, and I know, like I said, when I mentioned the Hefeweizen, Jordan immediately just all of a sudden jumped. Ooh, what's that?
That's one of the best Hefeweizens I've had.
It is. And which one are you drinking there, Albino?
Oh, I'm just drinking Bo's Lug Tread, which is their Kolsch, but this is only 6 days old, so.
Oh,
Are you,
damn.
are you already done the Black Swan Crowler?
I did most of it. It's about half done already.
You're a fiend, man.
This is what happens when I have the night off and I don't have any kids to take care of at 7 a.m.
I'm jealous because I still have kids to take care of, and I'm still drinking like a fish.
Speaking of which, I need to go get more beer. I'll be right back.
Actually, I
So,
saw something.
Speaking of taking care of kids makes him need more beer.
Oh my god, I need to take care of my. Oh god, I need to drink more. Goddamn kids. I have to admit, I love my kids to bits, but I've got a 14-year-old daughter, and she is the most sarcastic little child I've ever had. I love her to bits, but my god, she's got my sarcasm.
Oh,
I'm screwed.
Oh, you're screwed, man.
See, I'm good. I have a 6-year-old son at the moment, a 3-year-old daughter, and a baby on the way in January.
What? Oh, that's right. You're expecting again, aren't you?
Yeah. Congrats, dude.
Shit, I left it upstairs. I wanted to show off. So, you guys know of Cannery Brewing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They've
And
changed
chicken
their
beef.
labels. They've gone and changed their labels, and it looks like fucking wallpaper.
Oh, that's no good. I loved their maple stout.
Their maple stout is amazing. Their Firewalker Black IPA is amazing.
All I've had by them is the maple stout, the Squire Scotch Ale, and the blackberry porter.
I like the blackberry porter fresh. I had it fresh from the vat, and it was so awesome. That I enjoyed, but I've got their nut brown, and they've changed their labeling, and it was bottled on the 28th of June. But God, their labeling, like they've got their one-ups, they've got an artist in to do their stuff, which is great. But their standards, it is so cheesy. They've got it's a brown black background. Excuse me, I have been drinking, with CB on it, and it looks like a wallpaper. It is so just disgusting in a sense.
Well, in the box I sent you is some of the worst labels I've ever seen, which is the new branding for one of the breweries close to me.
Oh, so I get to rip apart of the labeling then?
Yes, sir. All I saw there was beer and a hot weather balloon.
It's the Dandy Brewing Company Ain't Life Strange Imperial Stout.
Oh, I
Bottle
had
number
something from
23
Dandy.
of 200.
Didn't something come from Dandy from the Canadian Craft Brewing Club thing?
The oyster stout.
The
Yeah,
oyster
okay.
stuff. And it actually, they doubled up on that.
It actually came in twice.
Yes.
It came in twice?
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
when you got it, and you got it out of the
The
first...
second
second
box,
box.
I think.
I got it out of the Father's Day box.
See, now, that's one of the things that would bother me because they're so new that you shouldn't see a double yet.
Well, see, I understand that, but it is the Father's Day box, so they went... See, I've got the cards right here, and here, I'll label this off for you, okay? So, if you didn't see my review of it, I've got the Transmutation 2016 from Category 12, which is out of Box 3, Beer 3. I have got the Four Winds Brewing Faraday, which is out of Box 5, Beer 2. I have got the Dandy Brewing, Dandy in the Underworld, Box 2, Beer 4. I have got the Driftwood Brewery Crooked Coast, Box 2, Beer 2. And then two originals, which is the Scuttlebutt Brewing Company, which is the one I'm drinking tonight. The Jalapeno one, which is out of tonight's, which is Beer 2. And then the Lancaster Brewing Company Yakima IPA, which is out of this Box 6, Beer 1.
That one sounds frickin' delightful. I believe that one's one of the highest rated IPAs in Canada, actually.
I do believe so, and I'm hoping it is. But I mean, 4 out of the 6 have been in other boxes. This has been my first box, granted. But what I did as well was I ordered a standard box for next month. And because I got a code for it, it was 20% off, so I went with the 6-pack. So I'm going to review an actual standard box that comes in to see if there's any duplicates as well. Because this is the Father's Day box, they may have done duplicates just to get people interested. But I mean, it came with a whole bunch of different shit, like an opener. It came with a year subscription with Draft Magazine. 15% or $15 off the Canada Craft Club e-store, which I bought 2 beers for, and it cost me $3 to buy those 2 beers. And 20% off your first 3 months off of the Craft Club.
See,
So-
I get what you're saying there, but at the same time, as a consumer, say you signed up in December for the year, right? And
Yep.
6 months in, you get your box, and it has a whole bunch of duplicates from the beginning. I'm sorry. What the hell?
Oh, I know, and I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you on that, and that's one is like I would love to say I would love to say that I had a bunch of duplicates, but as a person that's got this for the very first time, and if I didn't know what I was looking at, I'd be like, oh, these are all original ones, awesome. But since I do know what I'm looking at, it was like, what the fuck is this shit? But
Yeah,
it's
see,
a
that's the
Father's
only
Day.
thing that would bother me is as a consumer looking at that. Like, I mean, I know that I am kind of biased because I have the brew box here in Ontario, and I have done a few different companies. The Canada Craft Club actually does do an okay product. That first month pissed me off, but the second month was fine. And what I've seen them post is what they put in their other boxes was fine as well. But I mean, the brew box has been around now for 18 months, and you haven't had one duplicate yet in that box.
And that actually is awesome. Unfortunately for us Albertans, I can't get the brew box there, which kind of sucks. But no, I totally get what you're saying there, and that's why I went and ordered a second box just to see if that actually happens on a standard box. Because if it does, then yes, they're going to be having a new asshole ripped out of them. So, but no, I totally get it, and it was one of those ones where I'm like, all right, and as a reviewer, I've had 2 of the 6 beers myself, and I mean, the one that I was excited for was this one, and it was average. So,
I don't know. Regardless of the size of the box, where you're going with 2, 4, or 6, it shouldn't matter. Like, there should be zero excuse for any duplicates. There's enough product coming in through Alberta that it just shouldn't happen.
Well, I mean, every once in a while, I get a box from Brewbox, and this is the only complaint I have with the Brewbox stuff. They actually send the stuff to me to help them do their tasting notes, to do an unboxing video for them. I actually somewhat work for them now. It's only been about a month. They're like, hey, can you do some quick videos for us of each beer that we're going to put in the box, just for like under 2-minute videos of this is what the style is, this is what you should be tasting. Don't even open the bottle. Do your review yourself, but sit there, pick up the bottle, say this is what you should get, blah 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 blah, and we'll post that on our site. And I just started doing that recently, and I still have things that I harass them about, which is if I'm paying for this box, which is $60 from them, that's supposed to have up to 4 liters of beer, you have 200 breweries in Ontario. There should never be a time that I get a box that has 7 single beers plus 1 duplicate in there, because sometimes they'll do, hey, here's 2 of this one bottle. I understand you might not want to take the time to find something else, but all fucking unique beers in your box.
The only time I could say it'd be okay to do that, to have a duplicate, is if it's like a requested fan favorite. Like, people are like, oh my god, this beer was so amazing, we want this beer back again. That's the only time I can see it legitimate.
On their thing to so do, you can reorder them, you know?
Yeah. Order it separately as a side piece or whatever, right?
I think that's awesome. I'm just waiting for them to start doing PayPal. I don't trust credit cards online.
it's that whole camera thing. I understand.
Yeah, I'm gonna say to the dude,
Oh man,
they're watching us, man. They're watching us.
I have this camera up all the time, and only if the light lights up then I'll know somebody's watching. But if they're watching, they're either watching me pork my wife or watching me sit down here naked watching a movie. That's all they're seeing.
God damn! I can be making money off of porno. God.
Albinoporn.org.
That would be hilarious. Just browsing through Pornhub on a late Tuesday afternoon, and you just come across Chad.
I don't know if it'd be hilarious, or I might actually be a little bit scared. No offense, Chad, but I might be a little bit scared. It's almost like watching myself have porn. It's just not good.
It should be a little scared. Unless you have a Santa fetish, and then good.
Dude, I don't have a Santa's fetish. I'm trying to get rid of my fucking white shit on my beard. No, I think, like, I understand what the craft brewers are trying to do, like the craft beer club is trying to do, and I totally commend them for most of their stuff, but yeah, duplicates should not be that way. It's almost like how they're trying to do the whole Canada thing. I can get West Coast beers, no problem. Why the fuck are you putting it in there? Why don't you give me some East Coast beers, and then the East Coast gets some West Coast beers? Like, we actually do a proper sort of.
Here's the thing that's going to happen. This club is going to have less and less beers to choose from now with your new tax too, because nobody's going to want to ship things to them.
This is true, but I mean, like, you look at the guys that do the craft beer advent calendar. They can get beers from all over the fucking place, but they also charge an arm and a leg for their calendars.
Where are they located though? Where's their head office?
Calgary.
Yeah, it's here in Calgary.
Yep.
The price for that's going to go up too.
Yeah.
It probably would. Like last year was what, $130 for their 24 pack.
See, and there's no way in hell I would ever pay $130 for a 24 pack.
130 was not the price actually this past year.
You paid $90 for yours because it was Costco.
No, I'm saying for the craft one that you had, it was closer to 150.
No, it was only 135.
Really?
Yep. After everything's said and done, it was 135 because the year before it was 125 plus tax.
Okay.
So I mean, and the cost. They have a Costco one where they have German, as you
Yeah, that one was just
reviewed the German and
garbage.
Australian.
It's not worth it.
It was $90.
As much as I love getting new things, and as much as I love getting one-offs and everything else, I just couldn't do it. $130, $150, whatever it is, that's 2 craft 2-4s. Not one, but 2 craft 2-4s. And I can mix and match those craft 2-4s.
Oh, I agree, and that's the tough part because it was a 2-4 from all over North. This one was Canada and the U.S.
What do you think about it? Like, it's a 24 case, right? $135 divided by 24. It's $5.62 a beer.
But you're looking at 341 milliliter bottles. You're not looking at-
But also the cans too last year because they also had 330 ml cans.
Well, so you're still looking at 341 and down.
Yeah, I guess
mean,
they're all like
can or
340s.
bottle, it doesn't matter. It's 340s or below. I mean, I can get 500 milliliter cans of great stuff for under $5 a fucking can.
But what's the ABV on that?
It can range. I mean, I can buy a bottle of. Well, here. You guys keep chatting. I'm gonna go get some stuff out of my cellar.
Apparently, Stardust City's Long Dark Voyage to Uranus is pretty decently priced for an Imperial Stout. It's in a big ass can. It's something like $5, I think.
It is, and I got
that's-
that one. Yeah, it's about $5, and I got that one from a buddy that lives in Barrie, and
Yeah.
it's an awesome fucking Imperial Stout. Like, it's one of the better ones I've ever had, and that's
pretty good, yeah.
it is. I mean, you enjoyed it too, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
What you pointing out there, Joe? Speak so we can see.
The Dandy is actually really, really, really good.
Is it? Is that the one that you saved for me, or is that a different one?
This is the one that I bought. Yours is sitting in my cellar, aging.
Oh, thank God.
This one I put right in the fridge because I knew I was going to drink it right away, but yours is on the cellar, so.
Hey, I'll take the cellar beer any day.
Yeah.
I still
Right.
gotta say, one of my favorite Russian Imperial Stouts is Courage and Young's Russian Imperial Stout with the small red bottles, you know?
Actually,
You can pick it up basically anywhere if you age that for a good 5 years. Wow, shit, that's good.
there's a lot of good Imperial Stouts out there, or Russian Imperial Stouts that are out there. There's some really shit ones. Phillips, I know you. Was that a Russian Imperial?
It was a barrel-aged Russian Imperial, the Hammer.
Yes.
The Hammer? Yeah.
Yeah. So that was one of the better ones. I mean, that one was really good.
I like
And that's the other thing. I mean, you've got, like, on the topic of those Christmas calendars, you've got the Philips one that's at $75. You've got the
That snow case is a steal. Like, this past year was amazing. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
really, really impressed by it.
it was awesome.
And that's the thing. I had the year before, and I didn't want the next year because they had a lot of the standard ones. And then all of a sudden, I see you guys doing these reviews, and I'm like, "Fuck! I should have bought that one."
Yeah. Well, 2 years
the,
ago, we did the Snow Case as a video, and like, yeah, it was like a lot of their staple beers were showing up, and that kind of sucked. And then this past Christmas, we did the freaking Costco case, but then I was doing the new Snow Case on Facebook, and I was like, man, I wish this was like reversed, where I was doing the Costco case on my Facebook and like doing video of the Snow Case, because the Snow Case this past year was really, really, really good. I enjoyed it a lot.
And that's what I'm. Sorry,
the
go ahead.
Krampus Dark Ale. That blew my mind.
The Krampus? Oh yeah.
And
Even the first one, the beetroot beer was like first beer out of the case. I was like, okay, this is the new caliber of this case this year. Okay, let's do this.
And I tried to look for the aftermarket ones where they separated them out. You couldn't find either of those on the fucking shelves because people actually ate them up and bought them by the fucking 6-pack.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
those weren't split up at all.
So just for price comparisons, 10% alcohol GLB's Apocalypse Later, which is their aged barley wine. This is $4 a can.
I want that.
Now this is a really old version, but Sawdust City's Long Dark Voyage to Uranus, their Imperial Stout, at 9% alcohol. This you can get at $5 a can at $6 a bottle.
And I've had that one, and it's fucking amazing.
Yep. Black Oak's Triple Chocolate Cherry Stout. It's only 5.8% alcohol, but it's a $6.50. Cameron's Obsidian Rum Barrel Aged Porter is a $6.50, and it was $7 for a $6.50.
And
I
it's
have one of those in my
$10
cellar
here.
right now.
And that was what, $10 here, Joe?
Close to $10, yeah, $9.50, $10, something like that.
Another $6.50 from them is the Deviator Doppelbock Barrel Aged, so the bourbon barrel aged version. 2012 Tempest Imperial Stout. This one was $5 a bottle. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to spend $5 a bottle for 330s that I can get all that shit for. And then, in all honesty, I can go and get like half hours on Earth beers, range from $4 to $6 a bottle, and some of them are some of the best beers I've ever had.
And that's the thing, like, Ontario's got some great fucking beers. And BC's got some great fucking beers, and Alberta is starting, but they don't have the consistency that Ontario has, that Alberta has, or BC has. And that's the shitty part, because you
Well,
guys...
we only recently got the law that allowed small breweries to actually operate, right? Because of guys like Graham at Toolshed, who had to like drive 10 to 12 hours out to Dead Frog Brewery to brew his beer, import it back into his own freaking province, and sell it. We finally were able to get places like Dandy and all these other places in Alberta, but now with this new tax, like, who knows what's going to happen to those guys. Hopefully, like, they survive it, and there'll be more breweries coming up, but I don't know. It's going to be weird the next couple years here.
Any brewery that isn't a nano brewery that tells you they can't survive the new tax is lying to you, just by how much actual beer costs. The tax is going to hurt in the fact that they're going to want to raise their prices to make a better overhead. That's where the tax is going to hurt.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, brewing beer at a commercial scale, if you're over a hectoliter, so you're over, say, a 2-barrel system, you shouldn't lose money no matter what.
Yes and no. Yeah.
I think Dandy's going to take a hit. Dandy Brewery and all those small guys.
Yeah, I think Danny's going to be...
Well, by small guys, what size are you talking about?
They
Dandy...
are nano. They're a nano brewery, really small.
Like
Well,
under a 5-barrel system?
Give me a second, I'll find out here. Now, the thing is we don't know what the whole thing is with their whole grant system. We don't know what the price is. So they could take a hit, they may not take a hit. That's the hard part, is nobody fucking knows because the government's withholding this shit from everybody. and it sucks because they're like, oh yes, we get a grant, awesome, we get money. Well, what kind of money do you get? We don't fucking know. But we get money. And yeah, they may take a hit, and actually they are a nano brewery, but they also just got a new VAT because of their collaboration with Village. So they've upped their brewery status a little bit.
Good.
So they can brew a little bit more. But I mean, Village, for example, if you saw in the Calgary Sun, they're going to take a hit too, and they're a microbrewer. But they're afraid of this new tax because they were paying 10 cents a liter for the tax, and now they have to pay $1.25. So that's an increase of $1.15. So they're
Well,
going
remember,
to.
you guys have free access to what all your levies and everything are. Now take a 20-liter keg of beer. A 20-liter keg of beer normally across Canada sells for about $100 if it's just a regular keg of beer. So that's $25 in volume tax. From the shit you sent me, the links you sent me, you're only looking at adding another $10 to $15 on there on normal provincial levies. So you're looking at $35. You're making $65 on your beer. Your beer is going to cost you per keg probably $15. So you're still making $50 in profit per keg.
But you still, like, if you have it where it is through the, like, for example, the craft beer market, you still have to pay an extra charge because the craft beer market wants a cut of that as well. And so with them, they up the price of their beers in-house to like $8 or $9. Like 1600, for example, Brewery Far, their beer was $7 a pint, and now it's going to be probably up to about $8.50, $9 because they want to cover the cost.
This tax, if they're going to up their beers than $8 or $9, is going to hurt bars more than it hurts the breweries. The breweries might actually sell more kegs to individuals now.
This is true, and I agree. And they also will sell it to like liquor stores too that have the.
Yeah, you guys have liquor stores with growler systems, do you not?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
We got quite a few. So. I mean, craft sellers with them.
Consumer the most. The consumer's gonna pay for it.
In the end, yes, the consumer is going to pay for it, and that's what's going to hurt the most. I mean, I love having my local beers, and people are all over this drink local shit, and I totally get it. But at the same point in time, it's hard to drink local when you keep upping the tax every 6 to 8 months to compensate for one or the other. And I mean, they did that. They did that in November. They've done that in May, and now they've done that today too. So I mean, it's 3 tax hikes between 2 governments. We had the PC and now the NDP that have upped this sin tax on alcohol, and the latest one is just on beer only, not on anything in the way of spirits, wine, or anything else like that. So they're trying to tax the most that people drink from.
Okay, well, like with, say, what I sent you, right? Where I sent you the Canadian beer ups, the LCBO levies. So this, and in the end, with what you sent me, Ontario actually has higher levies than BC, even when you're adding, say, the volumetric costs. Ontario actually has lower costs. Higher costs. The problem is that you guys also have a private enterprise instead of just a public.
Yes.
But here we go. So Ontario Beer, for a payment to the supplier, this is on a 2-4. Okay, a 2-4 at $36.95, which isn't what Ontario Craft Beer goes for. A 2-4 of Ontario Craft Beer goes for $60. So you're adding an extra almost $30 on this first number. So what the LCBO pays to the craft brewer, if it is going at $36.95, is $14.91. Everything else is Ontario taxes, except for the $2.55 that goes to the federal government. So you're looking at $17 in payment to the producer and federal excise tax, and $19 to the LCBO. That's any 2-4 sold in Ontario from an Ontario brewer at the base cost of $36.95. Any additional price on that, so up to the $65 that they go for, goes directly to the producer. Now, if it's from another province, you're looking at the U.S. and other domestic beers. You're looking at $10.32 going to the producer. So when Big Rock sells here, they're only getting $10.35 per 2-4 if it's sold at $36.95. Again, anything over $36.95 goes directly to them, but under $36.95 and under, if they want to sell under, they can sell under, but they get paid less, is going directly to the LCBO. And then imported beer, anything from the U.S., Asia, Europe, anything like that, they're getting $9.20 per 2-4.
And that's the thing. And actually, you mentioned Big Rock, and that's a very good example right there, because Big Rock is now going to be skirting that, because they're going to have Big Rock in Toronto. So they can actually get away with spending the less tax because they now have a brewery or a brew pub in Toronto. So they don't have to spend that kind of money. Now, they also did that with BC too, because they now have Big Rock Urban in BC, so they can import or charge the lower taxes from BC, well, until August 5th. So they've actually skirted around that. And they've found a loophole where they don't have to pay that import price from the Ontario Liquor Board, which is a smart idea if you ask me, and that's what Mill Street's doing as well, because Mill Street is now going to be putting a brew pub in Alberta too. So they're going to be having to not have to pay that import charge that you would have to pay from Ontario to Alberta. And I would like to see, and I'm going to say this, there's going to be more breweries that are going to actually have breweries that are in the different provinces, so they don't have to pay the prices of importing the beers in from Ontario to Alberta or vice versa, which is a smart move. So they're taking after Minhas's little thing, where Minhas has a brewery or a brew pub, brewery, whatever it is, in Calgary and in Wisconsin, but they can actually brew their stuff in Wisconsin, bring it into Alberta, but claim it's from Alberta and not pay that extra tax that they have to do if they're importing it from the States. Hopefully you followed that.
And yet earlier you said that Minhas is not behind the new tax.
And they're not.
I know,
They're
not,
skirting
but
around it.
It's a weird coincidence.
Well, they can't really do that as a skirt around it, because you actually have a bright tank at each brewery, which is where you get your tax volume from. So if they're saying, hey, we have 700 hectoliters more than what our bright tank is read, that's fraud, and that can get them shut down in seconds.
It could, but they could also say, because if you look at that bottle that I sent you, the hard root beer, it says it's from Wisconsin, but they're only charging $13 a 6-pack in Alberta for that hard root beer. Where but
that might be the choice of the brewery itself, not anything else. I mean, Minhas seems to be charging the least they can for everything. Like, their gluten-free 6-pack is $9.95. That is the cheapest gluten-free beer you're ever going to find on the market, because everyone else is like $17 here in Ontario.
But they're having the premium products to put into those gluten-free or boxer products, as they claim. But they don't state exactly what's in there, as you and I both have bitched about what their ingredients are, as it states on the bottle.
Now, and just so that we know what we're talking about here, if you add together all of Ontario's per liter taxes, you're looking at $1.85 a liter that all breweries pay out in Ontario.
And it's about $2 here for Alberta ones after all the taxes have been increased. They may say $1.25 a liter, but there's also the other ones that they have for the sin tax and the other ones as well. There's more.
Well, like I said, so then you're looking at 15 cents more than what Ontario is charging.
Pretty much, but that's the thing I don't understand. You guys have such cheap beers out there. We have such expensive beers out here.
It's because our people aren't willing to pay the price, so they can't raise the price that high. There are breweries that have folded because they charge too much money and they wouldn't lower their prices.
So we're really fucking gullible out here, is what you're saying, and I totally agree with you. If that's what you're saying, I totally agree with you because it's true.
We have $14 going to the producer, $4 going to the federal government, and $15 going to the LCBO for an Ontario beer, and $10, $19, and $4 going to anything that's not Ontario.
Yeah.
Give the Albertan the choice between beer or money. We'll take beer every time. That's the difference.
We had a drunk as a fucking premier at one point in time. We just followed suit.
Oh, I love that guy.
Hey, he got us into a fucking black, not red. So that's all government stuff.
Like the reason you see so many American companies, like the reason you see Coors Light brewed on license in Ontario and everywhere else, and the reason you see Rolling Rock brewed on license in London is to get past those import laws like you were talking about. But they actually have to be brewed and accounted for in the bright tanks of that brewery.
But that's the thing. How does people like, for example, Molson get away with doing only 5 cents a liter because they say they're from Edmonton when they're still brewing in Toronto? They get away with this shit because they can pay off the government. Oh wait, now I'm getting into that kind of shit. Sorry.
No, they're paying the same thing now because there's no more volumetric charge. They're paying $1.25 a liter just like everybody else is.
Now they are as of August 5th, but they're probably the ones that really wanted it that way too. So. I will be right back.
They wanted it that way because it slows down everybody else.
This is true. I'll be right back. Bladder's full.
Excuse me.
It's a weird situation. Like you said, you don't want to pay more than $5-6 for a bomber, right? But unfortunately for us here in Alberta, that's
see the thing is a bomber. I hate bombers. Bombers are the worst thing for the consumer in the beer industry. The bombers are the best thing for a brewery in the industry because a bomber makes people think it's worth more money than it really is. It's 2 bottles. A bomber's under 2 bottles. But they're going to charge 4 to 5 times what 2 bottles would cost.
Yeah.
And people will pay it because it looks bigger. I hate bombers for that reason. But there are a lot of breweries that are just going with bombers. I love cans because cans are normally cheaper because they are cheaper for a brewery. A 6-pack of cans costs a brewery 42 cents.
Yeah, it's way cheaper.
A 6-pack of bottles costs a brewery $1. A 6-pack of bombers costs a brewery $6. So I mean, you go up in price with each one, but 42 cents for the cans, and the canning line costs less. Repairing the canning line costs less. You have less waste. You have less cost in shipping. It's the best way for everybody, but people are scared of it because they're used to things like fucking Boxer and Old Milwaukee and everything else being in cans, so they don't want to buy cans.
My retaliation to anyone who thinks that way is 1050.
Oh yeah, they're Heady Topper. Like there's a lot of amazing beers that are only in cans.
Yeah.
I've actually recently started going more towards cans lately, so...
Have you had Ben Street's White Raven yet?
No, not yet, but I need to pick it up.
I had it 5 days old recently, and damn, that's good.
Yeah?
Basically just like mango juice, you know?
I'll show you some mango juice.
Please don't.
It's not my channel, I'm okay with it.
Some albino yogurt.
According to the doctors, I got super sperm. You better watch yourselves. See this beautiful Bose bandana? This was my gift for Bose fucking my package over for over a month.
So instead of giving you the beer, they just give you a bandana?
Yeah, the Bose Greener Futures project is a project that they take all the profits from and they put it into becoming a fully green brewery, right? They do water reclamation, they do heat reclamation, building building solar panels out in the field, just to be 100% carbon footprint free.
Okay.
And Phase 3, they decided to put it across Ontario. Phase 1 was only in Van Cleek Hill. Phase 2, they sold in Toronto. Phase 3, they went to the Brewbox and said, hey, will you guys sell our package for us? And Brewbox is like, fucking right, we will. So our June box was supposed to show up between June 10th and June 15th. They take the money out in May, right? So like May 24th, the money was taken from me.
Yeah.
I got the box on July 10th. And basically, the Brewbox, and I did a 10-minute spiel when I was doing my unboxing, the Brewbox kept getting told, oh, your beer will be there tomorrow. The beer will be there tomorrow. Every day from June 10th until July 10th.
Oh, well.
And Bose just kept fucking them, basically. And Bose is one of the biggest breweries in Ontario. And they don't care because they don't look bad. They're not the one facilitating the package, right? It's the Brewbox facilitating the club. The Brewbox is fielding all these complaints from people. Oh my God, where the fuck's my beer? You took my money out in May. Give me my beer.
Yeah.
And when they finally sent the beer, all Bose put in it was a fucking hat, the bandana, and a little like keychain opener because they didn't care enough to do anything. And I went on a spiel saying, you know what? This all comes down to Bose. I'm like, all the Brewbox can do is refund everybody their money for June and say we are no longer facilitating the packages. We don't want anything to do with Bose anymore. But they won't do that because Bose is the biggest craft brewery in Ontario. So they will not do that. I know that. You know that. Everybody knows that. It comes down to Bose. Bose should have been the ones that contacted everybody and said, you know what? We're sorry. It's our fault your package is late. It will be there. But no, they didn't do anything. They let the Brewbox take all the hit, take all the heat, and that was just what they did. And I love Bose. Like I'm good friends with the owner. I'm good friends with his sister. I drink with one of his salespeople all the time. I'm good friends with them. But that pissed me off. The entire we don't care, we'll let somebody else take the fall attitude pissed me off.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
And it's up to them as a business to come out and say, it's our fault this is happening, how can we fix it? Instead of saying, hey, deal with them, they're the ones that are sending you the package.
Yeah.
They're the ones that do Gruits a lot, right?
Yes, they are Ontario's biggest Gruit guys. Originally, they actually were doing true Gruits. They were doing Gruits with no hops.
Gruits spoil really quickly, don't they?
They don't from Bose because this is what ended up happening. So originally, Bose did Gruits perfectly. They did no hops. They did just botanicals. The big guys got angry at that and said, hey, that can't be sold at the beer store or the LCBO as beer. There's no hops in that. So what Bose did next is they took one hop pellet and they'd throw one hop pellet in every batch of beer so they could say that it was a Gruit and they could put hops on the ingredients list. Well then...
So it wasn't a water, barley malt, yeast, and hops, it was hop, or what?
Yeah, so then Anheuser-Busch and Molson Coors and Sapporo came out and said, well, one hop isn't enough in a 100 hectoliter batch. So now they actually have to have a percentage of hops, so it's no longer a true Gruit, but it lasts.
I have to admit that's smart marketing on their half because they actually went with what they asked for. But wow, that's the whole craft.
That just proves the whole mentality of macros, right? The whole bullying process.
I still think the most genius thing that's ever happened in beer marketing or whatever is Amsterdam Brewing Company copywriting all of those names.
Yes.
Blue Moon, Firestone Walker.
So if any of you want to know a little history about a nice little brewery called Firestone Walker, Amsterdam Brewing Company, this is something they went out and did. They pulled a macro trick. They went out and they spent $100,000 trademarking a bunch of names that weren't theirs. They went through the trademark registers in Canada, and they looked for trademarks from international breweries that were pretty big that weren't taken in Canada. You'll notice Blue Moon is now in Canada under the name Belgian Moon.
Yes.
It's under the name Belgian Moon because Amsterdam bought the trademark for Blue Moon. Goose Island does
Interesting,
not.
because I was actually at a beer fest a couple months ago, and the rep that they had set up for Belgian Moon said that Blue Moon wasn't available in Canada because Labatt Blue registered Blue in any beer name. So there's obviously some like misinformation.
They don't want to admit what happened. Is basically what it came down to.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
You
very
can
happy.
actually look up the trademarks and you can see that in their name.
That's
Another
actually
one
pretty cool.
another one they did is they went out and they took all the area codes. They took 613, 416, all that because, as most people know, Goose Island has a bunch of area code beers. They can't have any of those area code beers in Canada because Amsterdam owns the trademark for them. Amsterdam owns a trademark for Firestone Walker. I heard Firestone Walker is now available in Alberta, so they must have made some agreement. But they went out and they trademarked everything. They actually are also in a little bit of a dispute with a bar in Toronto right now. There is a bar in Toronto called the 3 Speed. The 3 Speed has been making the 3 Speed lager for 9 years. Well, Amsterdam came out and made a beer called 3 Speed Lager. And they trademarked it, and they're selling it at the LCBO, and they won an award for it at the Ontario Brewing Awards and at the Canadian Brewing Awards. They are now trying to do a cease and desist on the 3 Speed for their 3 Speed Lager.
Wow.
So they're just trolls.
Okay, Amsterdam Brewing, marketing geniuses, but wow, they are a bunch of dicks over that. But at the same point in time, well played.
I really
Seriously.
hope that they do not do postal code shit, because Dandy has a T2E,
Yes, they do.
which is fucking amazing. It's an IPA that changes every month. Literally every month, this beer is changing. Every single time they make it, they like modify it a little bit. It's called T2E. The reason why it's called T2E is because that's the postal code that they're in. So all of the businesses around them are in the T2E space. And it's a beer that you can only get from the tap room at Dandy Brewing. Only once was it available somewhere else, and that was at Craft Cellars, which is still within the area. But it's an amazing IPA. It's always changing. It's a really cool beer.
That sounds very similar to the beer that just came to Alberta from Firestone Walker, their Tonic Distortion. They always change the hops up every couple months.
Okay, yeah.
I have total respect for Amsterdam after that. I really do, because if they're attacking the macrobreweries with that kind of stuff, that right there is awesome. That's what more the smaller guys really need to do, is just piss off the macro guys just a little bit by doing stuff like that. As long as they don't attack the other local guys and they all band together, that'd be awesome.
That's the thing, right? I was talking to guys from the 3 Speed about it. Because guys from the 3 Speed Brewery, the 3 Speed restaurant, bar and restaurant, whatever, were like, what are they doing? And I explained to them everything that Amsterdam does. And they go, oh, well, that's great. They do it to the big guys, but why us? I go, you can't have it that way. You either have to accept that this is the game they're playing.
Yeah, it's
Or you
collateral
don't.
damage.
Your collateral, yeah, exactly. Your collateral damage. You are part of the game they're playing. You can't say only do it to the big guys, leave us alone, because they're playing a game in the business world. You're part of the game.
Yeah.
You are competition for them, whether you want to admit it or not, and they're playing their game.
You know what? What would be really awesome if they did? Like, they would, if they sat there and went, okay, that's fine. Why don't they do a collaboration between the two of them just to piss off even more the big guys?
Well, what I would do if I was a big guy that had the amount of legal money I had is I would start going through all of their trademarks and see if they ever forgot to trademark something. And trademark it and cease and desist them right then and there. But that's what I would do. I would play the exact same game they're playing, because I'm sure they've bought 3 different breweries in their years. They bought Kawartha Lakes. They bought everything else. Once they bought Kawartha Lakes, if they forgot to trademark Kawartha Lakes stuff again under their name, Kawartha Lakes beers could be trademarked by Molson by Labatt, by anything like that. Trademark law pisses me off, but at the same time, if you play the game properly, it's an intriguing little game.
It's yeah.
It is. And I totally
Yeah.
agree.
Screw the Game of Thrones. The game of labels is way more intense.
Well, we already know that the game of labels pretty much is starting to die down because there's only so many labels, and apparently we're running out of names. I mean, for example, you have Nikazi who had the Maiden in the Shade. They had the Iron Maiden like logo going on with it, but they had to change it because Iron Maiden got word of this one. You can't use that font. You have to use a different one. It's there is a
Well, see,
big
that's the
game.
biggest thing, right? Fonts, like everything is colors are trademarked, fonts are trademarked. I'm sorry, a font is a fucking font. Anybody should be able to use whatever font they want. Like Moosehead. Moosehead owns the word moose in every genre of beer. They can stop you. You could like there was a brewery here in Ontario that made the Moose Knuckle. The Moose Knuckle got stopped. There was a brewery that made the Angry Moose. There was a brewery anything that says moose in it. Moosehead can come out and say no.
Big Sky even got stopped by Moosehead
Yeah,
because
Moon Rule.
they Big Sky got stopped because they used the word moose in there. Like that it's true. I mean, Christ, Donald Trump tried to use the word "you're fired" and try to trademark that, but they said no, thankfully.
Well,
But-
the Fine brothers here on YouTube tried to trademark React.
Oh,
Like-
don't even get me started about those fucking assholes.
So I mean, you look at all that stuff and it just gets stupid.
It is.
Oh, right. They did name their reacting to a chimpanzee jacking off and shit like that.
Well, I mean,
Right?
here's a story, okay? You all know Flying Monkeys, correct?
Yep.
Okay, if you watch my beer-umentary with Peter from Flying Monkeys, this story is told in that. And when Flying Monkeys started up, they were originally going to be known as the Simcoe Steam Brewery because they are in the Simcoe County, which is Ontario is a weird place because Simcoe County is nowhere near Simcoe the town. But anyway, they're in Simcoe County. They were going to be known as Simcoe Steam Brewing. He got a phone call from Fritz Maytag the day before they opened, and Fritz Maytag is like from Maytag Appliances. Is, hey, I hear you're opening a brewery. He's like, yeah. Well, what is the name of your brewery? Simcoe Steam. Well, just so you know, I own the copyright for Steam across the world in beer, because he owns the Anchor Steam Brewing Company. Change your name or I'm suing you.
What about Steam Whistle?
Steam Whistle is one word, so it doesn't count.
Oh,
Whereas Steam Works is two different words.
I'm surprised that he didn't go out and go after Steamworks, unless in case things have changed over those 20 years.
Yeah.
It can happen. It
What
can
a
seriously
fun-
happen.
And we're sitting there talking to him, and I'm like, really? He cease and desist you over Simcoe Steam Brewing? He goes, yeah. I go, so why don't you go out and copyright a word like the? He's like, I know. Like, that's just it. Trademark law is fucked.
It's so fucking dumb. It's ridiculous. And it's even worse in the States than it is up here in Canada. But
Actually, I have a beer. Unfortunately, it's upstairs, but it's from Russell Brewing, and they got a cease and desist for it because it is a new style Pilsner. What their label looks like has tents, it has one single rabbit, and it's got a couple of things that looks like another Pilsner that we all know and love. But they got a cease and desist, so they actually are not allowed to make that anymore. And I actually have it in my collection.
A Pilsner we
Speaking
all
of,
know and
Russell.
love.
Russell recently put out a kettle sour, right?
They did.
I won't say names, but I will say that.
There you go.
That's a horrible, horrible beer right there.
Which is funny because that beer, I'd say 5-10 years ago, that wouldn't have been an issue. But since
I'll be right back. I'll show you the label.
a big conglomerate wanted to buy out a bunch of Alberta breweries, now owns that company, that's why it's probably an issue now.
We went and toured. Well, originally, we were supposed to tour Creedmoor Springs when we were doing our beer entries when we started them.
Okay.
And we were going to go tour Creedmoor Springs, and then they were bought out by Molson Coors. And Molson Coors kiboshed that. They're like, no, he cannot be in this building. So we didn't go. And then about 2 years later, we got a call from them. And they're like, hey, Chad, do you want to come out and tour the brewery? And this is after they've been bought by Molson Coors. And I'm like, yeah, I still want to come out. I used to love your beers. I still drink them. They're not as flavorful as they used to be, but I'd love to come out and see what's changed. Because everybody says, oh my God, everything's different. And we went out and we were doing our tour, and we get to this room. It's their filtration room. Now, for any of you that have toured a craft brewery, you know their filter is probably like this big by maybe 4 feet tall, or it's like a DE earth.
Or non-existent.
Or non-existent, but it's either a canister filter or it's a DE earth filter that's just a bunch of different plates, and that can be ranging in size from 1 plate to 30 plates. They have an entire fucking room that is their filter, which is probably as big as this room. The filter takes up probably, 35 feet by 25 feet. Giant fucking filter. It's an absolute zero filter, which is the only reason why Creedmoor Springs beers went from being shelf stable for 2 weeks to shelf stable for 2 years.
Yeah.
And she tours us past that room. I take a bunch of video and pictures of that room. Like, I keep pointing at my cameraman, get film of that room. And then we're upstairs interviewing Gord, their brewmaster, who's been their brewmaster forever. And I'm like, consumers say your beer does not taste the same anymore. Is there any reason it would taste any different since Molson Coors took over? He's like, no, nothing's changed at all. I go, really? Because I just saw a multi-billion-dollar filter in your basement. And his face kind of went white. And it's on film, his face kind of going white, because he didn't know I just saw that filter.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, yeah, well, we did change our filter. Exactly, you changed your filtration. Now your beer doesn't taste the same.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things. Like, these big guys come in, and that's the only thing you really have to worry about for the guys that have a name. Like,
yeah, the Creedmoor Springs I've had is Into the Shade. Then those two, an anonymous person sent me.
yeah, like Creedmoor Springs is a intriguing brewery that does do some good beer. It's just the flavor profile has changed a little bit. Mill Street right now is the exact same. Mill Street is scheduled for a $1.25 million upgrade at their production facility in Scarborough. Once that happens,
it's going to change.
The only thing that's going to change, though, is the filtration. You're going to take all the particulates out of the beer. The taste is going to drop.
Yeah.
And it's going to drop because you no longer have anything beneficial in your beer. And I talk to people about that quite often because people are like, oh, well, I'm drinking beer because there's B12 and everything in the yeast. Yeah, there would be if you're drinking something that still has yeast esters or anything in it. If you're drinking fucking Molson Coors or Labatt Blue or Molson Export, they're not bad beers, but they're filtered to absolute zero. There's nothing left in them.
And that was the whole thing with the collaboration brew number 2. Now, the local guys here know of Big Rock. They know of the Last Best Brewing. The collaboration number 2 was filtered so much it was not classed. I personally would not class it as a Hefeweizen, yet it had the taste of like a wheat or a banana. But it was filtered where it was fucking clear. And that's what the big guys do.
I'm not looking forward to that one. Their first collaboration was awesome.
Oh, the first collaboration was amazing.
Yeah, I really enjoyed number 1.
Now, as I was saying before, now you showed that Pilsner bottle. Here you go. This is the collaboration that we have with Doan's Craft and Russell Brewing, where they've had a cease and desist. If you have a look at that beer, that looks very familiar.
Yeah, I think they were trying to create a little bit of tension.
Should we do a comparison? Here we go.
See, now, and that.
Yeah, but that doesn't look like I understand.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
One is old style and one is new style.
If anything, the font, right?
But it doesn't look close enough to be something that you would go, oh my god, I'm not going to be able to tell the difference.
I think it's the font. And like you said, the font is like the big thing.
That's all it takes is the font, or maybe even the teepees. Holy shit, they've got two teepees and a bunny rabbit, whereas Pilsner
Yeah.
has many bunny rabbits and teepees as well. Oh, and a train.
Yeah, I find it screwed up. It's like if porn stars were to copyright breast size, basically. Like it doesn't make sense. It's
When the male
ridiculous.
porn stars copyright how much cum they can come. I mean, and
Where, like, yeah, it's.
I'm not touching that subject at all.
no. So I'm going to quickly change the subject. The Cannery Brewery, as I was saying before, that's their new label.
Oh, that's terrible.
I know, and that's the thing is, it might be terrible.
I do love that beer, though. That is a.
Why did they change
fantastic-
their label?
You know, I would show you Cameron's new labels, but between Steve and yourself, I've gotten rid of all my extra Cameron's beers that I've had. But Cameron's was one of the breweries that had labels that I actually thought were well done and intriguing. And then they went and they changed to this cartoony bullshit that just looks like they took like 20 years back. And
I thought they looked like they were going for that hipster vibe.
yeah, that's what it's like, taking 20 years steps back and then they're going that hipster way. It's just cartoony, it's flashy colors. It doesn't look as good, it doesn't look as refined. I personally like the old ones better, but at the same time, they've now sold 3 times as much beer in half as long as before, which makes me very, very sad for the state of craft beer in Canada.
Label-wise, I think the best beer labels I've ever seen are from Demolin. Just the white paper with the black writing, you know? Just no bullshit on there. Just,
And it's true. Well, there's that, but I mean, that's the thing. Like as Chad was saying, like they changed their labels and it looks good. I bought this because they changed their label. That and also they also did this. There is actually a date that it was actually brewed by on there now too. I looked at two different things.
I've talked about this before. I would love every beer to have a brewed on date, like a born on date. But I understand why brewers don't want it, because then you're going to have people going through the shelf like old ladies buying milk. I need to buy the freshest one.
We'll all be like that. We know this.
Here are the few things I want on my beer labels. These are the 3 things I want on my beer labels at all times. And I want it to be worldwide. I want an ABV. I want either a Best Buy or a Brewed On. Either one, I can accept either one, but I need the breweries across the world to agree on one. And I need an ingredients list. And I'm not talking, hey, we have water, malt, barley, and hops. I want every additive you put in that beer on the ingredients list.
I agree.
I like different types of malts, different types of hops, different, like your yeast
Yeah, well,
strains.
and like I said, there are so many. And see, this is the thing. This is the little gimmick that Molson Coors, Anheuser-Busch, Sapporo, all the big guys use. If you have Minhas, if you have a preservative in your beer, if it's a category A preservative, you can have it in your beer at any amount without claiming it as a preservative. If you have a category B or C preservative, if it's under 1%, you can still say no preservatives on your label. I want to know what is in my beer. Tell me what ones from the A, B, and C category you have in there so I can make that choice. And what the fuck is that?
No kidding.
This is the Ninkasi Critical Hit R&D Barley Wine Ale.
I've only had 2 or 3 Ninkasis. I really enjoyed one of them. I was okay with another, and the another one I hated. But the third one that I hated, I must say the caveat is it was in the man-child's trunk for 3 weeks before he gave it to me.
Holy fuck! Wait, what does that say? Year
So 2014
20,000?
Reserve, bottle number 1546 of 20,000.
And that's the thing. Nikazi was one of the
So I
few
probably
beers.
shouldn't open this, but
Yeah,
I'm,
and he's gonna open it because he's
I'm gonna
drunk.
open it. Just
Um,
joking.
but Nikazi is one of the few beers where I've actually enjoyed because they actually had some original stuff. They've gotten now where it's gotten to be par to a little bit over par to sometimes subpar. I like
They've had a
Nikazi
few
stuff.
I've had a few good beers from them that I really enjoyed.
The latest I
But
had
for
from
the
them,
most part,
yeah, and that's the thing. Like the latest I had from them was the Noir.
oh, that one was good.
That one was an excellent coffee beer because they said it was a coffee beer and is exactly what it was supposed to be.
Did you have the Triceratops?
I had the Triceratops, but I haven't had the latest one, which was the Velociraptor or whatever it was.
Velociraptor, yeah.
Avoid that one. It's not very good. Triceratops.
Really? Velociraptor, you didn't like it?
I didn't like Velociraptor. I thought it tasted medicinal.
And this is a person who loves his hops.
Well, also, if I don't get my teeth ripped out by hops, then I think it's a little weak. So
And that's the thing.
take it with a grain of salt.
You know, I'm surprised you haven't had the one from Collective Brew or Collective Arts yet. The one that I sent out to you. I thought you would be having that one by now.
Oh, I did. I just have to put up the review sometime.
What did you think of it?
It was good. It was good beer, but nothing I'd buy again. It was
Now-
too malt. It was too malty for me.
See, and I
Well,
actually really enjoyed it because it actually had the
yeah.
malts in there.
Yeah, it was a good beer. It was an awesome IPA, but with me and IPAs, it has to be retarded amounts of hops. You know, like,
Well, I mean,
But-
like, look at your latest homebrew. It's fucking green, but it's got the
yeah,
hops in there
yeah,
that you
it's
want.
literally green. Yeah.
I would just like to say, stop wasting your time talking to bronies.
Well, hold up. What were we?
Wait, what?
Why do we go on to fucking bronies like that? Jesus Christ, dude.
I just logged on to the live stream just to see if anyone was chatting, and I saw who was chatting. And you're talking to a brony right now? Fuck you, brony.
Dude, I actually messaged him about half an hour ago. He's fucking gone to sleep.
You know a brony?
It's a
There's-
long story that we won't say online.
Yo. Oh, that was fucking awesome. Sorry, I'm good now.
Oh,
Yeah.
from PA Brew News. Yeah, that guy's still.
Brony!
Actually, I know a guy who's a fucking true brony. Really nice guy, but also a fucking asshole when he messages people. And he's, you know, it's one of those guys. I'm a brony, but I'm also an asshole, and he knows it.
Is his name Paul from PA Brew News?
Actually, no, it's Jesse Wood from something else. I think it's Drowning in Footwear is what his handle is.
I'm almost done my Goza, and then shit's gonna go downhill, and I'll show you why once I'm done with Goza.
So, my experience with bronies, since we're on this topic now,
Oh God.
they're all nice people up front, and they're all assholes online. In my experience, so for you to say like he's a nice guy,
That's
but
pretty
online
much
he's an
Paul
asshole,
to a T.
that seems to be like the typical description of.
They have a picture of Paul the first year of the beer festival when his Jag died, when the Jag died in my driveway. So he drove up from Pennsylvania. He came up the first day. We got up in the morning after the first night, and we were going to go somewhere. We got in the Jag, and let me tell you, a 300-pound albino who used to do strongman does not fit in a Jag all that well. Which makes
Fuck,
me
I
wonder
hate to see you
how.
in a Porsche.
Which makes me wonder how he fits in the Jag so well, because he's like a foot taller than me. And we get in the Jag, and it doesn't drive properly. It's dead, basically. And we had to call my buddy to take us everywhere we had to go. But we have a picture of him. He got a steak from the punter. The punter is one of my cast members. The punter is also a butcher by trade. He cut him a steak like this fucking thick, like small penis envy thick, and
Fuck, that's an Alberta steak.
he grilled it up for him in my backyard and gave it to him. He goes, I'm gonna go upstairs and get a fork and knife for you. He goes, I don't need no fork and knife. And there's a picture of him holding this like $20 steak, just like just chewing it like that.
Oh, he's also a metalhead, and I swear every metalhead is a fucking psycho.
Well, he is a Sasquatch. That's his other thing.
So in other words, he should be living in Alberta, eating the fucking Alberta beef as a metalhead, living in somewhere like Lethbridge.
Instead, he lives in buttfuck nowhere, Pennsylvania, where bears attack his porch for food.
He probably fucking chops off a piece of meat from the bear just to fucking eat. All right, I'm done with you. Go on.
I remember I sent him a message. He was here in May. No, April. April was the very first festival. We did it in April the very first year, and he was here for the festival, and his car died, so we left it in the garage. And I remember having to send him a message in August, and I'm like, hey, my wife wants your car out of the garage so she can use her elliptical that she never used before your car died, but she wants to use it now. So he came and got his car, and when he came up in the next May, he came and got his car in September, he came up next May with Matt from Massive Beer Reviews. He's like, hey, has your wife used that elliptical yet? I'm like, no, it's in the exact same place it was when your car left. Like, sorry, you could have gotten it this year.
Yeah, but the wife said, so you had to fucking move it. It's because the wife said.
Yeah, well, I also told him he really should get it moved because I live in an okay part of town, but, you know, you can't trust everybody in this part of town. And my garage door almost fell on his car one time when I opened it. It fell off the track. So while I'm fixing it, while I'm fixing the track and fixing the garage door, there's people walking by staring in my garage because they see a Jag, right? They're like, oh my god, it's a Jaguar. They don't know it's an X Series, which is like the cheapest of the Jaguars. They just know it's a Jag.
It says Jaguar and it's expensive.
Yeah. They're like, ooh. And I'm like, yeah, you want to come get your car before my garage gets broken into.
Oh, that sounds like a lovely neighborhood you live in. Sounds like
again, it's not a bad neighborhood. It's not like the downtown crackhead neighborhood. But you know, you go a couple streets in and you start getting to all the rental properties, and that's where the bad people are. A couple streets in, where I'm still at the end of the purchased properties. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yep. No, that sounds about right. It's right near the low-income housing, just outside of it where it actually makes it matter.
Speaking of assholes, out here in Grand Prairie, if you all know where that is, it's
oh yeah, I know where it is.
4 hours, 4 hours south of me, so probably about 20 north of you.
Oh, you still live in the buttfuck nowhere, but yes.
Yeah. But there's a couple out there, man and woman, go around town, and if they see someone with a pit bull or some sort of a Rottweiler or anything like that, one of the more
mean-looking dog.
Yeah. What they'll do is be like, "Oh, cool," and just talk to you and shit, you know. But once you're gone, they'll follow you to your house, and then scope out the place and try to steal your dog, and enter it into dog fights and shit.
Really?
Yeah.
First of all, we're talking northern Alberta. I'm gonna fucking bitch slap that right now. We're talking northern Alberta where it's past Edmonton. Edmonton is right the deadline of where you have... Sorry, what was that?
Going to pee in the sink.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing that lovely tidbit of information. As long as we don't have to hear it, we're all good. Northern, past Edmonton. Okay, let's go past Fort McMurray because they've had some issues.
Well, Grand Prairie isn't as high as Fort McMurray.
I've actually been to Grand Prairie and it scared the shit out of me, and I've been there for 8 hours.
Really? Why?
Yes. I landed on
Grand Prairie is a fucking crackhead's paradise, dude.
It is.
Compared to Fort McMurray,
Actually, compared to Fort McMurray, it fucking is a crack's paradise.
I've been to both places twice, and I would rather be in Grand Prairie.
And you live in, now if I remember correctly from all the addresses, LeCarte, is it? I probably... Was it?
LeCrante. It's a.
Why? Sorry, why would it be French if it's in Western Alberta? But anyways, continue.
Well, it was founded by French people, and then us Mennonites came here, us Russian, German Mennonites, and we're like, we don't like these frogs, get them out of here, you know?
So you chased them out, good for you. And honestly, I have to admit, the area in Calgary that I live in, I feel so fucking safe. Because I live in an area where there's a lot of Russian Jewish people, and I love my neighbor. She is a 70-year-old person who will go out and mow her lawn from and wearing a shirt from Value Village that is a Slipknot tour T-shirt. She is a true Cold War person. I love her to bits, but I mock her like crazy. She's a great person. Unfortunately, she's selling her house. But I mean, like that's the area I live in, and trust me, there's a lot of Russian people in here that like you go down to the street and there's a Russian store, and I love it. They go in and you walk in and it's like Zdravstvuyte. I'm like, hi. I know what Zdravstvuyte means. Zdravstvuyte. You know what I said. I know what it means. It means hello. And I'm English, I'm sorry, but I would like to look at some of your teas, and they're cheap and they're awesome. And I feel safe here, so I understand where you guys live in.
No one comes here and fucks with people here, man. Couple of metalheads I was talking about, it's very religious and traditional here. They're like, we're going to go to your parties and fuck shit up, and they come here and they realize everyone here is built like a wall. You know, like, it's insane, man.
You don't fuck with Russian Albertans. That's one thing I've learned. You don't fuck with them.
Have you seen us drink? I'm one of the smallest in town. I'm like 130 pounds, but I can tank out anyone from the city. Like,
why do you think I review in my fucking area so I can keep up with you motherfuckers?
What? People are gonna try and keep up with me?
Oh, dude, we can't keep up with you, man. That's.
I went and I got my sippy cup. And when I got my sippy cup, shit's going downhill.
Oh, sweet! I love that sippy cup. I've seen it on reviews, and I want to see you drink out of it live on my show.
Well, and we have Domain Pinnacle, 1859, which is an apple cider, an ice cider, aged for 2 years in apple brandy barrels.
Dude, are you really gonna make me pull out the fucking sea cider? Because I will do that. I've got an iced sea cider that I want to.
Well, I was actually looking at my bottle of maple whiskey because I was gonna drink that, but yeah, there's not much left.
See, I've got this whiskey called Cold Cock, and it's a beautiful natural whiskey, but I might have to pull out the ice cider. So I'm gonna be right back, and I'll join you on that cider quest. Talk amongst yourselves, motherfuckers.
It's a good thing I have 3 more bottles of this.
Well, I'm not sure where Jordan went.
Cheers.
Cheers.
It's so fucking good. If I wasn't so greedy, I would have sent Dan a bottle of this. There are things that you get when you do the review game. Every once in a while, you get something really cool, and you're like, should I share this with people? And if they show up here, I share it with them, but if not, they don't get any.
That's how it goes, right?
Yep, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
we did a maple whiskey blind taste test, and we all voted Coeur de Bois as number one, which is the best maple whiskey I've ever had. It's also the only bottle of maple whiskey of that maple whiskey I've ever gotten. So there's like this much left in the bottle that I won't let anyone touch because I love it so much. I have like 6 other maple whiskeys. I'm like, drink whatever ones you want, but you're not touching that one.
Yeah. I wish I could say that for my whiskeys, but whenever I find a good one, I just end up drinking it all.
My whiskey of choice is Lagavulin 16 year. It's a Isla Scotch. It's my favorite because I just love that beautiful smoky campfire taste to it.
I know Lagavulin 16. Yeah.
Yeah. I just wish I could get it cheaper in Ontario. I actually have to cross the border to the U.S. and buy it either illegally and hide it, or buy it at the duty free and pay a little bit of duty on it on my way back every time. My favorite whiskey of all. I also have a bunch of others that I really like. I actually bought a bottle of. I bought 4 bottles after I bought the first one, and I really liked it. So I don't know how they've aged, but the Wiser's hopped whiskey, it was actually really good.
Okay. I haven't had that one yet.
It was hopped with Bravo, so it worked really well because it was like a dark ale type of taste underneath the whiskey.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen a couple hopped whiskeys, and I haven't tried any of them yet. Hopped whiskey just sounds so foreign to me, and kind of a little bit.
When it comes to hard liquor, I love whiskey and I love gin. I hate rum, I hate vodka, and some liqueurs I can deal with. I can't even sniff tequila without like turning my stomach.
Have you ever came across Jose Cuervo Reserva de Familia?
No, the highest Jose Cuervo I ever had was the Platino.
If you came across Reserva de Familia, I would say, not even just like buying it, just if you can come across it, like, just give it a smell and see what you think. I used to hate tequila as well, and then I found this Reserva de Familia from Jose Cuervo, and it is much more like, I wouldn't say a scotch, but it's more like a whiskey, maybe even a rum. The way they age that tequila is just amazing.
Tequila, the stuff we get up here, like a Jose Cuervo San Julius or whatever it's called, or Jim Olandro or something.
Oh, Mecca.
Yeah, I don't like it. I've been to so many like out in Mexico, so many tequila shops and stuff like that out there. It's just fantastic. I can't drink fucking
the only one I like that I've had from up here is Patron Cafe, so the coffee Patron.
Okay.
Shot of Patron. Sorry. By the way, Albino, I'm going to join you. This is from Seasider. I don't know if you've seen my review of it or not. But this is a dessert cider coming in at 19%. Or is it 19%?
Nice. I actually have from Domain Pinnacle. I have 2 more bottles of this. Then I have their gin, which is a yellow gin. It's weird. It's made with a berry that gives off a yellow color. I have 2 bottles of their ice cider and a bottle of their maple cider left.
Oh man.
and their maple whiskey that I was just talking to Brew Gamer with.
Nice.
Hey Chad, it's gotta be like 4 a.m. out there, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have his wife or kids, so what the fuck does he care?
I don't go to work until 6 p.m., so I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm alone in the house right now too, so I can fucking do whatever.
Unfortunately, I've been given the 15-minute countdown. Otherwise, I'm in deep shit. So I might as well make these last 15 minutes.
You just tell her to go to bed. You just go to sleep and don't worry about me.
Now there's difference between going to bed alone or going to bed with her. I like to choose the second one. There's a difference with that because I've been drinking nicely and I like my dessert as well.
That's what your ice cider is for.
Shit, you're right. That's fucking awesome. I haven't had a sippy cup in this house for 7 years now. I should probably get one.
These are the best sippy cups in the world. Problem is they come from China, so they take like 4 to 6 weeks to get to you. But they're all, which is really worth it.
Chad, you have to do more. You have to do more reviews in your titty glass. That's brilliant.
The titty glass gets some of my my beer industry friends mad at me.
You know what? Do the Minhas in the titty glass. I'm sure they won't give a fuck.
They wouldn't see it, that's for sure. But I had the thirsty wench angry at me. She's like, "You're not a misogynist. Why are you drinking out of that glass?" I'm like, "Somebody sent it to me, so I drank out of it." Somebody sent it to me, so I drank out of it.
Would she get angry if you drank out of a glass that was shaped like a cock and balls?
Well, I said that. I'm like, if you send me a glass shaped like a cock and balls, I'll drink out of that too. So somebody find it, because I'll drink out of it. Jose Cuervo.
Oh, what do you have there, Joe?
He
So
has
this is the
some
Reserva de Familia. Every year they have a different box. So this one's the Tiger box from about 4 years ago. This is not what you expect tequila to taste like. Like I said, it's more like a whiskey. If you want, I can pour some into a small glass and show you what it looks like in a glass.
Just so you
see the bottles,
fucking drink
like,
it in
I
front of us.
just want to see you drink some
Green.
tequila, to be honest with
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. I will go get a glass.
you. Well, when it's my feed, everybody that's with me is the bad influence, but I'm on somebody else's feed now.
Dude, you can
Yeah,
be a bad
Chad.
influence all you want, dude.
Chad, I'm gonna send a link in the group chat to a penis glass that I think you ought to buy.
Here we go.
It looks freaking hilarious. It's also like a stubby little chode, so that's pretty cool.
Wait,
Oh,
we're talking like cartoon chode?
That's just a mushroom on a glass. That's nothing. I want if people can make a fucking glass that has actual titties with nipples, somebody can make a cock and balls glass.
My dad for his
I'll
40th
try to find you one.
My dad for his 40th birthday actually had a fucking water gun that was shaped of a fucking penis. Now that would be perfect to put some good old tequila in when you've been drinking a lot.
I don't know if you guys saw the video on my birthday a few years back when the punter was here, but he pulled a tequila gun out of his pants and made me drink from the tequila gun.
I didn't see that, but he's got it. That's impressive. All right, Joe.
You never know what's going to come out of the punter's pants.
This one you might like, Chad.
So this
Sending it now.
tequila is
That's
That's a little bit of a long link. I
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
can't click on
There's
that.
that link.
That link isn't even a real link. You can't click on it.
I'll try to get it here.
Click on the actual picture and then click the link and then copy it, because that's just a Google search one. Oh wait, hang on. The first part of it actually showed up as a link.
Here we go.
I would actually like to talk to the guys from the what the fuck's it called? Fuck! I'm getting too drunk to even think now. It's a glass company. It's the It starts with a P. I can't even
Penis?
think of it. No, not the penis. It's Pretentious Glass Company. I'd like to get them to make me a penis. That's actually awesome.
Yep. Yeah. If you can deep throat that, you could actually touch the penis.
Anyway, the Pretentious Glass Company. They make like a butt plug stout glass, which is a giant ball, a smaller ball, and a smaller ball, and that's their stout glass, and it's all hand blown glasses. I'd like them to make me a penis glass.
Except it's
That-
like $50-$60 a fucking glass.
Yeah, that's the
You know?
only problem because it's all hand blown.
You said blown. Sorry, I can't even do my Beavis and Butthead expression. You said blown.
You're lucky I like this shirt, or I'd rip it off on your channel. Just yeah.
Ah, shit, we got the albino drunk. He's gonna rip his shirt off like the Hulk.
It's not like I haven't done that before.
This is true, but this will be the first time on my channel, dude.
Well,
There's all-
I'm almost on my cider. Give me 1 second to go change my alcohol, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, Jesus. All right, there might actually be action. Wait, everyone's falling asleep. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm
So-
gonna head out. I think I've got some shit to do tomorrow. So,
All right, well,
Yeah.
hopefully we got you nicely drunk on the show tonight.
oh yeah, pretty decent buzz going. Gonna be bottling my homebrew today, or technically today or tomorrow. So, might send.
Oh, shit, did he freeze? Oh, no, you didn't. Okay.
No, he's back.
So you'll be sending something out to me so I can review it for you?
Ah, fuck, whatever. I just like getting I like getting opinions on my home brews. Yeah.
I'm actually interested in that beer because it's fucking green. I've never had a green beer before, so that's going to be really interesting, and I would love to see what happens with it. What's
Oh,
the...
well, it was green during fermentation because I used so much hops in it, but now that it's settled out a bit, it's more of a like super hazy kind of a tan color.
Oh, well, hey, that works even... What's the ABV on it?
I have no fucking clue. I just brewed. I brewed a beer and used twice as much hops as I should.
So I could get really drunk off of it or be really sober.
Yeah, one of the two. It should be around 4 to 6%. So
In and around there, it might be okay. It might... Well, shit, I'm actually looking forward to trying it, so...
yeah,
I
I'll try
mean,
to get some information on it. I forget exactly what the profiles were on there. So yeah.
Sweet.
Brewed with
Well,
wheat. It was brewed with wheat, barley, oats. Yeah, oats, cascade, and mosaic hops.
that's a lot of hops. I'm actually looking forward to it.
Yeah, hopefully it turns out good if I don't fuck up the carbonation.
You fuck up the carbonation, just warn me so I can put a tablecloth underneath or at least a drop cloth.
For sure. Alright, y'all have a good one.
You as well. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, it was a pleasure.
All right, we'll see you real soon, dude.
Yeah, see ya.
Good night.
One down, two to go. I mean, hi guys. How you guys
Hi,
doing?
what's going on?
So that tequila, dude. You know it's a party when you fucking invite the tequila. What the hell's going on with that?
Yeah, man. The best box ever, which won't close anymore for some reason.
Yeah,
It's
because
such
you're
a
drunk.
little bench. Anyways, you haven't had this yet, have you?
No. When I have tequila, it's usually when I'm really fucking partying.
So When do you want to do a Brew Games episode?
Oh, son of a bitch! You're really gonna fuck? Okay, do you
I'll
supply
show you a
taxi
son of a
jets?
bitch.
Uh-oh,
That would be
uh-oh. Rhino's coming in.
Like,
Sorry,
I won't abuse you. I won't make you drink the tequila first. We'll do the episode and
You
the after
fucking
show
brought
will
me
be
the
tequila.
goddamn epic
Okay,
beer.
the fact that I just put my headset on and heard I won't abuse you makes me worried about what's going on here.
It's an Alberta thing, dude. You wouldn't understand.
So, in response to your tequila, I thought I would get something special for you.
Oh, okay.
And let me find my mouse because I am blind and I don't know where my mouse is. There we go. How about this for you?
Nice.
Oh, he's got the hat.
That is a nice
Of
sombrero.
course I have the hat.
Olele!
How would
It's
I
a
not
very
have the
phallic
hat?
sombrero.
This is my one thing my grandfather gave me. Is his $500 sombrero from Mexico.
You know what? I actually, grandparents are fucking awesome. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to tell you a story. It's story time, folks. I love my grandparents, and rest in peace for my grandparents. When my grandparents used to drive down to Mexico all the time from Victoria. They drove down their camper. They used to have this fucking Mexican.
That's a hell of a drive.
Oh yeah, it is. But they love to drive down there. And they came back, and they've come back with a couple of things. They came back with this fucking bike that had no brakes, 0 fucking brakes whatsoever, and it had a pink pig as the label on the bike. And they gave it to me and said, "Good luck. It has no brakes. I wish you luck." So I rode this thing, and I labeled it the pink fucking pig, and it did have no brakes. I actually had to physically insert my fucking leg power to slow it down because it had 0 brakes, and my grandparents gave it to me. I love my grandparents to bits, but I think they were trying to kill me. As well, they gave me a wonderful, wonderful leather jacket from Mexico. I should say pleather, but it held the puke down quite nicely. Story behind that. My school that I went to, we had a play, and I was about 17 years old, and we decided to have a cast party where we drank at a local golf course secretly, and I actually got someone to boot alcohol for me when I was 17. And I don't know, I know you guys are probably old enough, but if you remember the words Bavarian coolers, it was the worst piece of shit you've ever had. It went down so smoothly, but it was so good. And then afterwards, my friends fed me whiskey. I was wearing my leather jacket that my grandparents gave me, and I puked all over it when I fucking mixed my alcohol with Bavarian whiskey, beer, vodka, and tequila. I never wore that jacket ever again, and I think I lost it somewhere in my fucking drunken state. And I had to tell my grandparents that I kind of lost it when I was drunk. I love Mexico. They make some good cheap shit, and my grandparents weren't pissed at me ever.
My only drunken leather jacket story I have is it wasn't my leather jacket, but it was my first New Year's Eve being legal to drink. And back then, there was a huge promotion for Jim Beam whiskey, and you saw it all over the internet, you saw it all over TV. These like epic war stories of like this guy who was like he lost both his legs and he's on his bed. I don't know where he was, somewhere in World War One, whatever. Lost both his legs, and they're like, "Oh, you're in pain? Well, like, have some of this." And it was Jim Beam. Like, he was all happy and stuff. So like, yeah, fucking Jim Beam's awesome. It's really hard to tell the story
When you're drunk.
with Chad doing what he's doing with the fucking sombrero.
Dude, are you holding a boner there in that fucking sombrero?
Maybe.
So
Anyways, I thought like I thought Jim Beam was like, oh yeah, it's the shit. Like, I'm new to drinking, blah blah blah. Fresh 18, my first New Year's Eve. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy a bottle of Jim Beam, a 2.6, and just drink it straight. And yeah.
Oh man, you fucking don't remember.
Everyone's holding their head like, what the fuck are you thinking? Yeah, I wasn't thinking. It was the probably only time I actually did a blackout, where apparently after I walked outside the house party I was at to the side of the house, it's New Year's Eve, of course, so it's like middle of winter. I throw up beside the house and just pass out. No shoes on, no jacket, nothing, just my normal clothes and socks. And apparently people found me like an hour and a half later, passed out in the snow, trying to pick me up, bring me inside. And apparently I was talking to my friend who was holding me up, and he held me up like this. So where your camera is your forehead.
Oh,
Where his
Jesus.
hand is his hand. He's wearing a leather coat. So like leather coats, there's like a little like space there. And apparently he's asking me, am I okay? Am I okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm okay, I'm okay. And all of a sudden I went "Hua!" all the way down his arm in his leather coat.
See, and that's the thing. Leather coats absorb the puke so well. Except if
It's great when it's on the outside, but when it's in the inside, I don't think that's a good thing to have.
That's true. That's no longer leather. That's
Yeah.
My buddy, the best man at my wedding, and who comes down every year from Ottawa to help me with the festival. I remember him being so drunk in his car. His mom came to pick us up. She walked down to the bar we were at. I got in the back seat. He got in the front seat. She was driving his Saturn home, and he puked all over the front seat of his Saturn that it went into all the fucking vents. And it smelled like puke for like 3 months every time the air or the heat came on.
See,
God.
that's bad. And see, that's the thing is, when I was that drunk, that story I told you, the people were so mad at me because I tried to get out of the fucking. There was a sober driver, obviously, and I was like, I gotta puke, I gotta puke, I gotta puke. Open the fucking door, and it was locked, and it was a station wagon. I puked all over that fucking jacket so much that they grabbed me, dragged me into the fucking back of the station wagon, and threw me in there. I was the epitome of the bad drunk in that story. It was so bad.
Oh, I can relate because
I
that same
have a-
story, that New Year's Eve, when I finally got picked up by like my friend's parents, they had a Suburban, and apparently I was so drunk that they threw me in the back of the Suburban. And I remember waking up for like half a second. It was probably like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. I woke up for half a second, didn't see where I was, but just based off of like the audio cues, I could tell I was in the back of my friend's parents' Suburban. And the next time I woke up, I was like in my front room of my house, but I didn't know I was there for a good 10 minutes. It took me a long ass time to realize I was like, oh wait, okay, this is my house, my front room, which I've never woken up in before. It took me a while till I realized that's where I was.
I have a few good ones. One, when I learned that I couldn't smoke dope, I was drinking with my buddies, and when I first moved to Arnprior, when I first left Ottawa and I moved to Arnprior, I was drinking with my new friends in Arnprior, and they were all hotheads as well as drunks. So I'm drinking, they're smoking up. I got so fucked up, I found out by the doctors later on that I was allergic to THC.
Oh Jesus!
I got so drunk that I was puking on the front lawn for like an hour. I remember calling my mother and her stepfather, and we lived in Brayside, but I was in Arnprior, and Arnprior has like 4 streets. And I'm like, I don't know where I am. The moon's over me right now. I'm on a payphone talking to them. I'm like, I have no clue. And they had to come find me. There was another good one where I got so drunk, I clogged my buddy's basement sink with vomit, and I passed out on his floor. They bet me $100 I couldn't drink 326ers of vodka, and being the dumb Irishman that I am, I'm like, I'll take that bet. And I drank 3 26ers of vodka and then laid on his floor for like 4 days thinking I was going to die. I
Oh,
did have
Jesus.
alcohol poisoning, but I was underage, so they weren't going to send me to the hospital. Luckily, I didn't have enough alcohol poisoning to die. That's the one good thing I'm happy for. And then we had our wedding. Me and my wife had our wedding, and we had a cash bar. People hate cash bars. Well, we had a cash bar where it was at cost. And at the time, it was $1.50 a beer or $2 a mixed drink. It was fine. It's not that much money. You'll spend $40 and you'll be drunk out of your mind, you know?
Yeah.
And we had one of her guests, her friend, was like, cash bars are so tacky. They were tobacco farmers, so they were rich out of their mind.
Oh, fuck.
So when we went to her wedding, it was an open bar. I made sure to let the Irish out. And I told my wife and her family before we went, because I told her parents, I'm like, I'm going to come home drunk out of my mind, just so you know. And we went in. I drank 3 bottles of whiskey and a bottle of gin that night at her open bar, just to make it cost her more money. I remember us driving home in the taxi, me saying pull over, and puking out the door for 5 minutes. And then I remember waking up naked in the bathtub with a towel over me. Apparently, I went to the bathtub in my suit, and somebody took me out of my clothes, and it wasn't my wife. So somebody stripped me. I don't know who. But yeah, I remember waking up in a bath towel and nothing else.
In all honesty, that's the epitome of good drunk stories. I mean, I've had those ones. The suburban one, I've actually asked them to pull over, and I puked on someone's lawn in Uplands. For the people who don't know what Victoria's like, Uplands is the fucking upper class of fucking Victoria. I puked over someone's lawn for 5 fucking minutes straight. And then they took me to a place where there was a lot of stairs. Apparently, now I don't remember this, I fell down 2 flights of fucking wooden stairs in my drunken stammer, and I don't remember a goddamn thing. I love my friends to bits in Victoria. My best friend took me out, and my father took me out for my 19th birthday. We had good drinks. I remember the game that I was watching, which was Calgary versus Vancouver for the hockey game. Ooh, what's that?
Best maple whiskey ever in existence, Coeur de Bois.
Oh my god.
You
that
can
sounds-
put this on this. You can put this is from Quebec, from the same company, Domaine Pinnacle, and it smells nothing but maple syrup. And my god, you can put this on your pancakes.
Oh my god, that fucking sounds awesome. That sounds like a breakfast fucking beer of champions. Or whiskey of champions, sorry.
And it smells so much like whiskey that, well, so much like maple syrup, it's not funny, but it's still 37% alcohol.
Oh, still, dude, that's from Quebec. They know their fucking maple.
The one thing they know is maple syrup and beer. The 2 things they know: maple syrup and
Yes.
beer.
I fully
Don't trust a bridge made by them, but maple syrup and beer, they know those 2 things.
They're all about that. No, it's true, and I god damn, like I envy you for living in Ontario because you're so close to the good shit. Maple syrup. It's so Canadian right there. You're drinking a fucking Canadian drink right there.
Oh fuck, where did that bottle cap go? Simon will be angry at me if I lose that. Well, the punter wants me to give him all my extra bottle caps because he wants to build a bottle cap wall, and he's like, hey, you're the one guy that I can get a shitload of bottle caps from. Okay, I'll save them.
I
I
started
actually-
saving our bottle caps as well recently.
I actually had someone from fucking across the seas, I can't remember where because I'm too drunk, ask me to save my bottle caps for him, and I've got a fucking boot full of bottle caps right for him, and I haven't sent them to him yet.
I had somebody from Spain ask me for bottle caps once. I sent them to them. I don't know if they ever actually ended up getting them or not, but I sent them.
He asked me back in January. I haven't sent them yet. I'm a cheap fucker.
Oh, just so everybody...
Yes!
Ah!
Oh Ladies and gentlemen, there's the half-naked albino rhino.
Ooh.
Well, technically full naked because
No, wait, no, not yet.
he doesn't wear pants.
There we go. Now we are full naked.
There we go. Seriously, Joe, I do not want to see a full naked albino rhino. No
Well,
offense, dude.
It's there. It's
Yeah.
available. Available
We'll
for
pass
all.
because I'm gonna get a flag on YouTube if that happens.
You know how many times I've been flagged on YouTube?
Oh fuck, we all know who's been flagging you.
Hey guys.
Oh, look at you! I'd rip my shirt, but my cousin gave me this shirt from Vancouver from one concert I fucking missed from Iron Maiden. Can't do it.
I forgot to close the bar door. I see the bar door is open.
You have no family there. Does it really
You
matter?
don't have to rip it. You just pull it off, right?
I'm not ripping. I'm not pulling it off. Fuck.
Why not?
Ah.
Pull shit off. I don't know why I did it this way. This is really fucking awkward now.
Ladies and
There we go.
gentlemen, I have got
There you
my
go.
guest completely fucking hammered at 2:45 a.m. Mountain Standard Time that they take their tops off. I'm still.
I'll let you know a secret. I would do it completely sober.
Yeah, me too.
Would you do it sober on my channel, or would
I
you
wouldn't care where I am. If I wouldn't get fired, I'd get naked at work.
See, the difference is, I can do this, albino can't because I still have my pants on.
Man, you fucking get that beer gut really well. I'm sorry, but I still own. Well, actually, albino is a beer gut.
Oh yeah.
I do.
We won't talk about beer guts. I got nothing on you guys.
I know.
You know what? I'm okay with the beer gut because I used to do strongman, so I'm okay with everything that is me now.
And see, I'm 5'5". I can't do fucking strongman. I'm still okay with my beer
I'm only
gut
like
because
5'7". I can do it. Yeah. I have
Yeah,
short
but you-
arms.
You still did strongman, and I'm fucking jealous of that, dude.
It's never too late, man.
Yeah, it is. Have you seen
I
my
also-
skinny
I
girl
also-
body?
I was a football player, a rugby player, a strongman, and Highland Games, and a wrestler. And in my wrestling career, I did get to wrestle Brock Lesnar. I have a video of it, and I've been waiting for my 5,000th video. I might post it. And it's me
Nice.
getting my ass kicked in about 12 seconds.
Fuck Brock. Oh, dude, you actually wrestled Brock Lesnar?
Yeah,
I
Brock
did
Lesnar.
in San Antonio, Texas at the U.S. Open Championship in 1999.
Okay, I have to say I actually am jealous. For one, for two, I have a fucking legend on my fucking YouTube video that wrestled Brock Lesnar as I'm playing WWE 2K16, and he kicks my ass in it.
He was
Brock Lesnar.
almost as big back then too. He wasn't on the roids yet though, so he was more natural. He didn't have the trap triangle yet.
Oh fuck, that trap triangle scares the shit out of me.
When I went to university, I was a kinesiology major, and I used to actually harass people about the trap triangle because you'd see guys in the gym, they're like, "Look at my traps." I'm like, "Yeah, you're on roids." No, I'm not. I'm like, "Yeah, you are. That's not natural." What are you talking about?
Yeah, that sounds about right. That really sounds about right for half those people. And with Brock, he is totally on roids, but they will not bust him on WWE because he's a main attraction.
Oh, look at all this hair. Oh.
God damn, my fucking fiance pulls that fucking hair.
Oh.
There's too much hair.
You mother.
I have a sweater on. It's a good thing I was born albino because somebody would shoot me as a Yeti.
Oh, I'm born in BC, so I'm a Sasquatch. Joe, I don't know where you're born from.
I'm supposed to be a cowboy, but this is not cowboy, I'd say.
Well, my mom and my dad are both born in Ireland, so I'm lucky I came out albino because I'd be a red-headed Sasquatch walking around the streets until somebody shot me.
In all honesty, that'd be a rare sight. You'd be a Pokemon. Um, honestly, I'm the only one with no tattoos, and I kind of feel jealous, but I don't because I fucking hate needles.
So do I, actually.
Yeah, it's not really a thing that.
How the
How many-
fuck do you guys do
Needles?
it?
How many tattoos do you have, Joe?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think.
See, I'm at 37.
Really?
Yep.
Where the fuck are you tattooed? Or do I want to know?
You don't want to know, dude. You don't want to know.
One of my favorite tattoos is called Preston because he's pressed in between the cheeks, and it's a
Oh,
stick man
jeez.
falling into my ass crack screaming for help. And if there was an easy way to show it without
So I've got this one
my
here.
junk on camera, I would show it.
I have this one.
I'm sorry. I can't blot that out.
I don't have to take my pants off. I could, but I don't have to.
No, dude.
There's one leg here. I don't know if it's showing up on the webcam or not.
Yep.
Right here. And then the other one is like a two-piecer kind of thing.
Do not
that's
pull
on
your
this
pants
leg.
down.
It's on my foot, which you probably can't see. Ah! Here we go. Does that work? Kind
Yeah,
of.
that works.
Goes all up my leg and around. So, yeah.
So
Okay,
for you, what was the worst pain of all of them?
The worst pain, probably top of the foot. Top of the foot, coloring it was probably the worst.
Not the ankle?
See, for me, it was the sternum. When they did the Phoenix on the sternum, that gave me vertigo for a day or two.
Yeah, see, I didn't go quite that far. Like, I'm just on the breast. I'm not actually on the sternum, so... around here was kind of, like, sensitive.
Yeah, under the arm was this arm.
Near the arms,
On the
yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Goddamn motherfuckers, I'm still alive here.
We're not
I've got
showing anything
nothing.
back.
I've got no piercings. I've got no fucking tattoos.
I have 9/16 for my ears.
Man, how the fuck do you do that shit?
Yeah,
Well,
I was gonna
I
go
do
to gauges for my ears, but I didn't go gauges. I just went pretty big.
I know, Dan, you've watched the videos. Have you ever seen the Reverend?
Yes.
Okay, well, he is a piercer by trade, so he's the one that started up my gauges. And then I did them all myself after that with kits from the internet, so just shoving them through my ears myself.
Yeah,
And this
basically, once you,
size,
like, here's your ear. You can just gauge up yourself.
yeah, this size was the worst size of them all to do. I gauged them up, and I had to buy a new kit to go up the next size because I was at 00. So I bought a new set just to get the next gauge. I never wanted to go any bigger than this because this I can fit a AAA battery through my ear or a AA if I take the gauge out. But I gauged up to this, and then I put the gauges in, and they were plastic gauges because it was a shitty fucking kit. And the plastic gauges make you get infected because they're not metal. So my ears got infected, but I had to keep the gauges in for about a week and a half. So I had to keep fucking pouring alcohol on my ears for a week to get them stretched to the right size that I could fit the metal gauges in. And once I got the metal gauges in, the infection was gone in a day.
You'll have to excuse me. I don't understand the gauges. Now, for example, how big will you actually take your gauges?
This is the biggest I'm going to go.
Okay, so you're not going to be like...
At this point, if I took them out, they would shrink to a little bit bigger than what I used to pierce them at.
right.
So any size after this, they won't really shrink. So I'm never going to go any bigger than this.
Fair enough. Actually, I saw one guy that had a fucking huge gauge. I couldn't tell you what it was, but I can see my own hand through it fucking clearly.
Well, the Reverend, or Lachlan as his name is, will put dildos in his ears just to piss people off, just to show that he can fit penises through his ears.
Why don't you just put fucking vagina fucking holes right there? Like dildos? Yeah,
Dildos
okay,
are small.
fine.
Dildos are much larger than vaginas.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on
Vaginas
what kind of...
stretch.
Yeah.
Don't.
Again, it depends.
A
No,
buddy of
see,
mine started
Here's your
dating.
vagina, right? A little bit of a hole. You have a dildo is going to stretch that hole and go back.
For some strange reason, I also want sex. I don't know why.
I had a buddy that was dating a girl I used to date, and when he started dating her, I said, have you had sex with her yet? He said no. I go, well, you don't want to have sex with her. He goes, what do you mean? I'm like, and I put my fist up to him, and I'm like, remember, I'm a big guy. And he's like, yeah. I go, well, this is what she likes inside her. And yeah, he broke up with her about 3 weeks later.
Did you date her afterwards?
No, I'd never date her again because she liked to be fisted. And again, I have a pretty big fist, a much bigger fist than I have a penis, and yeah, it wasn't something that I really wanted to ever do again.
Alright, so all of a sudden, this fucking live chat has become rated R. We've surpassed Dave the Beer Guy's fucking passage here.
Dave the Beer... Did you have Dave the Beer Professor on here?
I'm not making any fucking claims. No, the guy wouldn't fucking come on here because he doesn't acknowledge Canadians.
He did acknowledge one Canadian, myself, and then he had his fallout with Lee, and he wouldn't come on ever again.
I'm sorry. I'm going to address this right here and right now. Dave the Beer Guy, who likes to have his rant and raves, I'm really trying so very fucking hard not to say anything about him.
I truthfully haven't watched a video of his in about 3 months now since the Lee and him thing started.
Oh man, that was fucking hilarious. I'm sorry, Lee won that one.
I watched for about 2 weeks him trying to be all professional and mean and everything, and then I stopped watching because I just didn't care anymore.
In all honesty, he tried to fucking goat people. Like, he was a perfect fucking troll. Lee, oh my god, you are fucking awful. Please, give me your fucking viewers because I want you to reply back. Oh, hey, person down the States, you're a fucking bitch. Please reply to me because I want your fucking viewers. By the way, my rant and raves are fucking awesome. Seriously, I really wanted to do a fucking mockery of him, put a fucking marshmallow on my fucking beard, put a fucking rat tail, like literally a rat with a tail on my head, and call him out on it, but I didn't want to because I don't want to fucking go down to his fucking level.
We used to make fun of it a lot because of the fact that he was all like, my friend told me what to do to get rid of you. His friend is Ted Barris, the fire-breathing idiot.
Oh,
and the fire-breathing idiot is pretty much an idiot. He did start with a really nice channel, and then once his divorce happened, he went down the fucking the rabbit hole. And his idea for Dave was start a fucking like a channel on fucking Vimeo and Reddit. And the Reddit people just fucking destroyed him. They're like, what
they
the
ripped him a new one,
Yeah.
dude.
What the fuck are you posting and why? Like, it was awesome.
I watched that fucking downfall and I just laughed because
And those were the last videos I watched was the Reddit one.
I honestly, that's the last one I watched, except for the one where it's like, oh, well, what about this person here? I'm like, alright, seriously? Are you fucking serious? Because he mocked the people that had this fucking... The cops took down the video of the person being shot. And I was like, you know what? It's an active, ongoing investigation. And Lee actually commented on my stuff, but since Lee is banned from Dave's channel, he messaged me. I'm like, well, I actually commented back, but I'm like, you know, you're right. I'm sorry. I'll back off. I'm sorry, but Dave really tried to fucking troll people.
The problem was he was angry at somebody, and that's fine and dandy. You can be as angry as you want, but you're sharing personal information about him, and then you're angry that somebody brought up personal information about you that isn't hidden at all. Like your full name is on your YouTube channel.
Exactly, but he claims he doesn't know where that person lives, or he doesn't know where he lives. I'm sure most hackers could find out where you live.
It was dumb. The whole thing was dumb, and the whole thing is dumb, and it was just going on forever. I mean, he's had his little incidents. He likes that stuff because that gets him more viewers, and that's what he wanted.
And that's exactly what he got. He got a ton more viewers, and I respect him for trying to get the viewers, and he got it. But at the same point in time, I have to say, fuck you, Dave. I'm sorry. We're Canadian. We're more polite. Go fuck yourself.
I just love that I got blocked on everything from him. He was on my Facebook and everything else, and he blocked me on it all. And I'm like, whatever, Dave. Doesn't bother me because he actually messaged me at one point. He's like, I'm sorry I blocked you. I don't care.
Yeah, keep blocking me, please. I get more viewers when you block me, you fucking idiot.
Well, it all started almost like 3 years ago when we started BDU, because we had him on a few episodes, and him and Jay had problems. Him and Jay Terrio, the guy he was making fun of in all those videos, had problems, and that's fine and dandy. Whatever. You don't like the guy, you don't like the guy. It's what it is, whatever.
Yep.
And he's like, hey, bring him on. I want to talk to him about, some of my discrepancies with his stories. And we brought him on, and his entire thing was he just attacked him the whole time. And we're like, Dave, you're not actually being open and having a discussion. You're just attacking the guy. Oh, whatever. And then Jay ended up being the guy that became the normal guest instead of Dave. And, I mean, philosophically and politically, all of us were more Dave. Like Dave is more liberal. He's more, and I mean, he doesn't act like it, but if you have him on Facebook and all that, he's more of a liberal guy. He's more of this and that. Where Jay is more of the I'm from the South and that type of generalization too. But when it came to just discussing beer, we would rather have Jay any day over Dave. And that's just the way it ended up happening. And then Dave got angry, and then he started doing his little videos about Jay and Maria and everything else. And once people started saying bad things about it, it was, what the fuck? And that's how that whole thing went down.
And that's the thing. I mean, like, I am so an outsider for this, being I'm going to say it, a new reviewer, beer reviewer. And seeing you guys fight over that, it's just...
And, I mean, that's the thing. Like, we don't... personally, I don't like Jay, personally. I like talking to him about beer, but philosophically, religiously, politically, I'm 100% against a lot of his ideas. And that's just the way I am. But I am also a believer in Voltaire and everything else. You have free speech, you can feel the way you feel. I don't have to feel the same way as you. But when you stop having discussions and you start attacking just the character of somebody and everything else, that's when I have a problem.
Totally understandable. And I would have loved to done now with Dave and his what did he call it? His mockery of people.
His fucking parodies.
Yes, his parodies. I totally want to do his parodies. But I didn't because I felt that it would be stooping down to his level. Because honestly, I really wanted to fucking grab some marshmallows, put it on my fucking chin, grab a fucking dollar store rat's nest, and put it on my fucking head and mock him. But I didn't. As the Canadian way, I let it slide.
And I mean, that's what gets a lot of other people in my little group mad. You've seen what goes on my videos now lately with a group of people. I mean, there's people that are like me that are open to everybody, and there's people that aren't, and that's just the way it is. And yeah, it's stupid, it's ridiculous, it's childish, and it's just what it is.
It totally is, but I mean, like, your channel in itself has its own persona, and that itself, again, I'm sorry, I'm drunk, is awesome. Having you on this show is awesome. We've been talking for almost 5 hours here. But I mean, like with Lee, He gets the views, he gets the people, and I don't understand why. But then I look at the American public, and that explains it all.
Well, I mean, what do I have? I have Lee. I have like for Canadians, I have Lee. I have Nick. I have Guy that comes on every once in a while. Ewart, who is the man that has the biggest problems with some of the other people in the country. And then every once in a while, I have guys from BC and Alberta and other guys like Basement Beer Reviews from Ontario. For the most part, when I do my chat, I have a bunch of guys from Ontario, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia. If I have US, it's either Paul or Joe or Matt from Massive Beer Reviews. And I mean, none of us have the exact same view on everything. It's just most of us can understand that we're all just people. Some of us can't. Most of us can.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and I totally understand that. And you guys have a great demographic on your channel, and I have to admit that's fucking awesome. Sorry, I have to say that Joe from Brew Games left because he couldn't handle our fucking status. My fiance's probably asleep there, and I'm probably gonna have to apologize fiercely for her. But, but I mean, like,
our status. What do you mean our status?
we're drunk.
Oh. I mean, he was down here fucking topless too. He was drunk as well.
He fucking had tequila, dude. Like he beat us all out. No, I totally agree, and sorry, I'm messaging him at the same time. I just like I'm new to this compared to you guys. I am so new to this. You guys have been in this for years. For me, I've been in it for 3 years. Getting in the brew channels, I've been in it for a year and a half. And with Lee and everyone else, that's awesome to see. With Dave, I'm really getting annoyed with him. But that's just me.
Just do what I did. Stop watching.
Yeah, but it's like watching a train wreck. You can't stop watching.
I had a very long conversation with Steve. Steve Orr. I don't know if he's done any trades with you or asked you about any or anything like that.
He has, the guy from BC.
Yeah, he has been the target of trolling from a lot of the guys on my channel. Now, the only one that's actually agitated with him is the same guy that's agitated with Jordan. Everybody else is just making fun of things that they know will get them going because they're like me. They're sarcastic bastards. Mm-hmm. And he posts things every week. There was one video I wasn't able to do a BDU because I was with my kids, and
that's family time, dude.
And yeah, well, no, it wasn't anything like that. It wasn't like he was angry I didn't do a BDU, but Lee hosted a BDU, and Lee's like, you know what? I'm not part of BeerTube anymore because I retired. We're going to do a hate channel, and they did a hate cast where they just ranted about the things they don't like. And I had a big message from Steve about the things he didn't like about that. And I'm like, Steve, they're trolling you. Here's what you do. You just don't watch. That's all you do. You don't watch. They're doing it because they know they get a rise out of you. I'm like, most of them aren't bad guys, and they're doing it to get a rise out of you. One of them is doing it to piss you off. The other ones are doing it to get a rise out of you. Stop watching. They'll stop doing it. They're trolls. I can't handle it. I can't stop anything they're doing, and I won't stop anything they're doing anyway, because people are free to talk and say what they want.
And it's true. It totally is true. I mean, like, I'm sorry, maybe we should do it the way he does it. With the person that should not be named, and I won't name him, he did the same thing. He didn't name the two people that didn't want to be, or he didn't want to name, but we knew who he was, or who. Oh God, lots of beer tonight. Thanks, Chad. That didn't want to be named, or he didn't want to name. They had it where it was pretty much, I don't want to name these people, but this is who I'm outing. honestly, that pissed me off because it's like, you know what? If you're outing them, fucking name them. I'm gonna fucking name you Dave the beer guy. Fuck you. Your rant and raves are fucking stupid. But at the same point in time, I respect your beer reviews.
Well, that's just it, right? Like you can say I'm not going to name names as much as you want, but just name names. All you're doing is hiding,
Yeah,
and it's not helping anything at all. You know what? You have an issue. Make your issue. I had an issue with my beer festival. I came out and said who it was. It was the guy from the Flying Squirrel that was causing my problems. You know what? Me and him have had our talks. I think he's going to be a problem no matter what I do. He's a problem no matter what happens in Ridgeway. I have to get over that and just accept it.
exactly. And it's like me with Minhas. I actually fucking called them out on their shit in a fucking written review, and they said that I was bullshit. And I said, no, you know what? Here's the fucking facts I have. You guys are bullshit. Fuck off. And they haven't replied back. I totally understand where you come from.
Well, like I talked about earlier, you weren't here when we were talking about it. I was asking if anyone's had a bunch of beers that were full of brewing faults, and everybody kept bringing up Minhas, and I'm like, no. Whether or not you like Minhas isn't the category here. Minhas, their beer sucks, but they don't have brewing faults. I reviewed 11 beers from one brewery over the last week. The brewery was the Blue Elephant Brew Pub in Simcoe, Ontario.
Mm-hmm.
Of those 11 beers, 4 beers were good. 7 beers were full of diacetyl. I'm sorry. I should not get a butter bomb no matter what. You should not be selling to the public a beer full of buttery flavors as your good beer. Their slogan is local beer just tastes better. Local tastes better. Local doesn't taste better unless it's good. That's the key to it all.
Exactly. And I've watched those reviews, and I fully, absolutely fully agree with you, because the way you have your taste palettes is much better than mine. And I'm gonna put it out there bluntly as I can. I'm not blind, so your palettes are much better than mine. And it's not a bad thing, obviously. Like, you fucking can do better reviews than I can. But
I do shitty reviews. It's okay.
oh, dude, no, you don't. Fuck, man. Like, okay, so you said that the Minhas watermelon was okay. I hated it.
Well, no, I'm okay with that. That's perfectly fine. We all have different tastes, and that's fine. I'm perfectly okay with us all having different tastes. Somebody can love Bud, and I don't like it. I'm okay with that. But when there's a brewing fault, I'm pissed off when people are like, "Oh no, this is really good." You might actually like the taste, guys. Say Joe Blow loves the taste of awesome sauce from Blue Elephant. You might love the taste, and that's perfectly fine. I'm okay with you loving the taste. But it's a bad beer because it's full of diacetyl. You can love the taste of it, but it's still a bad beer because it was brewed incorrectly. And then this is the brew pub that is canning this and selling it to the public. You are a brew pub. If you fuck up on a beer, don't sell it to the public. Turn it into beer battered chicken wings or beer buns, beer cookies, beer whatever the fuck you want. But don't sell it to me.
But that's the thing. Like, that's the hard part about this. I'm going to take Parallel 49, for example. They knew they fucked up one of their cherry fucking beers, okay? They fucked it up so badly that they didn't want to sell it. But the BC Lottery or BC Liquor Corporation wanted to sell it, and they fucking had the contract saying, okay, we want to sell it. You guys have to fucking produce it. So they had to put it out there. That's the hard part, because they are under the contract by BC Lottery Corporation or Ontario Liquor Corporation, and I'm getting my fucking L's mixed up, because they said that they had to do it by contract.
See, that's the thing. In Ontario, they wouldn't actually have to sell it by contract. They wouldn't sell it until they've made it and decided whether or not they're putting it into the LCBO.
But the BC ones, they had to do it because they actually said that we're going to produce it, so they had to sell it.
Yeah, here you would produce it, and then you have to talk them into selling it.
And that's a better deal right fucking there. Totally agree with that one.
But I mean, these guys are brewing at a small enough capacity that they're not ever going to be in the LCBO anyway. It's frustrating going to a brewery. Like, I bought 22 beers, so I bought, and you're actually going to get some of them. I don't know which ones I sent you. I don't know if I sent you the butter bombs or not. But you'll get some of these beers from Blue Elephant. But so I bought 22 beers from Blue Elephant. They had 11 different beers when I walked in, and it was $63. So if you think about it, there was 8 of them that I could drink because there was 4 of them that weren't butter bombs. So I spent $8 a can. No. Like,
that's a bad deal. I mean, like, even with the collaboration I had, $2.58 a beer. No, because it wasn't a true wheat beer. Just no.
yeah, no, it's one of those things that you just sit there and you're like, how does this get by? How do you decide that, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sell shit to the consumer, and they're going to like it.
And that's the thing, is how are they going to sell that? Can you talk by yourself for like 2 minutes?
Sure, I'll talk. Hey guys, what's going on?
Sorry, man. Fucking, I just breached the fucking bladder point. I've got to go take a piss.
At least you're not like Beer Snobs United and you pee in your growlers like he does.
Man, I can't because I have to send it to Steve and he'd be pissed off. I'll be right back. Sorry. Talk amongst yourself. Sorry, dude.
Talk amongst myself. Hi guys, what's going on? Hey guys. Hey, you know what we're gonna do? You're gonna have nothing but blank air for a second because I think I'm gonna go take a pee too. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sing while I do it though, okay? So you might actually see my avatar glowing while I do it. I actually am trying to hold in a poo at the same time too. As soon as Dan goes offline, I'm gonna go take a massive cronk. That's what I'm gonna do. Take a massive cronk. So here we go. I'm gonna sing. In 1812, Madison was mad. He was the president, you know. He thought he'd tell the British where they ought to go. He thought he could beat Canada. He thought that he was tough. Instead, we went to Washington and burned down all his stuff in the White House. Burn, and we're the ones that did it. It burned. And the Americans ran and cried. It burned, and things were very historical. And the Americans ran and cried like a bunch of little babies. Wah, in the War of 1812. Those hillbillies from Kentucky, dressed in green and red, left home to fight in Canada. But they returned home dead. It's the only war the Yankees lost except for Vietnam and the Alamo and the Bay of Ham. The losers was America, the winners was ourselves. So go ahead and gloat about the War of 1812. And the White House burned, and we're the ones that did it. It burned, and the Americans ran and cried. It burned, and things were very historical. The Americans ran and cried like a bunch of little babies. Wah. In the War of 1812, what's that sound? That sound's not from me. I don't know what that sound was. YouTube, what was that sound? Oh man, what was that sound? Oh god, he's back. We got to stop talking about what we were talking about, guys. Sorry.
Oh, so you don't remember what we were talking about, but you rambled on.
I remember what I was talking about. I'm just not going to talk about it now. Look what I just found. I actually went and took a pee while you were taking a pee. And on my way back, I noticed this on the top of one of my pillars. Fucking Nick hid this on one of my pillars, knowing which way I normally point my camera when I do my beer reviews, hoping that this would be in all my beer reviews.
Fucking Nick, dude. I mean, I don't know him. Actually, that's actually a good product placement right there, if you ask me.
Yeah.
My poor fiance went to bed. She was waiting up for me. I feel so bad for her. I'm gonna pay for this tomorrow. Um,
Believe me, say there was this 300-pound albino that said he was going to beat me.
in all honesty, I have to admit, having you on my show is fucking awesome. Not gonna lie. It's been amazing that you actually showed up and you actually joined me on my channel. And obviously, I'm doing something right to have someone of your stature join me on my channel.
I'm short, man. I'm tiny.
Okay, dude, I'm 5'4". What's your point?
Okay, I have you beat by a little bit.
Exactly.
My dad was 5'2" and my mom was 5'4", so.
My fucking daughter's 5'5". She's almost beat me on fucking height. God damn it. I feel so bad. Her mother's 5'2", I'm 5'4", and she's almost 5'5". I swear I don't know where the fuck she got the height from. I'm almost willing to get her tested to find out if the child's not mine. No, it's honestly having you on the show is been amazing. Watching your show for so long and knowing that you are amazing in what you do with reviews, I cannot be up to the stature that you're at.
Sure you can. Everybody can be past me.
I don't know, man. Like you're blind, so you've lost one of your senses, but you've got a palate that a lot of people don't have.
Yeah, I've done nothing with it though. I drink in a basement. You know, at the beer festival, I always get this. I always have somebody that comes up to me and goes, "Can I take a picture with you? You're like famous," and I'm like, "I'm a drunk in a basement, buddy." it's the way it goes. At this last festival, actually, Nick and all them were making fun of it because I had a girl following me around the entire time, going, "I'm starstruck." I'm a drunk in a basement. Drunk in a basement. Unless you're going to fall on your knees right now, I just don't care. Because I'm a dick like that. And Dan's gone silent. He's like, "Fuck you, albino. I don't want to talk to you no more. Fuck you." See, he's not even moving anymore, guys. He's like, "What the fuck?" He's done. He's done, guys. I've made him done. I've made him give up. He does not want to talk to us anymore. He's like, "Oh my god, I don't want my channel to have this fucking albino piece of shit on here anymore. Fuck him." And it's over.
God damn it, I missed half that fucking thing because my fucking headphones died on me. Fuck!
I was just saying, at every beer festival, I always have people that are like, "Oh, can I take a picture with you? You're like famous." I'm like, "I'm a drunk in a basement." And the guy is Nick, who else was down here? Nick, Guy, Radar, the guys that come down from Ottawa for me, my buddies from Ottawa and all that. They were all making fun of the fact that I had a girl following me around the festival the entire time, going, You're like famous. I'm starstruck. Can I take pictures?" She took like 15 pictures with me with her boyfriend following her. And I'm like, "I'm a drunk in a basement, and your boyfriend's right there. Maybe you should stop trying to grab me."
You know what? That's the epitome of being famous right there. And on I'm sorry. Let's redefine that. That's the epitome of being YouTube beer famous.
Well, that's the thing, right? And it's weird because I talk to people about it. I'm like, the internet fame is weird. You could have almost no followers, yet you're still known on the internet for some reason or another. And like when I first met Joe, when I first met Average Joe, it was me, Salvation Army, the Redheaded Step Nothing, and the Man-Child. We were all at Joe's beer place of choice. And he saw the Man-Child, and I could hear him from the 2 aisles away. He's like, "Are you the Man-Child? Is the Rhino with you?" And that was the first time I met Joe. And it was one of those funny things because we're nobodies. We just drink beer and talk about beer. And this was the first guy to recognize us. And my wife was weirded out by it too, because the next time, when she met Joe for the first time, we were at Walmart in Joe's hometown, and he's right across the border from us. So we're right across the border in his hometown, and he finds my wife, and she's only been in like 6 videos at the most by then, and I had like 2,000 up. And he's like, "Hey, Mrs. Rhino, where's the rhino?" And she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" It was one of those things. Like, it's internet celebrity is the weirdest thing ever, because you could have like 100 people that follow you, and you somehow still have internet celebrity.
It's true. I mean, like, there's different celebrity status for. Okay, I'm gonna put it out there. YouTube. I mean, you can have the 100 club, you can have the 500 club, you can have the 5 million club, and those mostly are the guys that do games and everything else like that. We're in our own little cliche, I guess I could possibly say, where we're still famous in our own little way. I was out at a concert, and I was at a concert that no one really heard of, and it was at a place that I would never ever visit. Is Cowboys, fucking country club. I'm not country, obviously, but it was a band that I wanted to go see, and it was at the Calgary like Geek Fest, pretty much. And one guy came up and said, "Oh, dude, you're from Brew Reviews, Beer Reviews." Holy crap, I am so drunk. Brewreviews.ca. And I'm like, yeah, do I know you? He's like, "No, man, like, you want to hang out?" I'm like, "Sure." I'm like, I don't know who this person is. But I found out later it was one of my buddy's friends, and he knows me from my channel, but not my personal thing, and which was odd for me. And that kind of was surreal. But you, my friend, are famous compared to me. I'm just small time.
I think no, you're just as big as I am, and the only difference is I'm very recognizable because I'm a big albino walking around.
Okay,
that's the only real difference. I mean, and it's the same type of thing. Like, you meet people that you've never met before, and you meet them in weird places. Like, and there's times where you expect to meet them, like at TFOB, the Toronto Festival of Beer. I've met lots of people there. I expect that, that's craft beer lovers or just beer lovers in general. Okay, whatever. I had a guy walk up to me and go, "You're the albino rhino. Here, have one of my pretzel necklaces." And all that, right? Okay, sure, whatever. I met another guy at a London Beer Festival, the Garden City Beer Festival, and he kept video bombing me. Okay, whatever. Again, I'm at a beer festival. Sure, whatever. But then you're like at work and somebody recognizes you, or you're just walking down the street and somebody recognizes you. That's the weird stuff.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I totally agree. I mean, I guess I went to one of the launches for the Alberta Beer Fest, and I walked in there and they're like, "Oh, you're the guy from Brewers Reviews." I'm like, "Yeah, we love your stuff. Come on in." All right, sure. I didn't know how to take it, in all honesty, because I didn't know how, I guess, how popular or how well recognized I was. Not popular, but well recognized. And then I had the guy from the Alberta Beer Fest go, "Hey, this is the guy from Booze Reviews," and he was showing me the guy that was just Beer App. He's like, "You want him to do reviews on your app?" I'm like, "But I'm not that good. Really, I'm not that good." He goes, "You know what? I've watched you from the beginning, and I've watched you now, and you've gotten so much better." I'm like, "I don't know how to take this. I really don't know how to take this." And I mean, I've seen your channel, and you've got so many more people that have liked your channel. How do you do it?
I just do the exact same thing all the time. I just keep posting my videos, commenting on anybody that comments, and that's about it. I mean, I used to respond to comments the same day, and now I am at the point where, because of my schedule, I make an hour time slot once a week, and I'll go and answer everything that one day.
And
So,
that right there is that's fame right there. It honestly is. I mean,
well, I
like
mean, when it comes to beer channels and YouTube channels in general, I hate the people that don't respond to the people that watch them, because the only thing that makes you popular or makes you anything is your viewers. So if somebody's going to ignore their viewers, it pisses me off. And there's a lot of beer guys that do it. There's a lot of everybody that does it. Like I watch the Game Chasers, who chase retro games. And I've commented on about 55 of their videos, and I get it. They have like 5 million subscribers and everything like that. Not once have they ever responded back. And I understand that it's hard to do it when you have a lot of subscribers, but your subscribers are the reasons why you're able to do the things you do.
and it's true. It totally is true. Like honestly, I've looked at it, and it's one of those things where you have to appeal to your public, so to speak. I've got a 14-year-old daughter, and I know you've got children of your own. And she's like, I want to become a gamer on YouTube. I'm like, well, great, that's awesome. And she's like, I want to have you on my channel. I'm like, what? I'm like, you're planning to be that famous where you want to have your own father on the channel to what, promote? Like, I feel so old in this YouTube thing.
Oh yeah, like I just recorded a video. It was one of my ones that I didn't live stream because lately I haven't been getting a good feed down here. And I'll find out when you post it, when this video goes live tomorrow, when it's actually archived and all that, how my feed was. But I've been getting a not very good feed down here, so I started recording a bunch of them offline. And one of the videos is me and my 6-year-old son beating Turtles in Time. it's one of those things that I'm waiting to post. And I might actually have to beat it again, because I remember I urged him a few times to do things that weren't sounding the greatest, because of the fact that I'm teaching him to play video games, right? Like teaching him to play video games from our childhood. I'm like, no, you're just standing there. Come on over here. Like,
start fucking hitting the goddamn buttons and kill people.
I can't do everything by myself.
I totally get that. And actually, my 14-year-old daughter's been teaching me how to play video games, and that's scary, dude. That really is scary. I mean, I love my kids to bits. I've been teaching them how to be, what's the proper term, a geek, so to speak. And my daughter, I've taken her to the Calgary Comic and Entertainment Expo, and she's loved it. Now she wants to become a YouTuber. And she's like, I want to become a gamer YouTuber. I'm like, well, okay, that's great. That's a great start. I'm looking at this going, we're beer reviewers. Gamer is really where it's at. And I've seen your streams before for the games, and I'm like, dude, I totally get where you're coming from. This retro game shit is awesome.
Yeah, like I play a lot of newer games too, because I have all the systems. Like sitting down here, I have my Retron set up just so I can stream it, but I do have a Sega Genesis. I have an NES, SNES. I have the PS2, the PS3, the Xbox One. Like I have like 35 things hooked up to this TV.
And that's the true gamer right there.
That's what I did. I when I was younger, I gamed because I'm albino. I couldn't be out in the sun, so I played video games. And I mean, it wasn't like, oh, I'm just lazy. It's if I went outside, I burnt like a fucking piece of bacon. So I didn't go outside.
And that's the hard part. I mean, like for me, I'm a gamer too. I'm gonna mention one computer system, and I want to see if you recognize it. Tandy 1000.
I've heard of it. I've never actually seen it or touched it or anything like that.
All right, fair enough. It's one of those games. Or it's one of those systems where I learned how to BBS on, and you've obviously been part of the big broadcast system, or the big blue system. Fuck, I can't remember the acronym for it. But
Yeah, I was I mudded on a BBS, and
oh, dude.
I still every once in a while log into that same mud that I played when I was 13, 14 years old, and I used the NCF, the National Capital Freenet, to do my DSL, dsl-mud.org. I actually was a clan leader and everything else on that mud, but people still remember me now, and I'm like, man, I'm like 34 years old, and the fact that you guys still remember me means you're 34 or older. This is sickening that you're still mudding. like, like
Oh,
if I was to tell my kids right now, and I mean, he's only 6, so he doesn't understand it, but if I was to tell my kids 8 years from now, I played a game that I put hundreds upon thousands of hours into that was all text, he'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
no, and it's so true. I mean, okay, I'm taking my youngest daughter to go see Brit Floyd on Tuesday. A Pink Floyd cover band.
Yeah.
I totally get where you're coming from. I've got a friend that used to mud all the time. I couldn't get into it because I was in BBSs, so I was Lord, Usurper, those type of games. I was totally into text. I was a sysop of the XBBS in Victoria, or I should say a sysop. It takes you back, doesn't it?
Yeah, like I said, I log in every once in a while, and I'm like, wow, this is still going. Like, how is this still going? And I mean, it's a lot different than it was back then. Back then, there was like 400 players on at a time, and you can even see it. You'll type count, it'll show you there's only like 50 people on, but the highest ever was 475. And I'm like, yeah, I remember the days when it was 475 people.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, I look at my the BBS, and I still talk to the sysop, and he ran out of his apartment. And every Saturday we go over there, get drunk, listen to some metal music, and bug the people that used to log on there because, well, he was a sysop. We could do whatever we want. But yeah, it was one of those things where you type the text in, you look at it now, and I mean, like, for example, Doom. I don't know if you played the recent Doom game.
Not the recent one, no.
Oh man, it is amazing. I played the one where I actually was borrowing a friend's 486 DX, and we used to do multiplayer on that, and it was amazing. Now I look at it, I'm like, God, I used to play that old shitty system, and I loved it. Now I'm playing this, and I still love it. Like, the kids, or I should say, the generation that we've raised nowadays is definitely different than what we were a part of. I don't know if they ever understand or appreciate what we were a part of.
Oh man, I remember my school ended up getting a Cisco lab in our communications technology wing. So we ended up getting these state-of-the-art computers and all that. I was probably in grade 10 or 11 at the time. And so we got our Cisco lab. So this was still before 2000. It was like 96, 97. And we got our Cisco lab, and we used to borrow it from the communications. Our Comtech teacher would make Adirondack chairs. And what we would do is we would give him time after school, helping him sand all the pieces and all that so he could make the Adirondack chairs to sell for the school. And in exchange, at lunchtime, he would let us go in. And remember, I was probably the weirdest guy ever because I was captain of the wrestling team. I was on the rugby team and all that, and I was playing video games with the nerds. But so at lunchtime, we would go into the Cisco labs and we would play fucking Quake, Half-Life, and Counter-Strike. and Team Fortress. And every lunchtime we would play those games for the full hour. And it would just be against ourselves. We wouldn't go online or anything. It was local area networking, and it was just one of those things where kids don't do that anymore.
They don't. I'm sorry. Now they do with Pokemon Go.
No, let's not even talk about Pokemon Go.
They just don't know how good they have it nowadays, do they? Honestly, I like you look at the internet cafes that we used to have. Quake 2 was a big thing at the internet cafe that I had. Yeah, it's true. Like the BBS has brought people together. You have things like Facebook and everything now that brought, well, families together, friends, family, and everything else together. Oh God, we're going back to the '90s. We're going back to everything else like that. And you and I are both old school gamers. What do you miss both of those days?
Fuck everything. Like it was getting together with your buddies and playing it sitting beside each other. I mean, everything's online now. You play a 2-player game, and a lot of games you buy now, like Xbox One games or PS4 games, you can't even play multiplayer in the same room.
It's so true. No, like Quake 2, we used to have to go down the internet cafe. 20 of us play together for 20 minutes, pay, well, fuck, I can't remember, $5-10. I used to get it for free. And we play and we go outside, have a smoke while the other team played, and then we come back in and we played it from there. And we got to know each other. Now you can't even do that. That's the hard part.
Yeah, like there is a lot of games that say 2 players on them now, and you buy them and you take them home, and there are only 2 players if you find somebody online to play with.
True. I mean, I'm right now on the PS4 playing WWE 2K16, and I'm playing by myself. Because 2K17 is coming out, a lot of people aren't playing it anymore because they're waiting for 2K17 to come out. And that's the hard part. 'Cause you have these people coming out and pushing out these games year after year where you're just like, well, I like this game. Come play with me. And it's like, no, I can't because the next one's coming out.
Well, I remember that happening with Battlefield.
Yes.
I was a big fan of Battlefield 1942, and then Battlefield 1 and 2 and 3 and all that came out, and people didn't want to play anymore.
Exactly. And I played Call of Duty, for example, Modern Warfare. There's a place that I go, Canadian Shire. Can't swear, have to be polite, and everything else like that. Great fucking community, but they're still doing Call of War or Modern Warfare, where we're up to what? Modern Warfare 3 of Call of Duty. I can't keep up.
I don't know. The only Call of Duty games I have are the ones that have come with systems I bought. I haven't cared about it. Like I liked the more. I didn't like the cookie cutter-esque vibe of Call of Duty. I liked the war games that had more of a story. That's why I liked things like fucking Battlefield 1942 and all that. It just immersed me, even though the graphics were not as good as anything now and all that, but it immersed me anyways. I mean, every class having completely different weapons. You couldn't just pick up everybody's weapons. You were stuck with what you chose. You had to learn to play your different classes. That's the stuff I enjoyed.
Exactly. I mean, okay, I'm going to mention one game. I want to see what you think of it. Assassin's Creed.
You know what? I think Assassin's Creed as a franchise has gone on way too long, but I think the idea of it was great.
And I agree. My daughter loves Assassin's Creed and the full franchise. She got addicted while I was playing it. You know, it's one of those ones where it's over the age of 14 or 13 or wherever. But I'm like, you know what? If you're going to play it while you're young. but I'm actually glad that the fact that they skipped a year this year and they're actually going to do it next year. And that right there speaks volumes in itself.
I don't know if you ever played The Witcher, the new Witcher, The Witcher 3, but
Yes.
they make fun of Assassin's Creed in it, where they have a guy that's basically splattered against the ground by a haystack.
That's actually pretty awesome. I haven't gotten to that part yet.
Yeah, and he's like, "Hey, I guess he jumped from the top," or I don't remember exactly what he says, but it made me giggle when I found it.
And that's the whole thing. I love the fact that they make fun of other games between each other, and that's awesome. Um, I played Witcher 2 for a bit. I've kind of dabbled in Witcher 3. Um, God, there's so many games out there right now that it's hard to keep up.
My problem is the time a lot of these games take. I don't want to put 100 hours into a game, but at the same time, I don't want a game to only be like an hour and a half of playtime with 10 hours of fucking cutscenes. Like when I was playing through the story mode for Mortal Kombat, that was pissing me off. I had like 30 minutes of cutscenes between each fight. I'm like, no, just let me fucking fight.
Oh, but they were interactive cutscenes. I mean, come on, you had to hit the triangle or on
Fuck
Xbox.
that shit. Just let me fucking fight. I remember when the game's story mode would tell you just like a 5-second story between fights. That's all you fucking need. And then I played, and you know what? I never really believed the misogyny in games thing until I bought the new Dead or Alive Final Cut. And I put this thing in, and all the girls are in fucking bikinis and all that, and I'm like, yeah. And then I look at all the downloadable content, and it's all more bikinis. Like there's like 100 pages of bikinis, and I'm like, yeah, I get it now. Okay, I get it. This stuff is made for fucking teenage boys to beat off to while they play. Okay, whatever.
And Dead or Alive series, that is exactly it. Oh my god, you just summed it up perfectly for that. I mean, Burnout, for example, that was a good series right there. But at the same point in time, they screwed up by just not caring. It was one of those driving games that was competing with Need for Speed. And I love the Need for Speed series, and my daughter loves the Need for Speed series. The fact where you can drive and not give a fuck and not get busted by the cops. In real life, it's kind of nice. Just there's so many games out there where they're trying to change it for the demographic. And again, I'm sorry I'm stumbling, but I've had a lot to drink tonight. But I like the games. I don't know. Are you an old school gamer or a new school gamer?
I'm a bit of both. I'm more an old school gamer. Like I have more fond memories of the NES and SNES and Sega Genesis and Master System days. But I also, as I said, I have an Xbox One. I have a PS3. I have like 60 games between those two systems. I do enjoy the new games as well, but I am more a retro gamer than anything else.
Yeah, no, I agree. I have a PS3 downstairs, PS4 upstairs. I would have had a PS2, but I was one of those guys where I'm like, I want a PS3, so I traded my PS2 and my 30 games that I had for it, and I was able to afford the PS3.
See, I'm one of the weird guys that I had a PS1, I had a PS2, I had a PS3, and then I bought Xbox One when the next gens came out. And what I did was I sat there and I looked at the cost of accessories, I looked at the cost of the system, I looked at the statistics for each system, and then what I finally did was looked at the at the time at least, and at the next year at the console specific games, and what Xbox One had out I would play, and what PS4 had out I just didn't care about. but Xbox One had cheaper accessories and everything else. So I ended up going with the Xbox One. Like a controller was $20 cheaper for the Xbox One than for the PS4 at the time. And I'm like, you know what? I don't care about the games that came out. Now I would probably go with a PS4 because the games that are coming out exclusive for PS4 are more what I care about now. But at the same time, the next gen is going to come out soon anyway, so who gives a shit?
That's very true, and actually, and for me, I'm a PC gamer. I've always been a PC gamer, and so I've upgraded my PC to adapt to what the new games are. Tom Clancy's new game. I've actually I bought a new video card because of that. PS4, I can't do first-person shooters. I just can't. I fucking hate doing it on a controller. I have to have the ASWD controllers.
I just downloaded DOSBox to play a lot of games from back in the 90s. Like I just downloaded Dark Sun from SSI.
Oh, nice.
I started playing it, and I have 2 games going. I have one game where I am pretty far into it, and I have another game that I started going, you know what, I want a cleric in my group so I can heal myself. So I made my second group, and I started that game, and I just went into the sewer, and I think the game's fucked. I think one of the game crashing bugs has happened, because every time I go into the sewer, the rat men don't show up. And I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not starting it again. So it is where it is. If I can't load in tomorrow, I'll try one more time. I'll load up DOSBox, and I'll load up Dark Sun and see if they come in or not. But if they don't come in again, I guess I'm just playing my my other version.
Totally. And that's the thing. That right there is the epiphany of a true gamer. The old school gamers where you actually would have a DOS box. Yeah, no, I agree.
I'm actually worried that I'm going to get it to work, and then because this is one of the games back when you made it to like the second level, and then you had the copyright protection to get in. I'm worried that this time I'm not going to be able to finish the copyright protection, because it was hysterical. Because there was only one word I knew originally just from the letter, and I played it for the first time when I first loaded it on the DOSBox, and my first copyright protection was exactly that one, and I'm like, I know this word. I remember this from 1992.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up 3 words: Leisure Suit Larry.
Oh, yeah, I remember playing that.
And my dad was like, oh, "You can't play this. This isn't for young kids." And yet he let me play it, and I was like, "Oh man, I'm a fucking teenager. I'm a fucking horn dog. I love this fucking game." And then they rebooted it, 5-10 years ago, and it's like, really, guys? Just no. Leave it with the original.
How about the original 3D graphics when they first came out? Like I've posted a few videos of me playing Starfleet Academy on SNES.
Oh, God, I love that game.
Yeah, I loved the game too, but once you put it on a 65-inch TV, you realize just how aged original fucking 3D looks.
Wolfenstein 3D.
Oh, Heretic.
Yes, Heretic 2 was the first game my parents ever bought me. And I was like, I fucking love this game. And then I got to the point where I'm like, I can't fucking get past this fucking level because it's a fucking piece of shit. And I can't get the fucking weapon I want. And I gave up on it.
There was a lot of games that I had on shareware. The original Doom I had on shareware. Warcraft 2, Warcraft 1. I ended up getting the full version of a lot of these games too, but I'm just remembering the shareware of a lot of them. Then other SSI games. I can't even remember the names, but I remember horrible graphic RPGs. And I was a big nerd, as you would say it, when I was younger, which was weird because, again, I was a jock at the same time. I was a drunken jock nerd. It was the weirdest thing ever. And I was in a band.
That's not possible, dude. How the fuck do you pull it off?
I don't know. But yeah, like I played a lot of SSI RPGs. I played a lot of... I remember spending hundreds of hours on Diablo 1.
Oh, God, yes.
Like, just all these RPG games and just action RPG games and all that. And And like my fucking console games, I had Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3, Dragon Warriors, Seventh Saga. I had all those games. Like it's just stupid. I don't even understand how I was in so many groups at one time.
But you still were. I mean, that's the whole thing. GoldenEye, for example. Anyone mentions GoldenEye, they know exactly which system that came off of, how long they've played it, and oh my god, they still want to play it today. Age of Empires 2, totally the same thing. I had a roommate where he's like, well, let's do a LAN. I'm like, dude, how are we going to do this? We live in the upper part of the house, and we did that. We fucking had Age of Empires 2, we had Doom, we had Quake, we had, God, all the games that any geek, yes, I'm going to use that term, would play, and we had 16 people play in a small 400, 500 square foot living room. And it
Fucking
was amazing.
original StarCraft.
Oh, God, yes.
Zerg rushes and...
Yes, I fucking hate the Zerg rushes. God,
That's
I
all
gave
I
up
did.
multiplayer with that.
I used to Zergling rush everybody.
I fucking hated people that did that because I was Terran. It was like, okay, I'm building this. And how the fuck did you goddamn find my fucking base? I'm not done yet. And yeah, the Zerg fucking rushes pissed me off.
Yep. Beat the game within 10 minutes.
10 minutes. God, dude, you're slow.
Oh, well, I could do it faster if I wanted to, but I would give them a little bit of time.
Yeah. Okay, so you're Canadian. You're kind, and then you kill.
A lot of times I would scout out their base, and they wouldn't even know I knew where their base was, and I'd just keep putting my Zergs at the very edge of their like fog of war.
Oh god.
Then I would bounce in.
And those Zerglings fucking pissed me off. They really did, and I didn't understand it. But when you hatch 3 at a time, you had a very big advantage for it.
Yep.
Like, I love Terran because when you get to the higher levels, you fucking stomped. But you had to get past the Zerg first.
Well, I think the Protoss were probably the best race of them all if you want to go full power, but it was the hardest race to play.
Yes, because you had to fucking mine the most shit for it.
Yeah. And then like Command and Conquer Red Alert, I always loved making Tanya's and having her go C4 everything.
Fuck, I love Tanya. She was hot and she killed a lot of shit.
Yeah, as long as you were fighting a guy that liked infantry more than tanks, you were set.
You really were. Red Alert 2, you had to be the Russians though. Because if you
the mammoths and the V2s.
Mm-hmm. And to get into those buildings to fucking just fortify those buildings, oh god, that was amazing.
The Tesla coils.
Oh, the Tesla coils.
Tanya's worst enemy.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was awesome. God damn, I want to play that game now all of a sudden. I don't know why.
Fucking bomb them with your MiGs.
Yes. And then the fucking, like, the blimps.
Or if you play Dune.
Oh, God. The Battle for Arrakis. Yep. I played Dune, and fuck, I can't remember the faction I used to love either.
I spilt maple whiskey on my crotch, and now I smell really good.
Oh my god. Yeah, well, you're from Ontario, so the maple whiskey is fucking amazing there, you bastard. Honestly, I'm jealous of you living in the East because of the maple.
Yeah, my grandfather actually is in Renfrew, so he lives in Lanark County, which is Ontario's best maple syrup area, and he has 5 acres of maple bush. And he has type 2 diabetes now, and it's mostly because he eats maple syrup with everything. But he makes a mean maple syrup. It's great. I remember the last time I was there, he made me breakfast, and it was pot roast, pancakes, and maple syrup on both.
You can put maple syrup with fucking everything. If you have the proper maple syrup.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're not talking like fucking corn syrup. We're talking maple syrup.
No, we're talking about the real fucking deal where you pull it from the goddamn tree and then you bottle it and then you send it off. You don't.
Well, they gotta boil it first.
If you have to. Yeah, okay, fine. You have to boil it, but you don't add extra shit to make it taste.
No, you just boil it down so it doesn't kill you, and then you eat it up.
Mm-hmm. And that's the best shit right there. Oh man, to be Canadian.
I remember the 2 years it took to finish building his maple shack and everything else. I would go up every summer and I would help him clear the bush and all that. I haven't actually, you know what? This talk has made me want to call him. Maybe I'll call him tomorrow. I haven't talked to my grandfather in about a year and a half.
I have to admit I'm a little jealous. You still have grandparents. My grandfather and my grandparents passed away, a long time ago. And I miss them dearly, but they didn't make maple syrup. They didn't do a lot of other shit. But my grandfather worked on the steam ships, not shits, in Western BC, and it was fucking awesome. Like hearing him do this stuff. I may not have maple syrup, but I know what the smell of steam is all about.
Well, my mother's side, I still have both my grandmother and my grandfather. They're both in their late 70s. One lives in Ottawa, one lives in Renfrew. My grandfather on my mom's side was a roofer until he was 72, which is when he retired. He was one of the only copper roofers in the area, so he did Parliament Hill all the time. Then on my dad's side, I have my grandmother who's 95. And my grandfather died at 37.
What? 37?
Yeah.
Damn, that's young.
He died of triple heart attack.
Holy shit. Well, I guess in that day and age, you really couldn't prevent heart attacks at that point.
No, and our family, both sides of my family are right from Ireland, and they're, fatty food, drinking, and everything
Love
else.
The fucking, yeah. See, and my mom, oh fuck, we're live with this, whatever. My mom has had a quintuple bypass. I never knew that there was 5 fucking arteries in a heart until she had a quintuple bypass.
Yeah, I think my dad's at a triple bypass at the moment.
Yeah, and in all honesty, I love my parents to bits, but they scare the shit out of me. My mom's like, oh, I've had too much fucking cheese. And she's from Liverpool, England. So you understand that they love their cheese over there. And it's like, well, I like my cheese too. Thanks, Mom. Fuck, you're killing me slowly. But I mean, our parents and our grandparents have gone through some very serious times. My grandma lived to when she was 90. My grandfather, 78 on my dad's side. My nana and grandpa on my mom's side was 91 on each. And they lived full lives. And I love my grandparents. They're the ones that raised me. So I'm old school. I am totally old school compared to what a lot of people have.
Oh, yeah. Like, I lived with my mother because she kept me away from my father, but it was my grandmother and my aunt that raised me, really. So I'm weird compared to my 2 brothers, because my 2 brothers are younger than me. They were with my mom more than me, and we're very different because of that. And like I said, my both sets of my grandparents were from Ireland. My grandmother on my mom's side is Irish/Scottish. She's a Fraser is her Scottish part, so I'm actually in the Fraser family book because it's actually a royal family in Scotland. Not anything that matters now, but back then it did. So yeah, it's so I'm a Micmac, but I'm mostly Mick. I'm like 80% Mick with a little bit of Mac. Um, so I'm fucked. Booze was going to be in my booze and anger were going to be in my genetics no matter what.
But you're not a redhead, so there's not much anger there.
And again, it's a good thing I didn't come out normal because I would have looked crazy with the amount of hair I have.
All right, so agreed. And for me, I'm Liverpudlian. So my mom's from Liverpool, where the Beatles came from. My dad's Canadian, and so I've got Liverpool. So I've got English, I've got Canadian, but I apparently have Irish and Russian inside of me too, which explains a lot. I love to drink. I really love to drink, and the Russian side of me, I love the Russian language. It sounds fucking sexy to me. I don't know what it is.
What are you talking about? Scary. I actually have a Russian customer that used to come into high end all the time when I used to work in high end, and he was a painter by trade, but he would stand there and talk to me all the time, and he would teach me Russian swear words and everything, and it was awesome.
I went to a school in my hometown because they had Russian. It was the only place that had Russian, and the only words I got out of that was Zdravstvuyte. And the reason why is because my teacher broke it down for me is, does your ass fit you? Trust me, the guy's fucking crazy. And Das Vidanya, which is goodbye, and Lampa, because it was fucking easy to remember. It was lamp. But at the same point in time, I love the Russian language. I don't know what it is.
I don't love the language. I love the ladies.
The ladies are so fucking awesome.
I remember when I started dating my wife. We started dating in university. We were dating for about a week and a half, and this Ukrainian girl came up to me, and her name was Oksana. She lived on the same floor as us in university. She came up to me, grabbed me by the crotch, and said, "If you weren't dating Christy, I would fuck you right now." I'm like, "You're holding my dick. Just do it." You know, like,
would you like rupees or toilet paper for this? I mean, come on. No, I appreciate the Russian heritage. Those guys have been through fucking hell and back, and they still know how to survive. I mean, you look at YouTube, they have the best goddamn videos for driving, because everyone has to have a car cam, and it's still so amazing to watch. But they're so the most angry but nice people you'll ever meet.
it's the best way of describing it. The most angry yet nice at the same time.
It is. I've got, like I said earlier, I've got a 70-year-old neighbor who's a Russian Cold War person. Like, when we moved into this place, I live in a duplex. She's right next to us, and I was warned by the previous owners that she actually bought fucking tires to chop down to use as insulation for her windows. And she's the most craziest, but the best fucking neighbor I have ever had. Like, she dyes her hair purple and pink and goes out and mows her lawn with a hand mower that she pushes in a Slipknot fucking t-shirt that she got from Value Village. Great fucking neighbor. I love her to bits. But at the same point in time, I don't want to fuck with her because the people that surround her would kill me. Silently.
Russians and old Italian ladies.
Yes. It's true. And I mean,
like, I live in Niagara Falls. I know the Italians really well.
And they love to drink too. Right beside the Irish.
Dandelion wine.
Yes. Have this.
Everybody else is like, let's find a real crop. The Italians, hey, look at all these free yellow flowers. I bet we can make something out of that.
Exactly. Fuck the bees. We're gonna make fucking alcohol out of this. It's just wow. Like I totally appreciate what those countries, pardon me, have out of them and what they've brought with them. But I wouldn't want to fuck with them. Really wouldn't want to fuck with them. I just got new neighbors. Now the neighbors before, I guess I should say the neighbors 2 years or before them, I moved into this place where it is a Russian oriented family kind of area. So I felt safe. I really felt safe. But there's this one couple beside us. And when we moved into this place, I was doing a tour of the house. And I looked over next door, and the daughter decided that because their tree got knocked over in a windstorm, they got it chopped down. So there was tree shreds all over the place. That she decided to make a art piece out of it. Do you remember Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
So the daughter decided to put a fucking boar's head, stuffed, obviously not real, on a fucking stick and put it into the tree shreds. And I thought that was fucking epic. I had to buy this place because the daughter was fucking like, you don't want to live here. Because she put a fucking fake boar's head on the fucking stick on this tree shred. And I was like, you know what? I feel safe already. I don't know why. They moved out shortly afterwards. But still, I was like, what the fuck kind of neighborhood am I moving into?
How
But I
old is
loved
the
it.
daughter?
She just turned 16.
Okay, and how long have you lived here?
I've lived in this neighborhood for 5.5 years.
Okay, so she'd be 21 now, so I can say, yeah, I would have loved that lady.
Yeah. Yeah, she's legal now. Honestly, it was one of those ones where you're like, man, that's fucked up. Okay, I feel safe. But at the same point in time, it was one of those ones where like, all right, I've got a 65-year-old crazy Russian lady who's lived through the Cold War, and I've got this person that's got a boar's head on a stick to ward off anyone else. Yeah, okay, I'll live here. Whatever. I don't know. Calgary's fucked up, dude.
When I was looking for my house, we looked all over. We had a lower end price range.
Mm-hmm.
So we knew we weren't going to get the greatest place, but your choice was a really nice house in a horrible place or a house that needed a lot of work in a really nice place. So we ended up going with the house that needed a lot of work in a really nice place. Yeah. But there was some houses, like one house we looked at was on Saint Laurent, which was right downtown. And the windows were really old. They were like single pane, and we were in the house and the wind was blowing. You could see the windows moving like they're going to fucking shatter inwards, because they were just a single pane of glass. They didn't have any support wood across them at all. And the next door neighbor was a full-on crackhead. Like she had no teeth. She was like 100 pounds. She had like 3 Rottweilers. Like it was.
Is that crack or heroin?
Oh, it was probably both. And it was one of those things where like, yeah, no. And we looked at a lot of them. There was one that was in downtown too, which was in the good part of downtown, but like 2 streets away, you were in Crackhead Central again. And it was a house that was under our profit range. Like it was a bank repo, and it was 114,000 is what they were asking for. So and it ended up selling for 97, and we were going to offer 100. So I wish we had offered, but it was one of those houses that needed all cosmetic work. Like the windows were brand new, the roof was brand new, the furnace was brand new. But the kitchen looked like it was from the 50s. There was still wallpaper everywhere. It had vinyl tile everywhere. I'm like, you know what, though, Christy? We could move into this place and over 2 or 3 years, I could do all the work you need done. Like, I can do it all because it's nothing big. It's all cosmetic. I can rip this stuff down. I can put new stuff in. I can refinish the hardwood floors. I can do whatever you want me to do in this place. And I really wish we had picked it because it was a beautiful, huge old house. And yeah, we ended up coming here. And I just have a never-ending supply of shit I have to do here.
I totally agree. I looked at a lot of places. Okay, so backstory here. Oh fuck, I'm live. Fuck it, whatever. Backstory. I'm a divorcee. My ex-wife. We lived in the same neck of the woods. I have 2 kids together. And at one point in time, she decided that I was not good enough for her. So, fuck. So she decided to leave me for my cousin.
In the family.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't have to change her last name. She pretty much left me for my first cousin. And yes, I am live. And yes, I'm saying this. So I'm probably going to be sued by her if she ever sees this. But whatever. I'm drunk. I have no recourse for what I'm saying right now. So I pretty much went, okay, we had our battles, whatever. I still have my kids 50% of the time. She has the kids 50% of the time. The kids still have a family, but I decided that yes, we had to sell our place. We bought our place for, I guess it was the last place for under $100,000. We sold it for over $300,000 when the boom hit Alberta. Needless to say, it was a good chunk of change that we both got. Unfortunately, I had to take out a loan to update some of the places because there was enough cat piss from the previous owners that killed us. It really did. I fucking opened up the door and I smelled cat piss. It was a beautiful 4-level split, and I went and I used that money and I bought this place, which is a smaller place than a house. It's a duplex. But I feel like this place is a lot better than the place I lived in. But I didn't want to leave the area. My kids have gone to the same school. My ex-wife has had a son with my cousin. So now my 2 kids have, how can I put it? A stepbrother and also a second cousin. So it makes Jerry Springer feel very welcome when I would really want to fucking join his show. But at the same point in time, I look at this place that I have now, and I love it. It's awesome. I love the area I live in, and honestly, I'm happy.
Well, that's all that matters, man.
It is, and I'm able to do what I want to do, and I started off doing music reviews. So I wasn't a beer reviewer at first. I was a music reviewer at first because I needed something to do after my ex-wife left me. I had an empty house. I had the kids part-time, and I was like, I'm fucking bored. So I did music reviews, and I was like, you know what? And not a lot of people do beer reviews. Boy, was I wrong. God, you guys have fucking saturated this market.
Yes, I saturated the market.
Yes, you did.
6 years ago, I saturated. You know what the problem is? People all think that they're going to get free beer and everything else when they do this, and that's what they do it for. And I mean, it actually agitates me. I'll go to a brewery, and they're like, "Hey, we had this new reviewer here. He asked for free beer. We gave it." I'm like, "Why are you doing that?" They're like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "We are reviewers, sure. And you know what? You want to give me something that's an underfill or whatever, sure. But I should be supporting you regardless."
Mm-hmm. You know what? I agree. And that's why. Okay. Now I admit I am partially, and I'm going to admit this. I'm partially a free reviewer. but I've told my clients that I will give a honest review. You give me free shit. If I don't like it, I will say I don't fucking like it. That's just who I am. Big Rock, for example, I talk to Big Rock all the time. I'm like, look, I know you got this project out. Can you leave me a review sample? And they do. But they know that if I don't like it, I will let them know. And that's the great thing. There's reviewers out there. I'm like, oh, I'll take your free product, but I'll give you a good review. No, that's not a proper reviewer. You have to be honest with your clientele.
If you get a free product, you get a free product. I mean, I'm not against that. I get free products every once in a while as well.
Yeah.
But I will admit in as subtle a way as I can that I got it for free, because I can't come out and blatantly say I got this for free because I have an AGCO license for my job.
Mhm.
So, and according to the AGCO, free samples are illegal. So I can't say, hey, they gave me this for free. No, this came into my possession or something like that, you know? Like, but again, it's the same thing. If I don't like it, I don't like it. It's the way it is. But 90% of my beers I pay for. I do get a bunch free, but I mean, think about how many beers come through this house now. I mean, just review beers. I have 25 beers left here, and I have 100 beers just to drink. And then I have 15 beers coming sometime today from Colgate. He has a bunch of beers from his brewery and from breweries around him that he's bringing over.
And that's the thing. Like I'm the same way. I 90% of my beers I buy. Granted, they're at cost because I've made friends with a lot of the liquor stores around here, because I can't afford to go out and be the marketing person saying, hey, would you like to send me some free beer so I can review it? There's places that a lot of people don't like. Dead Frog. A lot of people frown at that out west here because it's Dead Frog, but they've got a new brewer, and I'm like, you know what? I will review your stuff. If I don't like it, I'll tell you. And I've actually had someone send me an email, and they're like, well, if you can give us a positive review, I'm like, I can try, but if I don't like it, I'll let you know. I don't like it. Other people may like it, but I don't like it myself. That's the hard part I hate about being a reviewer, is people like, can you give us a positive review if we give you free stuff? I'm like, no.
Well, the thing is, there's enough shills out there in between video and written reviews. There is enough shills that you'll find people that will give them a positive review just for the free stuff. I mean, I'm really good friends with Jordan St. John, who is a beer author here in Ontario. He has 5 books now published. And if he doesn't like a beer, he just won't review it because he doesn't want to piss anybody off. Well, you know what? Just say you don't like the beer. Just be honest. Stop avoiding the beer because you don't like it.
And that's the thing. As a reviewer, you can say 3 magic words. In my opinion. That right there covers your ass and everyone else's ass. In my opinion, I may not like this beer. You may like it.
Well, I sent you a bunch of Nickelbrook beers in your package, and I don't like telling people what's in their packages, but you know what? We're drunk now. We'll talk. Yeah, so I sent you a bunch of Nickelbrook beers in your package. I'm not going to tell you what they are or anything, but there's some Nickelbrook beers. And the first time I walked into Nickelbrook, I had this conversation. John is looking at me. John's the owner, and he's like, I know you from somewhere. Like, I review beers on YouTube. You slagged my beer. And then we had a 25-minute conversation. It was his gluten-free beer, which is one I did not send you. I should have.
I know that one.
So he ranted on me for 25 minutes about his gluten-free beer and how many people love it and all that. He's like, I can show you emails of everybody that loves it. And I'm like, I don't care if they love it. And he just looked at me. He goes, what? I don't care if they loved it. I don't. And that's all that matters to me. Oh, well, if that's the way you feel, let's try some better beers. You know, we've been good friends ever since.
And that's...
Yeah.
No, that's exactly okay. So we're talking about the Nickelberg gluten-free one, right?
Yep.
My fiance is gluten intolerant, and so I thought I'd be nice and say, hey, I've got this Nickelberg gluten-free beer, which we get here. Give it a shot. She gave it a shot, and she goes, I don't like it, but it's gluten-free. It's got too much fucking hops in it that I don't like it. Fair enough. Seriously, fair enough. You don't like the hops. And I didn't mind it because of the fact that it was kind of a hoppy beer, but it actually tasted like a beer. And oh God, I know that beer. My gluten-free fiance did not like it because it was too hoppy for her. That right there is an honest review. Just like the Nogneo, they have the 0%. Oh, excuse me, 0% stout. Oh man, I got the fucking hiccups now. And I asked them to send it to me, and they did. And I'm like, I'm gonna have to give it an honest review. They're like, okay, fine. The 0% stout is not a beer. It's a 0% beer, but if you watch my review, it's fucking brown in color. It's not a true stout. It's not a beer. But if you're a designated driver and you wanted a stout, by all means, have this beer because you're not going to get drunk off of it by any means whatsoever. I couldn't. I tried to give it a positive review, but I love my stouts. I love the fucking dark goddamn beers that have alcohol content in it that are above 6%. Imperial stouts are my favorite, and this was a brown looking piece of shit, but it was a 0% beer that I couldn't give a negative review for because they actually tried to give it a taste of a stout, but 0% alcohol. You have to have the alcohol in the stout. You're playing with something there, dude.
I found my 1964 Hagstrom 8-string bass on the floor, and I'm playing it with my foot at the moment.
I thought I heard a string playing.
Apparently, my kids knocked it over and left it on the floor.
Oh my god! Don't you just love kids?
I'm at the point where they're not here, so it doesn't matter, and I don't want to get angry at it. I mean, yeah, it's my baby. It's my baby of all my instruments. But it is what it is. It's already been knocked over. I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's on the floor. Fuck it. Honestly, we've been chatting. Oh my god, it's fucking 4:30 in the morning. 6:30 your time. I think we should probably end it there.
Alrighty, sir.
I want to say thank you very much for getting drunk
But
with
you're
me.
not going to.
No, actually I am, because I actually opened up this last beer.
Oh god, I hope you heard that. That was my ass.
Oh man, I've been farting all night and you haven't heard a fucking thing. This is the beer I actually opened up. I love it. It's great. I
really don't like that label.
I hate it. The fucking new label fucking sucks. Like, seriously.
I mean, I get that breweries are doing this stuff that they want to stand out on a shelf and all that.
But that doesn't stand out.
Well, it does and it doesn't. It does in the fact that it is different than their other beers where you will know it's a Canary brewing beer. A cannery, sorry. I always say Canary. Yeah. I always have for years. You'll know it's a Cannery brewing beer. But at the same time, it's just done so far back that at the same time, it's just like everything else.
I mean, fuck, they had an artist come out for their Muse and the Golden Promise ale, and it fucking looks amazing. And then they go back to this. What the fuck is this shit? I'm sorry. But no, this...
I just hope everything makes it to you in one piece, and that it's a great unboxing video because there's some doozies of labels in there.
Oh, my friend, I am looking forward to it a lot. I am honestly looking forward to it. You know, you've seen some of my videos. You know I love the labels, and if I don't like them, I'm like, what the fuck's this shit?
Fuck did I just stab myself with? Oh, it's a pencil. Who the fuck has pencils still? Where did this come from? I don't own a pencil.
Oh man, did I get you that drunk that you don't remember a fucking pencil in your own goddamn basement?
I don't own any pencils. I haven't used a pencil since my fucking days of playing D&D, like
Oh my
30 years, 20 years ago. This pencil just stabbed me in the fucking foot. I don't know where the fuck this pencil came from.
Well, at least it doesn't contain
Oh,
lead.
it came from Staples.
It's got graphite, not lead, so you're safe.
No, it's an HB2, so it has a little bit of lead in it.
All right, fine, but not enough to kill ya.
It's true. But see, I broke the tip. It's in my foot at the moment.
Oh my god. I think your family's trying to kill you without you even knowing it.
Where the fuck did a pencil come from? Who even uses pencils anymore?
My daughter, she fucking draws.
Nobody here draws.
Is it an IKEA pencil?
No, it's a Staples pencil.
That's even worse. It's not IKEA. Oh my god.
I haven't even had anybody over since fucking May. There's been nobody in this house other than myself, the punter, and the cartoon. Nobody has pencils. The fuck did this come from?
The cat fucking dragged it in because it wants to kill you slowly.
Literally, I am marveled at where a fucking pencil would come from in this household.
Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. It's like me. My washer broke. How'd that break? There's a pencil that's gotten in the fucking mechanics. How? I don't know. Fucking kids. Fucking kids. I chalk everything up to my kids. I love them dearly, but I blame everything on them.
That's a good way to move.
Yeah, it
Way to
is.
live.
It is.
Anyway, you need to go to sleep, sir. I'm going to watch an episode of American Dad, and then I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I'm already 2 hours late for meeting my fiance, so I'm in deep shit now, but I'm drunk enough that I don't give a fuck.
I'm telling her. I'm sending her a message.
Yeah, that's okay. She already knows when I wake her up with the fucking cats waking me up. Anyways, dude, thank you for joining me on the chat. That was awesome.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Anytime, man. Anytime. If I ever have time to join you on your chat, I would love to. Just to piss
it's
Lee
an open
off.
invite.
Just to piss Lee off.
How do you think you'd piss Lee off? Lee's a fairly noble guy.
He hates Albertans.
No, that's a Ewart that hates Albertans.
Ah, fuck. I'll piss somebody off.
In all honesty, Lee basically hates everybody, but
I noticed that.
An equal hate to everybody. He has the Nova Scotia hate.
Oh, that's almost bad. Not as bad as the Newfoundland hate, but it's almost bad.
Yeah, it's you're not from the Maritimes. Fuck you. It's basically Lee's hate. But at the same time, Lee is a good guy. He actually is very liberal. He's very open. He's very everybody can have whatever belief they have. But at the same time, he is also much like me, where he likes to troll people. So if he finds something that you do that he knows is going to affect you, if he makes fun of it, he's going to make fun of it.
And that's all fun and games until someone loses an eye.
And that's why Steve gets angry at him, because whenever he comes online, the first thing he does now is does this. Hey guys, hey, because the one time Steve was in our chat on our channel, his face was right up to his camera. He had no idea what was going on. He had never used a webcam before, so he had no idea. So Lee does that just because he knows it annoys him. And
that's, oh god, Steve's the nicest guy too. Fucking BCI too. And Yeah,
And that's the thing. I told Steve, I'm like, there's only one guy that has anything bad to say about you, and everybody else is just fucking with you. They don't care one way or another. They just know it bothers you, so they're fucking with you. That's what it comes down to. If you don't like it, there's nothing you're ever going to do to stop it. Just stop watching them.
either that or fuck with them.
Yeah, fuck back. It's either fuck back or forget about it.
And I'm from the most West Coast place, Victoria, BC, that you'll ever find, and I'll fuck with you too. But I would love to be on your show, and I think when I don't have my kids and I get off early from work, I would love to join you on a show one day.
Well, you're quite welcome to. Again, we usually do it Wednesdays. I'm not doing it this Wednesday because I'm working 6 in a row, so I can have the weekend off
Yep.
to go to my brother's wedding. So, yeah.
Congratulations to him.
Oh, I don't care about him. Don't care.
Okay, fuck him.
I'm just going for a show of I'm here.
Is there free booze?
No, unfortunately.
Fucking cheap bastard.
But again, since my wife is pregnant, I only have to buy booze for myself, so our bill won't be that bad.
That's true. That's very true. So you're not going to have your wife on the show for for what, 7 months now? 8 months?
At least 6 months. I don't know if she's going to try to breastfeed again or not. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, like she keeps you on your toes on your show, dude. I have to admit that.
Maybe I'll bring my girlfriends in instead.
Hey, and now you're talking. Are they redheads?
I wish.
We all do, dude. We all do. Fucking Game of Thrones redheads. Oh. Sorry, I got sidetracked there.
The Red Lady. As long as she keeps her necklace on.
Fuck. Yes. Yes. But the one from the fucking the past the wall. Oh,
the wildling redhead.
I'd fucking do her in a second.
It's not where all of you Southerners kiss.
Yes, it is, and other places too. Jon Snow, the lucky fucking bastard. I take it you do enjoy your Game of Thrones too.
Yes, sir, I do. One of my favorite shows on TVs. On the TVs,
yeah. If you,
another one of my favorite shows on the TVs is Ash versus the Evil Dead.
That's amazing.
The Walking Dead, because I not that I really love the show, but I love zombies, so I actually like the show.
You're gonna hate me because I actually got to have my picture taken with Bruce Campbell.
Yeah, I do hate you for that. Yeah, Bruce Campbell is awesome. Have you ever read his book, If These Chins Could Talk?
God, I wish I did. I really want to. I've even wanted to watch. I've got it on Blu-ray. It's the They Call Me Bruce.
Oh yeah, his like mockumentary video where he's playing himself in a horror movie.
Yes, and I mean the guy is fucking amazing. He is my idol.
He's amazing as a horrible actor when you think about it. Like
he is a
horrible actor, yet he does amazing. Remember him as Autolycus in Hercules and Xena?
Yes.
Or, Jack of all trades.
But at the same point in time, he's the only one that's defeated Spider-Man 3 different times.
I don't care. All I know is that I loved him as Jack in Jack of all trades.
Yes. I mean, I got my picture with him at the Calgary Comic Expo, and the only thing he said to us, and I remember this dearly, I had my daughter with me. He goes, "Jerks to the back, women to the front." And so my daughter got got the picture right up front, and me and my buddy got my picture with him at the back. Yeah, we're jerks. He is an amazing actor, and honestly, I would love to sit down with that guy and have a fucking hour with him just to shoot the shit with him. I like
you know who is an amazing actor only because he's such a horrible actor?
Who's that?
Henry Rollins.
Oh fuck, man! He's coming in January.
Have you ever seen the movie? What the fuck's it called? He Never Died.
No, I haven't.
He is the most stoic piece of shit actor in that movie ever, yet it works perfectly. It's just him being him in this movie, and it's the most amazing and horrible piece of cinema at the same time. Like his ex-wife calls him, he's like, "Why are you calling me? I distinctly remember hating you," and just that's the exact way he says it to her, and it's the greatest thing ever.
Have you ever seen him live?
Yes.
So you've seen his whole fuck what they call it now, his just shooting the shit kind of thing. The guy goes.
He is. I'll give him this. As much as he's a horrible actor, he's a better actor than Hugh Dillon.
Oh man, I love his live stuff. Like the guy could talk for 2 hours, go on topic after topic after topic after topic after topic, and bring it back to the original topic. Right in the hour and a half that he has. Like Henry Rollins is one of my idols. I love his stuff. Like he's right up there as a horrible actor, but a fucking brilliant speaker. I just if you like if no one has ever seen him live, watch him live because he's amazing. Like it's right up there. Like I love his stuff, and I can't wait to see him in January.
So much like Gord Downey.
Better, much better than Gord Downey.
Well, Gord Downey can do the same thing. He can just shoot the shit, but he's a horrible actor.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Billy Connolly. Have you ever seen his live stuff?
No, I have not seen his live stuff.
All right, he if you can understand his fucking accent, he's amazing.
Well, remember where my family's from. I can understand his accent.
My bad. Yes.
That's when I was in university, the only reason I had the greatest mark in my science and Scientology class, my science and society class over everybody else was because I understood her accent perfectly. Lady from Ireland. And nobody could understand a word she was saying. I understood it all.
And that's the thing. Like I saw Billy Connolly live, second row, and I'm like, I can't understand him partially, but he's fucking hilarious. And after a while, I really got into his accent, and I loved him in Head of the Class. That's where I first got to know him. If you remember him from there. And your Irish heritage, I'm jealous of.
Before I go, I'm going to say I love Patrick Stewart.
Who doesn't?
Like, I love everything about him. I love him in Green Room. I love him in Masterminds. All of his little roles that nobody really realizes.
Yep.
Yep.
Neil Patrick Harris.
I think those are the only two movies he was a bad guy in. Thinking about it.
He's always a good. Yeah, no.
Masterminds in the '90s when he was with a whole bunch of kid actors. One of them being Wesley Crusher, and then the new one, Green Room, where he's a drug smuggler, basically.
Patrick Stewart as a drug smuggler.
Yep.
Okay, I'm still trying to.
It's a weird movie because you watch the preview for the movie, and it makes the movie seem like it's going to be something 100% different than it is. And it's like a psychological thriller almost of him being he's a drug kingpin, and he's also a racist white supremacist. And there's this band that is trapped in a room, and they're not wanting to come out, and he's controlling his white supremacist asshole little young guys and saying, "You're going to do this, and you're going to do this. Have it done by this time." And and he's the kingpin. And there's a drug manufacturing plant under this bar, and it's great. And yeah, him as a bad guy for the second time in his career that I believe. I remember that way back in the early '80s, he played in Dune, and he looked the exact same in Dune as he does now. And that's the most disgusting thing. It's been over 30 years, and he looks the exact same.
Okay, he got his fucking exact same looks from Dick Clark. Let's all admit that right here, right now. rest in peace, Dick Clark. But still, no, fuck it, it's true. Like the guy does not age.
Well, you can hear it in his voice now. You can hear that he's a lot older, but he
Yes,
looks the same.
yes. But he still has the same humor, the same mannerisms, and everything else. And him and Sir Isaac, oh fuck, I want to say Newton, but that's not right.
McKellen.
Yes, thank you. Again, Ben Drinken. Those two are the amazing pair together when they show themselves on Facebook, Twitter, or whatever else. Like they are pretty awesome. I have to admit that.
The one thing I love the most about Patrick Stewart is he was a nobody. He was a nobody. He had
Mhm.
nobody parts. He was nothing at all. And then Star Trek came out, and that's where he became famous.
Mm-hmm.
He was like a Broadway play guy and a nobody bit part Hollywood guy.
Yep. Yeah, no, and then he comes out and does the captain of Star Trek, and he's fucking famous all over the place.
Yeah, and that was late 80s, early 90s, and he was already basically at the end of his career, and it just skyrocketed him.
Mm-hmm. And God, like it's he's one of those guys where it's like, okay, fine, you've done really well, and then you look at him and like, fuck, you've done really well for yourself.
I love that he's an American Dad too, because that show fucking is horrible without him.
Just like how Adam West is horrible, is not well. Adam West is amazing in fuck, God damn it, Family Guy.
Yep.
Yes.
Which is one thing Seth MacFarlane does, is find like stars that are near the end of their career that just adds longevity to his shows.
Mm-hmm. No, it's
And his
Agreed.
sister's pretty hot too. That's right, I said it. Rachel
Yeah.
MacFarlane, I'd put it in her.
yeah. No, I would too. Fucking
Same with
bastard.
Jake. And yeah, you guys can figure out who Jake is. I might be talking about a guy. I might be talking about a girl. You don't know.
Hey, I mean the Canada Craft beer box is named Jake, and is it a guy or is it a girl? I know what it is. No, it's like those guys are amazing. Neil Patrick Harris, for example.
Oh fuck him and Doctor. Oh fuck! What the fuck is it, Doctor?
Doctors, I want to say Doctor Strange, but that's not it.
I have it on my shelf. Let's see if I can find it without. With my headset on.
Fuck, man, I know this fucking thing.
Dr. Horrible.
Yes.
And that's back when Felicia Day was fucking hot.
Oh fuck!
When she first started, since she cut her hair, I haven't cared about her. And I'm a big redhead fan, but since she cut her hair, I haven't cared. She didn't really have a body. She had the great personality, and everything worked together. And then she cut her hair, and everything didn't work together anymore.
And oh God, I have a huge crush on Felicia Day, and honestly, I turned gay for Neil Patrick Harris.
Oh, Neil Patrick Harris.
I mean Doogie Howser, like that's the whole thing. I actually got my picture with Neil Patrick Harris. I spent $150 to get my picture with him at the Calgary Comic Expo because I could. Like I just to be beside him and to turn him and say, thank you very much for all you've done to help the fucking industry out. Right there. Like Dr. Horrible, right there, like during the strike, I fucking watched that shit religiously. I don't know what you thought of it, but I loved it.
Oh, it's on the shelf, so I liked it.
Oh well, there we go.
I also have Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter.
I haven't seen that yet. I haven't. That's. Wait, no. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of Pride, Prejudice, and the Vampires.
Oh, I have that too. Pride and Prejudice and Zombies.
That's what it is. Yes. You like your B-rated movies, don't you?
I do, especially B-rated zombie movies. But this one's a special one to me because of the fact that my buddies made it when they were in Ottawa University. So, like, with most Canadian movies, it's a lot of location spotting in it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is actually a D-rated movie, so the audio is stolen from another movie.
Oh my God! No way.
Yeah.
So it basically comes down to that. So I have to ask, Tragically Hip, are you a fan or are you not?
Yes and no. There's a few songs I really like, but I'm not a big fan.
Because they're from Ontario?
I like things like Head by a Century, The Darkest Ones, the Green Mile, what was the one about the guy that was accidentally accused of murder and spent his life in jail? I love that one too.
I would love to say I know it, but I don't.
Yeah, there's like 6 or 7 other songs that I really like, and everything else I just don't care about. I'm not a big Hip fan. I saw the Hip several times when I worked security in Ottawa, and they do an okay show. They're just not my thing. And there's a lot of people that love them, and I don't know if they love them because they love them or they love them because they're Canadian and they're told they should love them. And I mean, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with a lot of things. But I like my movies and my video games and all that. I have a very large selection of music I like. I go all the way from death metal down to country.
And that's a good fucking selection right there. Honestly, it is.
I mean, I can't say there's one genre I love. I can say I don't like rap.
Who likes rap?
To what it is today, I don't like rap, but you give me like 80s rap, like say the Sugar Hill Gang and all that, like actual true hip hop, and I'm actually a fan of that stuff. Grandmaster Flash,
Ice Cube,
a little bit of Ice Cube, not much because Ice Cube went into gangster rap pretty quickly.
True.
Some Naughty by Nature, some OPP, stuff like that.
Oh my God!
Like there's some stuff by a bunch of different bands that I enjoy.
2 Live Crew.
A little bit, again, like a few songs here and there. It's hard for me to say I hate somebody or I really like somebody. I mean, my favorite bands would probably be things like Metallica and stuff like that. That's what I grew up with: Metallica, Megadeth. I was a metalhead. It's like I said, I have a lot of weird groups that I was part of. I was a punker and a metalhead. I was a nerd. I was a jock. It's weird when you think back on everything I was into.
In all honesty, the way you've spread yourself out is normal in today's age. Back in the 90s, 80s, and everything else, so that you'd be shone upon.
Well, that was the thing. Like it was weird. And my friends were a mixture of everything too. Like I had friends that were musicians, I had friends that were athletes, and I was the stabilizing force in those groups.
Mm-hmm.
That the only reason they got along was because I was there. Otherwise, they'd hate each other.
Totally agree. I actually being from the West Coast, I totally agree. I was a metalhead. Still am, obviously. I love my metal. I still will enjoy the occasional rap if it's old school, the occasional other songs. There's 2 types of genres I hate, and that's country and western. And this is coming from someone who lives in the Calgary area and fucking hates the Calgary Stampede.
Well, my country love is basically left to like Friends in Low Places and a few other songs.
I would still see Garth Brooks live just to see his live show.
One of the best shows I ever saw live is a show that, well, a band I'm not a big fan of, and that's Slipknot. And their live show is amazing.
I've actually can say that I've seen Pink Floyd live. I'm sorry, let me correct that. I've seen one half of Pink Floyd Pink Floyd live. And that was a fucking amazing show because they played in BC Place, and that is a breathable dome. You absolutely cannot get a surround sound or any fucking good sound out of that dome, and they made it. They fucking did surround sound. They made it fucking sound amazing. They put a 3-hour show on, and it was amazing. I'm a huge Pink Floyd fan, and I loved seeing that concert. And
Oh,
I'm
I just
kind of,
farted.
oh sweet, did you fucking reverberate?
I did a little bit, yeah.
Excellent, and I fucking missed it. You know you're drunk when?
Here we go. Move these over. These are in the way. I can't get to the movie with these in the way.
Actually, I'm kind of glad that I'm taking my youngest daughter to go see Brett Floyd. It's a Pink Floyd cover band. I'm going to take her on Tuesday, and she's very excited about it.
Yeah, my kids aren't old enough for that shit yet, but I'm waiting for it, to be honest with you.
I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. Like I took my daughter to see her first hockey game at the age of 10. Her first concert was, and I'm not ashamed of this, Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh, nice.
Yep, and she's seen them twice. Like I am that type of fucking father. I will.
Because you were talking about my my love of B movies, I grabbed a few off the shelf just for shits and giggles. Ones that you may have seen or may not have. First off, Jack Frost.
Oh my god, I remember that movie. I have not seen it, but I've heard of it.
And then there's Jack Frost 2, Attack of the Mutant Snowman, Revenge of the Mutant Snowman, sorry, in Jamaica.
Oh my god. How the fuck can you do that in Jamaica?
Dead and Breakfast, which is a musical about zombies.
That actually sounds awesome.
Have you ever seen Repo Man, the genetic opera?
I want to. I've heard so much about it.
It's another really good one. How about Das Snow or Dead Snow?
Oh, that fucking sounds cool.
Zombie Nazis.
Awesome.
And they actually have a Das Snow 2. There's a number 2 of this coming out, which is Iron Sky.
Oh my god.
Which is Nazis on the Moon.
How the fuck? I want to see that now.
And then this one is actually made by a girl that lived here in Niagara Falls. I know her uncle. And it's Dead Before Dawn, which is another B-rated horror movie.
I've heard of that one. That's actually made the circuits of the Calgary Comic Expo. That one I would really want to see. Here's one for you. I before I got into booze reviews, I actually wanted to review a movie, and I still should probably do it. And it's Cold Prey.
Do not know that one, to be honest with you.
That one is actually a Danish one. And I have never, ever heard of one that... give me a second here. Okay, there we go. Typing is not fucking an option right now.
Get in your home. This is your home.
I sent it to you in chat. I wanted to do a review of this one, but I couldn't fucking find the time to do it. If you have a chance to watch this, it is cheesy as hell, but oh my god, it is fucking good. It is a movie out of Norway. 97 minutes long, and it, like I said, it's fucking cheesy, but I actually really fucking like this.
How about Dead Sushi? Have you ever seen Dead Sushi?
Oh my god, that sounds fucking awesome.
Or The Toilet Dead?
Oh my god! Where do you find these movies?
Rubber. Have you ever seen Rubber? It's the story of a killer tire.
No, I haven't. How about The Stuff?
The Stuff. Yes, I have The Stuff. Um,
Excellent.
Attack of the Killer Condom.
No, but I kind of want to see that now. God
That's an
damn it!
Italian horror movie. So because it's Italian, it's very political, if you will.
Of course.
They designed a killer condom to destroy the gays because they're Italian and they want to kill all the gays. And the condom escapes the lab and starts killing everybody.
That sounds kind of like The Stuff, dude. It's almost like the magical yogurt that fucking kills everybody. Uh, it's like Cold Prey. I didn't realize that they fucking had a sequel out for it. Cold Prey was out of Norway. They were sponsored by Jeep, and you can totally tell they were sponsored by Jeep. They go out into the mountains and they found this abandoned fucking motel where this killer was killing people off left, right, and center. So good, yet so cheesy at the same time. Like it was one of those B-rated movies where I really fucking want to review this shit.
See, I've always wanted to do movie reviews, but I'm better talker than I am a writer. And it's so much more work to try and do it on YouTube. So I've never done it.
And that's the whole thing. Like I had a script or a partial script out for Cold Prey, and I was like, you know what? That's too much fucking work for me.
How about the Cube? Have you ever seen the Cube's trilogy?
No.
So there's Cube, which was made by a Canadian group, and then Cube 2 was Hypercube, which really got mind fucky, and then Cube 0 came out, which was a prequel. And the prequel and the original were the two really good ones, and then Hypercube was kind of stupid. And basically, you're in a cube with like I don't know, what would a cube have? Probably 27 rooms or something, maybe more. Math isn't my strong point. No, but some of the rooms are booby trapped. Some of them aren't. I think it's actually 64 rooms, and the rooms move, and they're trying to escape. And in the original Cube, each character's personality is based on a different high security prison.
My God, that sounds like the most epic cheesy movie ever.
Oh yeah, there's some great traps, and then figuring out which prison everybody's from is great too. Like there's San Quentin, and there's like the Russian prison for mentally ill and everything else. Like it's awesome.
All right, I'm gonna say this in my drunken stupor, my drunken state. But you know what? We should look at reviewing B-rated movies or D-rated movies the way you're going live.
I've actually always talked about, and I wanted to do it when Lee was going to come every year for the beer festival. I wanted to do basically fan commentary for the different movies and just record our audio and then post it online so people could watch it with their movie.
That would be pretty awesome. That would be really, and Lee does a lot of fucking old movies, doesn't he?
Yes, and that's the thing. Me and him, it's weird. Me and Lee would be two of the guys, and he's even said it too. If we had lived in the same province or close to each other, we probably would have been really good friends because so much of what we each like. Like we all like the same type of movies. We love beer. We like the same type of movies, old gaming, everything like that. It's weird. It's one of those things where it's too bad he's over in Nova Scotia and I'm in Ontario.
Hey, that's better than Alberta and Ontario, but that's just me. Honestly, oh man, that would be fucking epic. But at the same point in time, I mean, you look at the way that internet works now, you guys could probably pull that off.
How about Grabbers? Have you ever seen Grabbers?
No, fuck. Where
See,
do you find
that's an
movies?
Italian, an Irish horror movie where you have to stay drunk or the aliens get you.
Okay, I can live with that. I'll stay drunk. I will totally stay drunk until my liver fucking gives out on me. Um, damn, that's fucking awesome. That's a good
Killer
premise
Clowns
for
from
that.
Outer Space.
That I've heard of.
Okay, Kung Fu Zombie.
No, no, I haven't heard of that one. But ah, fuck, what is that one that was cheesy and it had the hamster as the nunchucks? Kung Fu Shuffle.
I don't know that one. No, I know Kung Pao.
Uh, Kung Pao. That's what it was.
Turbo Kid. Turbo Kid is one of the greatest B-rated movies out there. What else is there? Ricky O. Have you seen Ricky O?
No.
It
God.
was at one point. It was at one point considered the most violent movie ever.
Really?
He gets cut, and he gets cut in the gut, and pulls out his intestines and chokes the guy to death with his intestines.
Nice.
It's a Korean movie.
See, and that's the thing. The Asians fucking know how to do it.
Oh yeah, like I have Machine Girl, which is an Asian movie, which is hysterical. Robo Princess, Robo Geisha. Fuck, I have well, I don't know if you've ever seen the collection, but I have this shelf I'm leaning against right now has 1,500 DVDs on it.
And leaning is the ultimate epitome right now because
Oh yeah, and then I have the three shelves over here that have all my TV series. And yeah.
Damn, dude, you really enjoy your movies and TV shows.
Well, this is the thing, right? People would always get mad at me, and they're like, "Oh, you buy too many movies and this and that." And I'm like, I don't go out to a bar. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. My thing was I would drink beer in my basement or wherever I was at the time, and I'd watch movies. Those were the two things I did. So those were the two things I collected.
Fair enough, and that's totally understand. I did the same thing. Like I Battlestar Galactica, the new series.
I love
loved
that
it.
series.
Oh fuck, I loved it because A, it was an awesome series, and B, it was filmed out of Vancouver, BC. Just because it was a fucking local place. I mean, I think it was the pilot series where they landed in the bay. It was actually the BC ferries that they landed in. I was like, holy fuck, that's the BC ferries! God damn it, yes! But I love my hometown. It's just I have to admit, Trisha Heffer, fucking hot.
No, I wanted Rachel Park.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. I never would have guessed that. Rachel Park.
I have two fetishes, Asian and redhead.
So you're a big fan of Hawaii Five-0?
I've never watched Hawaii Five-0, to be honest with you.
Isn't Rachel Park in Hawaii Five-0?
I don't know.
All right, fuck it. Damn it, you're making me look up things.
But yeah, I would rather Sharon than Five.
Yeah, okay. No, I agree. Actually, I am a big fan of Aaron Douglas. Because of the fact that he's Canadian. He's BC, and I really like
Jewel Straight.
Oh,
From
now
Firefly.
we're getting to Firefly. Yes. The first part I saw her. I'm fucking somebody right now. Do you mind? Yes, actually, I do. You mind getting naked so I can fucking see it? Uh, oh no, I'm one of those. Now I'm a late Firefly slash person the brown coat, I guess I should say. But at the same point in time, I'm glad I watched it.
How about trauma movies? Are you big into trauma movies?
No, I'm not.
Like I have Poultrygeist on here, where it's zombie chickens basically.
Really? Poultrygeist?
Yeah, they eat KFC and then they become zombies themselves, but they turn into chickens.
Damn. That probably scared the shit out of me.
MILFs versus zombies.
Okay, first of all, you said MILF.
They're not
I'm
really
there.
MILFs. They're not that good looking.
Oh man.
All three of the Toxic Avengers.
Okay, Toxic Avenger right there is fucking epic.
Yeah, this shelf is hysterical because it has all my gems, both my gems cinematically and my gems in B-rated horror, and
Okay.
then it's my wife's like family movies. Like I have things like Metropolis, which is a 1926 cinematic masterpiece from Germany, on this shelf, and then I have things like fucking The Lion King.
Oh, dude. Lion King 2.5.
What my major in university, I was doing a double major before they realized I wasn't paying them, and I was doing kinesiology and law. So that was my double major, kinesiology and law, and my minor was in film studies because I loved film, but I knew I couldn't actually get a job in film.
Mm-hmm. But still, I mean, like you look at your shelf, and that right there is a good start.
How about Postal? Have you ever seen Postal?
I played the game. Does that count?
Almost, but there's a lot more penis in the movie.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Les Gary Coleman.
Uwe Boll should never make movies about video games.
Fuck, let's not talk about him. Seriously, The Last Airbender. Someone should have fucking assassinated him right there.
It's great when the movie breaks the third wall and Uwe Boll's making fun of himself, but
Oh God.
it's another movie where you sit there and you're like, why am I watching this?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's great.
Thank you, Uwe Boll, for being a fucking piece. Oh wait, hang on a second. There's the room.
Like here, I have here, like this. I have Plan 9 from Outer Space right here, and then right beside it is Pitch Perfect.
Really?
Yep.
Pitch Perfect is so much better than fucking Planet. I'm sorry. No, I actually went down that path. God damn it! I must fucking have kids. I actually like Pitch Perfect. And I just admitted that live. Yeah, no. Have you ever seen The Room?
No, but I know my wife has, and she hated it.
There's a reason for why she hated it.
We do have an Android box, so I could watch it any day I want, but I just haven't.
Yeah, just don't. Just go with what people review online and go with that.
Well, it is in my favorites list. I just don't get much time to watch the movies anymore. Right now, I'm waiting for a good copy of the new X-Men movie.
Ooh, right. There's that.
Basically,
Shit.
I want to see Sansa Stark as Jean Grey.
No kidding. Oh, that'd be fucking hot. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. I'm not allowed to say it. No, I'm allowed to say that. That'd
She's
be
over
fucking
18.
hot.
She's over 18.
Yes, she is.
And, this gets all my feminist friends angry, but I don't understand this one. And I know that, looks don't matter all that much. I mean, I'm not a pretty guy. But when it comes to Hollywood, you expect to see really, really beautiful people, and it's usually always beautiful people. how the fuck did Macy Williams become a star in a huge show? Because she ain't a pretty girl.
You know what? Which show were you talking? Oh, hello. Yeah, okay.
Macy Williams is Arya Stark.
Yeah, that's exactly how Game of Thrones. She fucking owns a fucking. Well, I can't call it a sword. A pin needle that fucking kills people. I actually find her hot. Is that a
See,
bad thing?
Arya Stark does not do anything for me at all.
No, but if you watch her in Doctor Who,
I actually have not really watched the new season, to be honest with you.
you should.
My
If
favorite
he's-
Doctor Who companions, there was 3 favorite companions so far of the modern series, and that would be Amy Pond.
Yes.
And Amy Pond, again, I'm a redhead fan, and she's Scottish and
course.
all that. So Amy Pond.
Give
The
it-
very first one, Billie Piper.
Yeah. Oh, I got a picture with her.
She's one of the weird ones because she's a weird looking girl, but she's fucking hot at the same time.
She's hot, but fuck, she does not know how to handle a panel.
No?
No.
And then the black girl for
Really?
yeah, the girl that's the doctor. Whatever her name is. That's my 3 of the modern day companions. I hated that other redhead, the
Oh fuck, she was horrible. She was too old for it.
Catherine O'Hare or whatever her
Mhm.
name was. I
Mhm.
hated her, and then I hated her both. She wasn't hot to me at all, and 2,
No.
I hated her character. Her character actually pissed me off. And
Yes.
then what's her name? The one that she just had before Macy Williams.
Oh god.
That girl, the special girl or whatever he called her in that season. She was. I liked her character, but physically she didn't do anything for me. Not that matters because nobody cares if she does anything for you or not. But since we're talking about whether or not they're hot to you, she wasn't hot to me. But I loved her character.
I'm trying to remember who that was. Obviously, it wasn't important to me. Billie Piper is fucking amazing. If you have never ever seen, fuck, was that three season series? Oh my god, I fucking just watched it. Penny Dreadful.
I couldn't get past the first 3 episodes of Penny Dreadful.
I will let you know right now. She gets naked in the 2nd season.
That doesn't do anything for me because I can find naked pictures anytime I wanted.
But it's fucking Billie Piper. I actually enjoyed her in Penny Dreadful. I actually just saw her in April on the panel, and she was so awkward and very shy and very just cumbersome. And I was like, oh man, you're killing my vibe. Seriously. But I got my picture with her with Jack Harness. If you remember Captain Jack.
Yeah, I know Captain Jack.
I got it where he was fucking behind
Or
me.
what the fuck was his other? The face of.
Oh god.
The face
The
of.
tree.
He becomes that giant face in the glass jar.
Yes, I want to call it the tree because that's exactly what he is. And he's also in Arrow as well, or Flash. But I mean, I got my picture with him, and my fiance was so fucking jealous because she had Billie Piper, and she was doing it her pose. Captain Jack was behind me, giving a orgasm face, and I was giving the oh my god face. It was fucking epic. It was amazing. Like I loved the picture they had. I am going to try and send it here. Let's see if I can find it.
How about the Boondock Saints 1 and 2?
You know, I have not seen Boondock Saints yet.
Oh, fuck you.
I know I have to. It's almost like Oceans 11, 12, and 13. I have to see them. Like, I have not seen them yet, and I have to see them.
How about
just-
Arnie's Conan versus David Moras's Conan's?
Arnie Conan all the way. I don't care if he fucks up the lines. Arnie Conan all the way.
Cockneys versus Zombies.
That I don't know. That I may have to get back to you on that. Yeah, there's a lot of B or D or C or rated movies.
Cooties.
Cooties?
Cooties.
Seriously?
Yep.
They made a movie called Cooties?
Yep.
I kind of want to see that.
The Conquest.
No, it's like Sharknado. I haven't seen Sharknado yet.
Corpse Grinders.
Oh my god, I have to watch a lot of these fucking lower than B rated movies. Seriously.
The original Crash, not the Hollywood one, but the off Hollywood Crash.
Not yet. That's on my list. There's Hansel and Gretel, the
I have that.
The cheesy one,
Yeah, I have it.
and that one was actually really good.
Delirium.
I want to see that one. Yeah, I'm one of those people that hasn't seen Delirium yet.
Destroy All Monsters.
Which one?
Destroy All Monsters.
Not yet. See, you are a B/D class movie person. Like, you know this shit. I have not heard of a tenth of these movies. How? How do you find out about these?
I don't even know. I just do.
It's seriously like it's like wow, how the fuck? Oh, I wish. Okay. I'm gonna have to end it here because I really need sleep and I think someone just went to the bathroom and it's one of my kids. Yeah, you fucking don't have your kids or your wife, so you're fucking lucky you get sleep
Yeah,
in.
I could sleep right till I have to go to work.
Oh, there's a word for you. What is? Oh yeah, a hate. I like hate relationship on this one. I still have to get up at what 10:30 in the morning, and I'm gonna be fucking hungover as hell. With a good reason though. But no, I probably should go here.
Alrighty, sir. You have a wonderful night.
You do. You too as well. Thank you again for joining me, and thank you for taking care of my drunken rambles.
No worries. No worries.
And at some point in time in the next, well, after the 3 weeks, I do have to go on your show just to, well, you know, piss Lee off.
Alrighty.
In a fun way, of course. You know, the Western Albertan way because he said he hates Albertans.
You have yourself a splendiferous night, sir.
You as well. Thank you again.
I'm gonna go take a dump and watch some American Dad.
I'm gonna go take a dump and pass out.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass out probably around 9 a.m. Sleep from 9 till 5.
Yeah,
It'll be good.
Ontario time fucks you up, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
Excellent. All right. Thanks
Bye-bye, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.